What's his name? Felix. Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. Right. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Okay, if you take a sphere and you slice it off, what shape do you get? What shape do you get? Circle. You get a circle, right? And then if we take that chunk of the Earth right here and we set that down on a flat surface, what is it going to be? Flat. It's going to be flat, right? That circle is going to be flat. Is that true? Do we all agree on that? Okay, so we can all agree that no matter where you are on the planet Earth, even as high as the International Space Station, the horizon is going to look what?
Flat.
Flat.
Hey guys,
What up?
um, did any of the flat earthers happen to see the launch by SpaceX today for the Starship?
Probably not. I don't think probably any of them cared. But I didn't. That's all I know.
Because like I think 25 minutes into the launch, because it's live streamed and everything, right? Once the rocket is like way up high, I think 60 kilometers, maybe more. You can see the curvature of Earth from the camera. It's right there, streaming in 4K. I was just wondering, like, if anybody saw that and what they thought about that.
Right.
Do you know if it was
Cool.
official?
No, it isn't, because when you look at the rocket, while it's on the ground, while it's stationary before the launch, you can see that the rocket is like clear. It's not a fisheye lens because the rocket is straight. And once the rocket is in space, it's still straight. But the background is like only Earth is curved in the background. So if it was a fisheye lens, the rocket would also be curved while it was stationary on the ground.
Mhm.
Do you get my point?
That could be the case.
Like basically,
Let me give you an alternative. Let me give you an alternative idea. So I have a device that has 3 lenses, and it can actually continuously stream what I'm looking at while switching between the 3 lenses. So that means I could broadcast an uninterrupted live stream from this device that has 3 lenses and switch between the field of view of the lenses on the fly. And it has advanced centering software, which actually uses post-processing to adjust the frame so that the amount of what you see in the frame relative to the center point can stay the same. So that I'm not saying that happened. I'm just saying that technology exists. So just by looking at it per se, you couldn't necessarily say, I know exactly what camera is being used in this portion of the stream, right?
No, but I could say the same thing about your claim. Right.
Sure. So then if that's true, then you've taken this image that you're claiming showing curvature of the Earth off the table as being evidence that the Earth is actually curved. I'd agree with you. So in other words, your evidence was it looked to me. Your evidence was it looked to me like the rocket was a certain form and shape, and because it was a similar form and shape high up, therefore I'm looking at the curvature of the Earth when I see curvature in the image. Correct me if I'm
That
wrong.
was actually in response to the claim that, well, do you know about fisheye lens? That when this specific statement was made, that's when I responded with this answer that you just said, yes.
Yeah, I posted in the side chat a direct link to the video, and then I think around 35:45 is when the video starts from what DP Prime is
fair enough.
talking
about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
absolutely. I can tell. Listen, friend, I can tell just by looking at it that that's not a circular curve. That's a complex curve.
What?
Yeah, dude.
I mean, it's not
Like,
flat.
okay, in case you didn't know, brother, in case you didn't know, I'll inform you. I'm an artist, and I've worked in graphics, and I understand perspective and how to teach kids how to make horizons and all this stuff. I'm also a fully credentialed art teacher, and I'm telling you, from my expertise, just from my eyeballs, what I'm looking at is a complex curve. So it can't possibly be the curve of a ball that is near perfectly a ball. Okay? Not the case. So if that's true, then that means that this can't possibly be an accurate representation of the curvature of the Earth. So then it puts it back into what category? Because there's only two options, geometry and optics. So it's clearly an optical curve, not necessarily a geometric curve. So I think that my summarization that this isn't actually the curvature of the Earth is more plausible than your claim that it is.
my claim was that it's definitely not flat.
Oh, I would agree with you that hold on, friend. I'm agreeing with you 1,000% that the appearance of that line is not a straight line. It is indeed a curved line. The boundary between the blackness of the color field and the boundary of the blue, white, and etc. of the Earth, that's not a straight line. I agree with you. What I don't agree with is that non-straight line represents a physical curve of the Earth.
Wow. Even with the point, like I respect your opinion, don't get me wrong, but when you're saying that it's, wait, can you bring the image? Okay, so when you're saying it's not an actual curve, right? Even you're saying that even with a point of reference in the picture, which is the ship, because you can look at the boundary of the ship itself, and you can pretty much gauge that, okay, that's a straight line. Even though the ship is cylindrical, right? The angle that we're looking at from the fin down the ship, it appears to be a straight line all the way from the top to the down.
Okay. Put it in Photoshop. Put it in Photoshop.
If I can just finish.
Put it in Photoshop. Hold on, friend. No.
Okay, I'm not gonna tolerate it.
We all.
It was nice talking to you.
Okay then. Get lost. Thanks. Was I mistaken, or did he not interrupt me earlier as well? It's like, I mean, good grief. What do you want, a formal conversation where you have a clock in the middle and we have to press the clock for him to feel safe? Because what I was about to ask him is to actually apply tools to scrutinize his claim about the image. So notice how as soon as it got to the brass hot text, he bailed. He just wanted us to take on face value his, it looks to me. It looks to me. And I told him the reason why it looks to me and why I trust my interpretation better than his based on my credentials and experience, right? Which he doesn't have to believe. He could have retorted, oh, well, can you apply a tool to the image to validate your perception that it's a complex curve and not just a uniform curve? And which it is, if it is truly the curve of the Earth that's being expressed in this curve, it should be a uniform curve, not a complex curve. Because the globe that they claim is nearly a perfect ball. Sub-pixel accuracy, actually, by many people's accounts, for most cameras. In other words, based on the camera you're using when you're taking a picture of the Earth's curvature at range, the curvature should be almost a perfect circle, the arc segment of a perfect circle. I looked at his image, and it clearly is a complex curve to me, clearly. But he said, I know it's not a complex curve because the rocket looks straight to me. So he's judging the fact that this isn't a complex curve based on his assumption, which may be correct or incorrect, from his perception that, to me, this rocket looks straight or nearly straight. So why does he get to say it's nearly straight, but I don't get to say this is clearly not a perfect curve? Isn't that a weird double standard?
Yes, it is a double standard.
Oh man, somebody get me her number.
It's 7.
They always leave.
More like -7. Oh, I think Elijah was speaking. Go ahead.
No, I just said they always leave when the point is like right there. It's like they're working backwards from a conclusion, but unbeknownst to us. And they don't like when we get them off track because obviously what they're saying is true. So it's like when they get to the portion of the conversation where it's way beyond them proving a point, they're out of it.
Well, there's also a phenomenon called near field and far field diffraction. Right? So the light that's in the near field doesn't have the same amount of splayed propagation angles in the same manner as light that's coming in from the far field. And so the image is being compiled at the lens, or the light's being redirected at the lens and compiled on the sensor, right? And the light that's coming from far away has entirely different types of aspects to it than light that's near up. And it's dramatically affected in different ways depending on the lenses that you use. So like he had no scrutiny in this whatsoever. He didn't know what he was talking about. He just was basically saying it appears to me. And I offered him a rebuttal, it appeared to me. So it was basically he said, she said. But I think based on the reasons I provided, that my reasons were more sound to my conclusions than his. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I can throw some gasoline, AI. I heard you talking about the picture of that curve from the picture, and that how you were saying it's more plausible that you were right than the other person was right. But when you said that the blackness of space and then the visible curve of the Earth is not a example of the Earth curve, I just want to know, what is it then if it's not that?
A complex curve created by the lens.
So what does a complex curve do if it just goes on if it just keeps going, keeps curving?
It's not
In the
effective.
side chat, I overlaid a picture. I use Pixlr. It's like a free web-based kind of Photoshop type app, photo editor. And I just made a circle shape, pinned it to a fixed ratio, so it was the same height as width. I had to make it really big, but that's about what I got.
Did you make it the
Yeah, I'm
size
not
of
sure. They post.
3959?
Yeah, I agree, Yoder. I was just doing something really quick ad hoc, like anecdotally, but I wasn't presenting it as proof of
Did you
anything.
use the metrics of the Earth when you did that? Or did you just do some arbitrarily
Yeah, I agree.
large?
You also would need the distortion grid of the camera.
Okay. Okay, I guess it's called suck my dick then. Sure.
Why did you? Oh,
All right, don't be getting genital references.
I dare you. I dare you ask why. I dare you. Go ahead, punk. Make my day. Clearly, if he heard the general reference, that dude heard me speaking to him. But anyway, seeing as that he was trying to respond to AI, I guess I'll let him do that.
Well, this would be at least an attempt at the appropriate rebuttal, right? Because me and the other kid were basically saying, it looks like to me, and I had some rationale, right? And so at least attempting to put a single arc curve, right, so it has a consistent arc against it, would at least plausibly debunk my perception that it's a complex curve, right? Now, obviously, I didn't do it. I didn't scrutinize it, so I'll probably try to do it myself later. But that would be the appropriate rebuttal from that previous guest. But he didn't offer anything like that. He was talking about the rocket appearing to be straight. Which I was going to tell him,
and
hey,
it
use
wasn't-
the line tool. Go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, and I didn't do this as like a gotcha or anything. It was just I just did it real quick in Pixlr, and but I had to make the circle really, really big in order for the curve to line and it doesn't even perfectly line up. You can see atmosphere above it, but I kind of left that there as a reference point. I actually should have took away the grid over the photo, and maybe lowered the transparency some.
Okay.
But
What's
couldn't figure out how
the
to make
radius
the
of the circle that you ended up with? What's the value of the radius of the circle?
Just as far as pixel size, it's 6,400 pixels compared to the picture, which is 19.
So you don't know how big the circle is that you had to create?
Yeah, I'm looking at the pixel of the size of the circle is bigger than the picture, so it's 6,453 pixels.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't matter anyway.
The picture is about 1450 by 822. So yeah,
Okay,
it
so
doesn't
I
matter
need to
either
set
way.
mine. What did you say? 6,000?
6,400.
Okay, so let's just say 6,500. And what is the other one is 1,500. So
Yeah,
what's
the
the
picture,
percentage
I
of
just-
1,500? Yeah, cool. Just let me do some math, man. Let me do some math out loud, okay? Quit picking on me for my disability. Okay? Thank you. So let's see. So 6,500. So 1,500 out of 6,500 is 1/3, correct? Right? Or am I wrong? I think I'm right.
I use
15,
Pixlr.
15 equals 3. No, 1/5. 1/5.
Well,
right?
I use Pixlr, so there
Dude,
might be some zoom
Dude,
happening.
who cares? We're trying, we're trying to
sorry to
do
answer your
simple
question.
math here, and you're ruining my flow.
Sorry, I thought you were asking me, not thinking out.
How much percent is 1,500 out of 6,500?
Your mom.
25%, almost exactly. Or it is exactly
25 or 1/5?
15 times
Is it
4
20?
is 60. Okay, yeah, so it's close. It's roughly
So
20.
1/5. Right.
Yes,
So
roughly.
so this we can all agree that this rocket is less than the height of the claim of the ISS, right?
Yeah, the altitude shown is 56 kilometers.
Right. So the actual claim of the height of the ISS and its vantage point to the horizon would only be 3% of the Earth's surface. And if you did it 360 degrees around, you're looking at a certain percent, right? So you'd be asking me to believe that something much lower than the ISS is seeing 1/5 of the circumference of the Earth's curvature. That makes no sense.
Yeah, I don't think that tracks because you can take circles of any size, and if you zoom in far enough on one of the circles, the lines, the arcs will match up regardless of the size of each, at least for a certain amount. You know, you get what I'm saying?
Okay, so we'd have to cross-reference the land that's being seen.
Right, yeah. Which at 56 miles, you can get a rough idea of using an Earth curve calculator, because you're not going to have that, like, refraction is not going to be an issue here for the most part. So you could just do the geometric horizon
This is nothing.
at 56 kilometers. But I don't really watching the video. I don't really get a good eye on it.
Right, so let me ask this question.
Marks.
Then let me ask you this question. Let me ask this question. If the globe is, man, Elijah.
Okay, shit. Y'all can hear me when I'm hot, Michael.
Quit love talk. Quit your romance.
I'm making rice with my
That's
baby.
how
All right?
mics work, man.
I'm making rice.
All right, have a date night. Have a date night.
Curry chicken. All right, I'm going on mute.
All right, so, oh man, I forgot. Dang it. Oh, so if you're on top of a ball and you're looking out to the curve of the ball, right, and you're below a certain altitude, then all points on that ball to the tangent intersection are at the same elevation, being a drop angle from your position, and all points are at the same distance. So if they're all at the same distance and at the same drop angle, how would we be looking at a curve here? And keep in mind that if you keep tracking left to right, that curve should keep falling down and away from its same vantage point. But you'll find that if it rotates its image, that the apex of the curve that you're apparently witnessing will always maintain the center of the frame if it's looking out towards the ground, right? So how could that possibly be a curve of the actual Earth and not an optical curve?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I think it's a common mistake when globe earthers try to use anything to do with spacecraft, rockets, or anything to try to offer it as proof, because there's so much we would have to look at. Like, granted, you can imagine that at a certain distance, looking like towards the Earth, if the Earth were a globe as big as they say it is, regardless of that distance, if you're but at a significant elevation, like in this case, 56 kilometers, you would expect to see a circle, and then you could take that circle and superimpose it on any circle of any size by just zooming it in and out. Because at some point, you can line up if it is a circle, or at least a portion of a circle, you can line it up with any other circle just by adjusting the size of either thing you're
Right, but that adjusted size, but that adjusted size would then have a radius, right? And you could then take the alleged height of the object from the surface with that radius, and then it would be above a certain type of radius, and you would corroborate that with the land masses, in theory.
Yeah, what I
So
think
in other
would be
words, the impression that I'm getting, see, here's my point, friend. When I was telling you about the horizon is equidistant and at the same drop angle, 360 degrees around you, that relationship doesn't change until you are a particular distance away from the surface of the ball. And I'm telling you that this rocket is not far enough away for those relationships to change. The ISS isn't even far enough away. So I can already tell you, based on facts and math I've already previously looked at, that anything below the ISS isn't seeing any curvature of the Earth.
There's I think there's been some like amateur rocketry people who've taken.
Well, I think you can kind of diagram it, right, in like a 3D model, and you can see and just do the geometry and go, okay, if you're this far away from the Earth, how much, and if the Earth is as big as it's claimed to be, how much of the Earth should you see, right? And if you're just looking, like if we had a panorama of what that person at that particular elevation could see, it would be a circle where their line of sight would eventually not touch the Earth anymore on the sides, right? It would just go off into, infinity into space, right?
Right. But if you maintain your attitude and do nothing but rotate,
right,
the curve will continue to fall down and away. But on these high altitude footages where the object is anywhere near level and just rotating, the apex of the arc of the curve always maintains in the center of the frame. And the sides are falling away only on the edges. They don't just keep continuing to fall away. So now if that was happening, dude, the only thing that you could surmise from that is some kind of dog toy bumpy Earth. That makes no sense, dude. So for example, in the words of our immortal Glober Caddy, who may or may not have passed away since we knew him last, because it's been a long time since we heard from him and he was an older man. He said, look at the horizon. If it's curved on the left and the right, turn to the right. Did the portion that's in the center of your view drop? No. In fact, when you turn 360 degrees around, it's right back where it started from. How could it possibly have curved down? Anyone who thinks the horizon can curve is nuts.
I don't know, how do you like move from one side of
Well, it would be like the amount that it would be curving away from you,
the gap?
depending on the height, I think would be, I'd have to look at the figures because the angle of difference, the angle of attack, I think is what I'm referring to. The angle of attack of like the light paths from each point of what you're seeing into your eyes would be very small. And then the distance that
the angle of attack,
that
let's
particular
check this
light,
out, brother. The angle of attack to the horizon is the same. It's the same distance and the same angle, 360 degrees around you. Until you get a certain distance away from the ball that you're looking at, and then the distances to those points have physically lengthened or shortened. When you're at a certain range, all of those lengths are identical. There's no variable information at all.
So that shit is sick. You don't like the sun? I like the sun.
Yeah, bro.
It's a gradual change, right? Like as you get higher, it goes from looking from like a small amount of curve to until you see the whole sphere.
No,
dude. There's no difference, dude. If you're looking at a straight line, right? It's a straight line. If you're looking at a curved line in which all the light is coming into you at the same distance and the same drop angle, no matter where it is in your field of view, then all of that information is coming in equivalently. It's going to look like a straight line.
Do you think that this
You shouldn't be seeing any curvature.
If you had like in a video game, if you model what it looks like if you're standing on a large ball in a video game and you get higher and higher, that we could see what we would expect to see.
Well, that maybe, but the problem is that video games don't actually render projective geometry the same way that actual physical objects with lenses do.
What about like if it's
so they have their limits.
If it's
Ray tracing doesn't do anything. Doesn't change any of those relationships.
But ray tracing is a pretty accurate way of modeling like how our site works, like how we see things.
Okay, so do you have them? Look, the point is, granted what you're saying, in reality, you'll never model what they're looking at. I mean, because to model what they're looking at based on the math would be a circle with no drop, 360 degrees around, all the way up to the ISS and further.
So
what distance? I don't know at the moment because I don't remember, but it's definitely more than 250 miles.
Well, this is good. And to reiterate his point, when you take a circle and you put it horizontally to you, right? If that's the extent of what you can see, being the horizon, right? Then that is the same distance and the same drop angle in the entirety of your field of view. There's no differential in the information. So when you look to the left, it's not a different distance. So there's no different distance that can be rendered. When you look to the right, it's not a different drop angle. So there's no different drop angle that can be rendered. It's the same, no matter which portion of your field of view you're talking about. So how in the world is there differential information that can be rendered?
It's I'm having trouble like visualizing this, but if we were able to make a simulation where you're on a sphere, you can change the size of it, you can change how far away from it.
There is a simulation like that.
What is that?
There is a simulation like that.
Right.
However, it drops on the y-axis, not the x.
Can I see? I don't know what this simulation is. If it's something that I could just like look at.
Do you think it matters? You have AI. I'm asking AI. Is what I'm saying relevant? Do you remember the video that was spliced with Neil deGrasse Tyson's and Felix Baumgartner's jump? Where the guy is basically, you know what? I'll just get the clip.
Yeah, because I was about to say, yeah, I remember, but I couldn't possibly know where to begin to look for it.
I could make one where we.
Yeah, I agree. You can make one where you think it's accurately modeling vision, but I guarantee you won't have a functional lens in the software, and you won't have an inverted focal plane, or I think it's called a pression plane, or whatever the heck those things are called. You won't have any of that in your model at all. You're going to have a projective pression or something. It's some weird term. You're going to have a projective geometry system that essentially is similar to one-point perspective.
Yeah.
Right. In a projective geometry. That's what you're going to have. But guess what, friend? That's not how optics work.
So like if you're using like a ray traced, so if you're ray tracing doing in video games, so like perspective, even just like in Minecraft, you can see perspective effects in Minecraft perfectly fine. Like, what is it about, like if you look at a screenshot of Minecraft, you can see the perspective effects, like the lines of blocks converge and stuff. What are we missing? What would like Minecraft, for example, be missing about the way we would expect like a camera to take a picture?
Oh, because actual light interferes with itself. Simulated light passes right through itself because it's just like clipping through a wall. So that's at least one reason why what you're looking at. Now, see, don't get me wrong. One-point perspective simulates an accurate representation of the world, but it's not actually how images are created in optics.
Right.
Remember, the perspective was created. Perspective was created to look at the 3D world and try to mimic it on a 2D plane, right?
Right. But if we could use a, so I guess all these effects that you're talking about, like the to try to mimic a camera, I don't see them having such a large impact. I mean, and like talking about like light interfering with itself, I just don't see them having such a large effect on the resulting image that we couldn't use it to simulate.
Yeah. Like for example, what program has a near field and far field diffraction rate congruent with Fraunhofer and Fresnel diffraction?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just don't. I think
none of them do. None of them do.
But how much?
No model of graphical representation accurately models the physics of how light actually reaches your eye and is rendered into an image, or any camera for that.
If we're looking for like a good enough here, like
no, we're not
good enough to represent, just how a sphere, how we see how a sphere, if you take a photo of a sphere from some distance, what it would look like. And these effects that you're talking about, they would affect, at a minuscule level what the, what.
Well, let me ask this question, Brian. Let me ask this question. You're looking out over the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
So just imagine a rectangle like a photo. You don't have to imagine your actual vision, because using it as a rectangle slice of your vision is more helpful. So you're looking out at the horizon, and it appears to you that the center of your field of view, the color of the horizon, is higher than it is on the far right and the far left. Okay, that's what it looks like to you. Now, then you go to the claim that you're on a ball. The ball's claim about the horizon is that it's the leading edge of a ball. And that means that there's an intersection point of your vision. You could just imagine it as a red line, like a laser line out, and that intersects the ball at some point. That would be a tangent line intersection point. Now, in the center of your vision, it appears that point is higher than the one on the left and the one on the right. But according to the model that the Earth is a ball, the distance and the angle to the center of your vision, which appears higher, is the exact same distance and the exact same drop angle as every other point of the horizon, all the way out to the left and all the way out to the right. So if it's at the center of your vision in the center, and it's lower in the right-hand side, but the information is the exact same angle and the exact same distance, how is it rendering lower on the extreme right and the extreme left? How?
I'm having trouble. I gotta admit, I'm having trouble following. But maybe I should just try to make one so that I can picture it for myself.
Well, let me make it more simple. If something's 5 miles away and dropped 3 degrees, it's 5 miles away and dropped 3 degrees. If something else is 5 miles away and dropped 3 degrees, it's 5 miles away and dropped 3 degrees. Right? So if it's 5 miles away and dropped 3 degrees, and this one's 5 miles away and dropped 3 degrees, and this one's 5 miles away and dropped 3 degrees, then why does one of them appear higher than the other two when they're all in the exact same physical location relative to you, radially?
Okay, I see what you're saying. So,
just to summarize that point, it was actually flat earthers who said that you should see curvature on the x-axis, and Globers who said, "Hey, that's retarded because insert what AI just said." So this is actually a Globers rebuttal to flat earthers prior to 2016.
So let's get back to, so we have an image. So let's say, and we have an image from some rocket that Globers are claiming that it shows the Earth curving. If I make a simulation and I put the camera at the height that the rocket claimed to be at, I think that we would see the same thing the camera saw at that height. So maybe here, if you can do this visual. So you're looking at a ball from really far away, and you can see the whole thing, the curve of the whole thing within the frame of the camera or the video game or whatever, such that, okay, maybe 90% of the ball is in frame, but there's some that's outside the frame, but you can pretty much still see the whole thing curving around. As you get closer and closer, you have to move your camera so that you see the edge, so that the edge of the ball, but it's still really curved. And then as you get closer and closer to the ball, that curve gets gets less and less perceptible. There's because the circle that the ball represents in your view is getting larger and larger.
Is the image you're going to create have no identifiable land masses as well?
Let him finish.
It could potentially. You could throw an image of what the globe Earth should look like, and just in terms of land masses, and maybe that could be used to help. But the curve, I think the curve itself, seeing the curve on the image, the curve of the Earth on the image would be plenty for me to think, okay, what the only explanation for that would be that the Earth is curving. And there are images. There are plenty of images of even just like amateur rocket people who take videos and pictures from high altitude where they see that curve.
Can you summarize your point in in a couple of sentences?
We have pictures taken from high altitude that show curve, and there's nothing and we would expect to see that amount of curve given the altitude that they claim in those images.
But the curvature is not the curve of the Earth.
What else could cause that curve?
Well, it's not you asking me to validate your point. Again,
okay, I see. I mean,
what we're talking about again, even from the height of the ISS, you just see a circle. So again, you're saying, well, we will take that information of all distances to the horizon being equal, aka a circle, and somehow I'm going to affirm the consequent within that because I'm going to expect to see X amount of curvature. Thus, I see this curvature, and so that is the curvature that I expect to see on a globe because that's the curvature of a globe. No, that's just you affirming the consequent based on information that you know isn't actually a justifiable claim on its own that the horizon is Earth curve. As a standalone, that's not the truth. That's what we're trying to figure out.
What's convincing? I'll just explain like what's convincing to me about it is we have this model that the Earth is a globe, and we can make predictions. You can make a prediction about, okay, if you're looking at if you take a picture of the Earth from some altitude, this is what it will look like. And in all instances I've seen, when from these high altitude photographs, the prediction made by the Earth model matches what we see in these photos, and that's
But again, I don't know what you mean by that because, according to the size of the globe, geometrically speaking, again, even if you were at the height of the ISS, the horizon isn't changing. There's
from
no curve.
Can you repeat?
Why don't you present what you think is a picture or something
Let's see.
along with the altitude, and then we'll go from there.
Highest amateur rocket.
He said all of them.
Let's see.
There is video from 1946 and 1944 where they sent the V2 rocket into space.
There's this guy. I saw this video not too long ago. His name is Kip Daugerdas. Yeah, if you look up, it should be the first thing that pops up. KIP Kip Daugerdas. I don't know if I have where the text channel is. And he launched something up to 56 miles above the Earth. The camera is rotating because so you get several good images. It's a video. You get several good images where you can see the horizon at that height, and it looks curved.
Any identifiable land masses? Well, I understand that it looks curved, but that's still not the horizon.
I think I saw someone else where I looked for the Walter Bislin calculator because that you could see the expected curve from that, but I think his sight is down.
No, we have a guy by the name of Paul Larson, planetarium director, who did the math with his colleagues, and again pointed out that even at the height of the ISS, the horizon would not appear curved. Now, that is, I don't know if he said that before or after Neil deGrasse Tyson also said the same thing.
I mean, I don't care.
I don't know what math you're talking about, but the math that they're talking about is suggesting otherwise. Not only that, but we have high altitude footage as well. We have high altitude footage as well, and there's no curvature.
What maybe I could see an example. What I could look up something.
1 second.
Is there an example of like a high altitude photo I could see?
1 second.
Sorry. I really should. I should make like a little simulation to see this, because where you can like change the FOV of the camera and stuff to simulate what you could see. I'm sad that Walter Bislin, because his you can change the FOV and stuff, but his sight is down. I'm sad.
You know what's unique about the human eye versus other optical platforms?
What?
No, you got to guess first, man. This is no fun for me to just give you the answer.
I mean, a lot. I assume. I mean, there's a lot different, but I don't know which what you're
right. I'll tell you the answer. I'll tell you the answer that I'm trying to get at. A curved sensor. A curved sensor.
Oh, okay.
So if the horizontal information is coming at you in your entire field of view at the same drop angle and the same distance, and it's passing through the lens, being flipped on the focal plane, and then those inverted angles are then cast on a curved sensor, they're going to then be at the reciprocal angles, right, that they came in at, which means they're going to be the same angle and the same distance. So tracing that on the back of your sensor would be on one axis a curved line and on the other axis a straight line. And the axis that it's actually hitting your sensory receptors, your rods and cones, would be a straight axis. So it would be straight. Where's the curve coming from?
What do you think about him is that you think this is like...
If I look at an object in like in Minecraft or something in a video game, and I'm there's a cube or a sphere somewhere on the screen, or even just looking at a picture, right? The picture it's okay, we're talking about simulation here, and like if we can simulate. If I placed a sphere at the same distance that the video game is simulating it is, at least the shape of it that I'm seeing, it's what I would expect to see if I was seeing it in real life. I just don't see why
That's a different angle, though. Look. If you're looking at a sphere from a sideways angle, far enough away, then the apex of the arc compared to the apex of the arcs laterally would actually be a functionally different distance. It'd be longer to one than the other because a diagonal distance. Okay, so imagine a straight line out at some distance, right? The center point is going to be a straight line. That's one distance, and diagonal is further. Correct? We all know that. But when it comes to a curve, because a curve is curving, it meets the diagonal distance at the exact same distance as the straight line distance in the center. So there's no difference. So in one way of looking at a ball, when you're far enough away from it, there actually is a functionally different distance. And if you're close enough to it, there is no functionally different distance. The horizon, the tangent line to the horizon, is equidistant around you and at the same dropping. So I haven't heard anyone explain to me why there's any differential information to be rendered as a curve.
I think that what could be convincing here is because I'm having trouble visualizing this. I think I will try to make something like this and to share like just a website.
I did share the video.
What could be convincing to me?
I did share the video that I said that I would. Hello. I did share the video, both of the high altitude and the video where the horizon drops. Now they do have the horizon appearing to be curved, but I don't know about that. But I mean, have you checked those two things out, or is this just a one-way conversation?
Sorry, I just found the chat. I hadn't seen the chat. So
all right. Well, let's have a two-way conversation where it's like you're trying to get what we're saying because you're saying things, and if we're trying to meet in the middle, then what I'm saying is relevant to your end goal, right? Like if we're talking about the same thing, if we're trying to get to the same conclusion, then you got to look at the stuff we're talking about.
Okay, so I'm looking at the chat here. So let's see.
What did you say about the rice pig?
Is this the Christopher Farms or no? This is higher than that. The Flat Earth Addict one.
Yeah.
I'll load that one up and see what we got here. Okay, and how high? 121,000 feet. Okay, so 22 miles. Yeah, I wish I could see. I want to see. Let me compare. So I want to see like what the expected curve from the curve calculator would look like. But in lieu of that, maybe I can just I can compare the same height to what we saw in my video, the video that I wanted.
Yeah, I understand why you would want to do that.
Because I think that he shows the height as it's progressing. Let me find it. So 22 miles I'm looking for. This is 121,000. So they do look different. So I mean, both of these videos are claiming to be, so like in the Kip Daugerdas video, and he used a rectilinear camera lens. The video that he's showing is you can see a visible curve at 150,000 feet, much more so than the curve seen on this one. It actually kind of looks like a negative curve even on in the video you posted. So I mean, either one of them is lying about the lens they're using, or one of them just produced the video from scratch, or one of them is giving a different height than the height that they are showing. Yeah, it almost looks like
the raw footage isn't available anymore, because in the link that Big Daddy Flurf that Eli posted, it does in the description, it shows the links to like the raw footage, but the video is not available anymore. But if you search for like Little Piggy high altitude balloon, you can find other clips from the original, but there's not that many. The original raw footage isn't available anymore, as far as I can tell.
Okay.
Unless someone has it, like maybe the Flat Earth Discord might have the original.
Yeah, most likely, because we make a habit of saving things because they like to delete a lot of shit. So
yeah, I would want to see more footage from this.
again, like the overarching point is again, even at 200 out, even at 250 miles. The horizon would appear 360 degrees as a circle. Like that's.
It would depend. I guess it would depend on your field of view, the field of view of the camera.
Well, no, just as you as a person. Forget a camera. Just in general, based on the size of the Earth, you looking at the Earth from 250 miles, they claim the horizon would basically be flat. That's the point AI's been. That's the point AI's been trying. That's the point AI's been trying to make to you. So if we're arguing that a camera may have it appear to look otherwise, I don't see how that's really relevant.
At 250 miles, yeah, I would definitely. I mean, I feel like curve could definitely be visible. I think I will try to make.
I know that's what you're saying. I know that's what you're saying, but the rebuttal I've given you, you have to actually engage with.
Can you
in order to? Oh, it would look flat based on the math. If you want the math, I can dig that out.
What would look flat?
The horizon.
The horizon would look flat at what altitude?
250 miles.
The horizon of like the globe.
The horizon. Yes, the horizon would look flat.
The horizon would look flat. That does not match what.
I know that's what you're saying. So with my rebuttal, you have to actually engage it to say, okay, that's incorrect. Because ultimately, you're saying one thing, I'm saying another thing.
Right. Okay.
And if we're getting to the same conclusion for whatever reason, you're not addressing the rebuttal. You're just dismissing it.
To summarize your claim, you're saying that under the globe model, the horizon, the surface of the Earth would look flat at 250 miles up.
Mm-hmm. The horizon, yes.
Well, this is where we get into this.
I know, and then you say, well, I don't think that. And then you say, I don't think that's true, and then you go into your spiel about how what you think you can do is going to match what you would expect to see, which I've already called an affirming the consequent. But
I mean,
moving that aside, you're still not. It's like you're not actually engaging with the rebuttal. That's what you're not doing. You're not engaging with it. You're just dismissing it.
Right. So the one distinction that maybe we're going to get tripped up on is there's the visual horizon, which is like an optical effect, and the globers are what we say is the horizon, which is just the Earth as it is visible, like the surface of the Earth as it's visible. Which one are we
look, again, Neil deGrasse Tyson was clear. It would look flat. That is visible. That's what we're talking. It would look. I don't know what part of what I'm saying you're not understanding, but you have to actually engage. You have to engage instead of hand wave dismissing it by saying, I just don't agree. You have to actually look into what I'm saying and see whether the rebuttal is relevant or it's not actually applying to what you're trying to say. You can't just say it's not applying to what you're trying to say when it is. So in order to tell me, hey, actually your point doesn't make sense because X, Y, Z, that's what you have to actually do.
I'm going to do some quick math here. So at 250 miles, that's like more than 400,000 meters up. And let's make our field of view like 60 to make sense. So 250 miles. Let's see. Let me just see that as a fraction of the size of the Earth in the globe model.
Yeah, it would be 3%.
3%. $250 miles.
Yep, 3%.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm looking at a little just a simulation. I need to, and I'm seeing curve on the simulation. Obviously, I don't have it published anywhere, but I guess I would need to provide some math for why I think at 250 miles up we should see curvature, but I would need to publish that. I think I will. I will make a website though, to see what curve we expect at different heights. Because I think this is something I don't know where Neil deGrasse Tyson said this, but if he did, then I think he's wrong. Obviously, but. What would we?
Well, why don't you just go back to when the astronauts claimed to have photographed the Earth on their way to the moon?
Because I don't think it would be an effective argument for you guys.
No, but it would be for you.
But yes, because
it would be the answer for what you're searching for.
But I mean, I don't think that would be effective for this argument, because you don't believe.
So you don't. So it sounds like you don't even have any confidence in it either.
I mean, that's
you believe that that's what they. Are you not believing that they're presenting an actual image on the way to the moon?
I do believe that, but if I'm
okay, then use that globe to use that globe there from the height they supposedly were at.
I don't think that you guys are believing.
Yeah, well, maybe through the process you'll cross the line and realize that it isn't what they've presented it to be. You're looking for. You're wondering what is the globe supposed to look like from space? What kind of curvature are we supposed to see? We'll go to the horse's mouth.
Hold on, Ohas. So, I just went into Perplexity AI to find me what I don't have the time to find. So, Earth curvature over large distances at 250 miles. The Earth's surface drops by around 5 miles, or 26,669 feet, due to curvature. This means that distant objects at ground level would be hidden behind the horizon, but the visible horizon itself will still look flat without a wide enough view to resolve the curve. To see the curve as a line bending away, you would need a vantage point with a panoramic high-altitude view over hundreds of miles. Visibility in proportion of the Earth. Covering 3% of the Earth's surface area in one view is theoretically possible only at extremely high altitudes, not from the ground level. Even at 250 miles, the horizon appears flat to the naked eye, unless using instruments or photography spanning a wide angle. Now that second part right there, I would contend, but that's in conclusion. Although 250 miles encompasses a significant fraction of the Earth's curvature, the horizon will generally appear flat to a human observer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to disagree with Perplexity on that. I don't know what the prompt you prompted it with, but.
Well, I know, because again, you're saying I'm going to disagree, but what you're not doing is asking to see the map, which is what I keep trying to prompt you to do, because I asked you to engage with why my rebuttal is relevant or not, and you just keep dismissing it. So now when I read Perplexity AI, you're just like, well, I just don't agree with that. You've been saying that to me for about 40
You're right. I can see that I don't. I need to think about what this math. That's what I'm trying to do right now.
No, you need to just ask for it. It's weird.
What is? I mean, what is the math that? Because if I'm, I think that probably what we're looking for is like a cone. So you have a sphere, and then you have a point at some point in space near the sphere, and then there's a cone that is defined by the point, which is the camera position, and then the where it is tangent to the sphere, and the size of that circle that where the cone is tangent to the sphere. That's what would be the horizon. That's what we'd have to derive it from. But I admit that I still need to figure out that math for myself. So.
Fair enough. As close as the concession as we're going to get, I guess.
Well, I'm gonna hop off, but if my ADHD doesn't drop this topic, then maybe at some point tomorrow I'll have some actual math to discuss.
All right, we'll be here waiting with it.
Come back tomorrow and be like, all right, guys, I'm flat now. We'll see. Yeah.
Well, I mean, this isn't a flat Earth argument. It's actually a globe Earth argument. I told you that from the beginning, that the horizon would appear flat. So saith the globe Earth that argue against the flat Earth. So I don't understand how this would be a proof of the Earth being flat to you when it's actually supposedly still an explanation under there being a globe. But good luck to you. Ow! You didn't give me any. I'll be wrong if I beat you up. Get out of here.
Elijah.
What?
Okay, Star Trek. In Star Trek, they would arrive at a planet. They would put the planet on screen, on the viewer. The planet would look like the classic curve up in the top left, and then the curve is going down towards the right side of the view screen that they're all looking at. Now, if the Enterprise, while looking at the planet from that vantage point, did a 360-degree rotation on the same plane, it would be facing, sorry, a 180-degree rotation. It would be facing away from the planet, and it wouldn't be able to see the planet. Make sense?
Say that one more time.
Be looking out into the. Okay, it's looking towards the planet. The curve of the planet in the view screen is, you have a rectangular view screen. The left side of the view screen has a lot of the planet in it, and then it starts to curve down towards the right side of the view screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking at a portion of a curve. Now, if the Enterprise maintains its orientation and rotates 180 degrees, it'd be looking away from the planet into the blackness of space, right?
Well,
right. So you have to be in that type of position to be able to see the curve, have it like an oblique slant in your field of view. If you're looking directly at just the horizon and rotating 360 degrees, it's going to trace the exact same line in your entire vision. Now, when you're on the surface and you're looking out and you're seeing this alleged, peak of an arc in the center of your vision, and then you're seeing a downwards, what appears to you to be a downwards curve to the left and right, and you do a 360 degrees, and the apex of that arc is in the center of your vision the entire time, and the drop angle and the drop distance is the same, 360 degrees around. That makes literally zero sense. Hold on, let me get the quote from Caddy, bro. And you read this quote from Caddy, man, it makes perfect sense. Give me a second. I have it saved in our main server right here. It's called Memes Horizon and the bot. In fact, I'm going to save it so I don't lose it. All right, so let me come back to the chat here.
it was so good. I'm not going to trip. Too good to trip. Mm-hmm.
All right, here it is, friends. Read this. Okay, I'll read it out loud. The horizon cannot curve on a globe. Well, it can't. Look at the horizon. Now turn to the right. Did it drop? Now turn more to the right. Now did it drop? Continue turning to the right. After 360 degrees, what happens? It meets up exactly where it started. How could it have possibly curved down? Anyone who thinks the horizon on a globe can curve is nuts. Now, this guy was a glober, by the way.
I mean, you did just say turn around and 360 degrees. Those are all points of roundness and curvature.
Well, that would be from the perspective of like standing on the surface, right?
Yeah, but not only standing on the surface, because even if you get away from the surface, the relationship of the drop angle and the distance to the horizon maintains itself until you get to a very large distance away from the surface, which could be expressed as a fraction of the radius, which I can't remember the exact number. But so the guys like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Paul Larson and other people who were saying, it's like, these high altitude things, like from their vantage point, they're not looking at the Earth from an oblique angle. They're looking at it from as if they're in the center of a circle, looking out and acquiring a tangent to the horizon, which is the same drop angle and the same distance, 360 degrees around. There's no differential in the information. And so when you read what I posted from Caddy, he said it right there. He said, listen, you're turning around 360 degrees. The Earth is in your field of view the entire time. How is the horizon curving? It makes zero sense.
I covered everything.
You what?
I covered everything.
Tell us how she played. You know how she played. Where's the bottle?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was so good. You know how you eat and you look at it. So I know I didn't because I was
Not better than mine.
I just thought it was crispy. So I was like, so I know I was not.
Hey, you said mine was the best.
Whatever. Yo, man, this curry chicken, bro. You gotta come over, man. I'm in Midtown.
Now, some people listen. Check this out. Here's a cool physical test in the real world that was done. So what he did is he took a drone. He went to a water tower, and the water tower thing was actually in the shape of a sphere, or it might have been a tank. I can't remember exactly, but it was some kind of large structure, right? That was in the shape of a sphere. He put on it a drone, and then he raised the drone off of it. Okay, and he videotaped what he saw. And from the drone's perspective, after it got to a certain distance, it did seem like it was seeing a curvature in the left and right of its field of view. Now, the problem is that you can't analogize that to the things that are a little bit off the surface of the Earth, because the scale of the drone compared to that arc was massive. That would mean higher than the ISS with a lens bigger than a city, right? So basically he was proving that until you get higher than the ISS, you're not seeing any curve.
I don't know how they don't understand this point. You know what's wrong with it? Like, so they've tried to pay attention. All of the points that we have are points that they would like to red herring away from. This being one of them. Because it's like, what's wrong with agreeing that you will never, ever, ever see the curvature of the Earth? What's wrong with that? I mean, that doesn't mean it's not a globe, right? It's seeing curvature was never, what's the word? Seeing curvature was never the proof that the Earth was a sphere, like, ever, like, because we never expected to see it. You actually see that screenshot, Harrison. That's a perfect example of if you were far enough away to see the actual Earth's curvature. If you were to do 360 degrees on that, it wouldn't look like the GIF that Hell's Angels posted before that. Exactly. That's AI's point right there. You go 360 degrees on that screenshot, at 4 minutes past the hour, the apex of the arc is not going to remain in the same place.
Can you repeat your question?
Can you speak about the evidence that you are going to cite?
Look, I told you that I'm not really a mathematician guy, or I'm not really well at understanding all that concept.
So let me get this right. You don't understand the thing that you're about to give me.
I do.
Can you speak on it then?
I just have to read it first.
Oh, okay. So, bloody hell. Okay. Go and read it then. Drop it in the side chat. And when you understand what you're talking about, we can have a
holiday. And right now you can't say 50 pounds per person. That's 200 pounds per family of four.
Why do we get Indian call centres, John? It's just weird, dude. It's not a good start for a conversation where you don't know what you're talking about and that you're going to give me something and say, hey, you can read this, being as you don't actually understand it yet.
Look, next time I'll be here, I'll come with a proof, okay?
Yeah, fine. If you've got an experiment that proves shapes, that'd be great.
Next time I'll see you around here, and I'm gonna prove it to you that Earth is not flat. It's all just a conspiracy.
Ash, specifically, a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth. That's what you said.
Jedi, can you tell him how many times you heard that I will come tomorrow, next week, next month, next?
I'd love to, but I forgot to keep counting, dude. I don't know. It's too many now.
Sorry? Are you asking me anything?
No, I'm telling you, you said Jedi, I will bring tomorrow, that's true. And that Jedi heard like at least 1,000 to 7,000 times from other persons.
Don't worry, man. If you want to, I can.
I'm not worried. I heard from 2,000 from 5,000 times.
Do you look? Then you do not believe in science, right?
Sorry, hold on.
Hold on. And right now you can say 50 pounds per person.
Ash, we do.
Do you believe in science?
Yes, we understand what the scientific method is. That's why I asked you a very specific question, to provide the scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth. If you knew what the scientific method was, you'd understand that that question's malformed. The scientific method doesn't deal with the shapes of objects. That would be geometry. Geometry isn't science. There's no hypothesis in geometry.
Okay. Cool.
So you're not going to be able to give me scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth. Such thing could not exist. You can give me a measurement, though. That'd help.
Okay, then I'll give you some. Okay.
Anything else, Ash?
Nope. You guys continue. I'm doing my research.
Okay, buddy. Thank you for that. We look forward to speaking to you again.
Okay. You too.
That was interesting. Nice example of something that happens every single day.
Is that how they go into like their tests? You know, when they go to a classroom, they go to, they're studying their whole life. Oh wait, I forgot to study. Let me just do the test without studying. Like these people, man.
Oh well, lots of fun. Lots of new people joining as well. Welcome to our event here on the 24/7 Flat Earth channel on the lovely English Hub server. Welcome one and all. Hi.
Conspiracy of the Earth.
Conspiracy of the Earth? What?
That's all I heard. That there's a conspiracy of the Earth. That guy didn't actually say anything. I don't get it.
No, we're saying the Earth is measured flat, so it can't be a sphere. Don't know about conspiracies.
He thinks the flat Earth is a joke and a giant gag, and everyone's laughing. But he's never met people like us, right? People actually looked into it. He's just, gone off of the mainstream. Fortunately, so that's a lot of them.
We got someone in the side chat saying the Gleason map is a concave Earth map, with an observer laying down at the South Pole looking up.
Wait, what? That would be another AE map, right? Gleason's. Somebody laying down at the South Pole. So somebody laying down everywhere along the circumference of that map. What?
What do you mean? Holy shit.
Oh, crap. Justin Bieber's here.
I can sing a song for you.
You got 5 seconds.
It sounds like we got. Yeah, that's time's up. All right. Dong, gong.
Yeah, that's me on mute, unfortunately. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Change your name to Bollywood Bieber.
I felt like we just got hit with like some TikTok brain rot music.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Takes me days to get that shit out of my head.
My bad. I should have vetoed that.
That's fine, man. It's what happens to us now, right? When we're bored and we're scrolling through this, that, or the other. It's YouTube Shorts for me. So I'm bored, I just scroll through that, and all of a sudden I don't know, someone's dancing at me. It's some weird tune that I keep hearing all the time. And then I can't get the tune out of my head. So, yeah, it's the world we live in now. We're being hypnotized.
Yeah, the subliminal message was go back to the globe.
The subliminal message at the moment is they're going to tell us that aliens are here soon. That's the thing that's going on at the moment, it seems to me. Oh, aliens, they're on their way. We can see them. They're coming.
Where?
There's, apparently, according to our great sky priests, there's an object that's entered our solar system from outside the solar system that's going faster than any object that I've ever seen before entering our solar system, and it's on a direct course with the Earth. It's done things apparently that it shouldn't do according to laws of physics, like change direction by itself, slow down and speed up all by itself without any gravitational influences according to that narrative. But yeah, everyone's pointing up at the sky at the moment to see this A1 Atlas or whatever it's called. I'm not too sure, but it's all over social media. Sky's falling, guys.
Now, how can I see this? All right, not some so-called, people. How about me?
Get a telescope, take a time lapse of this particular region of space, and watch over the time lapse this light move a little bit where the background of lights don't. That's pretty much all it is.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, but at the moment, guys, it's this, I don't know, disclosure about aliens and stuff. Now, we've always heard about it, right? It's been going on for years. When will they tell us? When will they obviously tell us the secret that they've been trying to keep for years, that aliens obviously exist? Yeah, they've been pointing up at the sky a lot more recently and saying that there is something out there that it shouldn't be doing the thing that it's doing and it's coming right here. So, yeah, I don't know.
People talk about Project Bluebeam a lot. I find it interesting that when they show a graphic of whatever that thing in the sky is that doesn't have a tail like a comet, it's blue. Now, that's just coincidental, but I find it interesting. But yeah, no, they're seeming to ramp up something for some reason.
You know, when I was my daughter was younger, I played tricks on my daughter, right? Like, if I'm roboting, let me know. I would tell her to look up in the air, right? Look up at the ceiling, look up in the sky, and then I'd put a piece of candy on the ground and make it look like magic appeared all of a sudden. So I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. it's an interesting. You brought up Project Bluebeam as well, so I mean, look, we can talk conspiracy all we want, but if there comes a day where there's lots of activity in the sky and we're all perplexed by it, I don't know if I'm going to buy it or not, especially if they're talking about aliens and stuff. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be buying that story. I mean, where would they come from, right? Yeah, it's not a planet, blah, 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 but the idea of these things in the sky.
Well, it's helpful. So people ask us all the time, how will my life change knowing that the earth is flat? Well, one way is to not be ripped off with all this propaganda. So if you know that this region called outer space, or at least the vacuum of it, and the distances to the stars and galaxies and blah, 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 is all nonsense, then whatever they're telling us about whatever may or may not occur, we can just go, oh, well, that's BS. And you're at least a little bit ahead of the game, not being ripped off by whatever it is they're trying to herd the cattle into.
The video that guy posted about the Gleason being a concave Earth map is kind of funny. If anyone wants a good laugh, the link's there.
Yeah, I figured it would be talked about again. I was going to ask because I came across something on the internet, something about this concave Earth. It's like the third. They're saying it's the third Earth option, and it answers all the questions for flat and round Earth. I guess I didn't even bother.
Yeah. Yeah. It's going to really solve the flat water being flat issue.
It's going to answer all the questions like curvature is. There isn't any. What the fuck?
Yeah, I've always said.
Do they have a reverse curve?
Do what?
I was going to say, does the concave Earthers have a reverse curve of the Earth?
There was one study that apparently had thousands of observations inside of a cave, and there was like a deflection outward instead of, or a deflection inward instead of outward. And so that's their evidence for it.
Yeah, they think we live on the inside of a ball. Where space is on the inside of a ball. When I look up, I look through space, and Australia is on the other side of space. It's an interesting idea.
I blew Indio's mind, though. I gave him a concept. I said, what if on the concave Earth, right, like on a hypothetical, what if on the concave Earth, as you rise in altitude, you yourself shrink, and that lines up with Einstein. And he thought about it. He's like, dude, that just fucking blew my mind. Like, the higher up you go, the smaller you get. So you're infinitely getting smaller as you go further and further up. And that's what space is.
Ow. Ow.
So how's it work? If you see a boat sail away, it's sailing upward.
Yeah.
And then if there's someone on the boat looking back at you, they're looking downward, or they're also looking upward. Are you up from them, or are they?
Everyone's up. When you're on the outside of a globe, everyone's down from you. When you're on the inside of a globe, everybody's.
But if you're watching the ship go up, surely that person would have to look down if they're looking back at you. If you're looking at each other through a telescope, right? They're going up. Like, you can't both be going up, right?
Yeah, but you are.
Yeah, good response, Jedi.
Thanks, man.
Got me there.
I've learned a lot from Globers, you see. You can't get out of that one, can you?
Yeah. That's what I was trying to ask them. Like, if you have like a round lake and it's like 10 miles across the lake, right? In any point directly across the lake, and you're zooming in on a person on the other side of the lake, right? Like, how's that work? And the concave Earth's response was that the water's lower in the center of the lake, and it's everyone else is upward from the center of the lake.
Ow.
The water's like lower in the center of the lake than the edges of the lake. And I said, what if there's another lake that's identical to that one next to it?
Yeah, I see where you're going, you bastard.
Rectilineator boys. That's what you need.
All I know, if the aliens attack, I hope Will Smith and Jeff Goldblum are still here to save us.
Jeff Goldblum is still bloody here, for sure. Will Smith isn't in favour these days, so it'll probably be someone else. But definitely got Goldblum, for sure. Can't imagine an alien invasion without Jeff Goldblum, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a dinosaur expert and an alien expert. Come on.
Yep, he's the man.
So if we even get invaded by dinosaurs, his job is secure.
Jeff Goldblum for president.
Isn't he a Ghostbuster too?
Yeah. If he wasn't, he should have been. Surely he was. Or did he look like the guy that he looked like? I can't remember.
Yeah, he looks a little like Egon.
That's his name, thank you, mate. He looks like him.
John Belushi was supposed to be in it though, but he died.
Yeah, I remember that. That was sad when he died. I liked him. It was funny.
Well, Ghostbusters would have made him an absolute superstar. Would have been, it was a big hit.
I miss Chris Farley.
And John Candy.
Another good one.
Planes, Trains and Automobiles is probably still one of my favourite films. I love that movie.
Yeah, that's a great one.
My effing car isn't fucking effing there. I have to walk down the effing highway, come back here and have you smile at my effing face.
The movie that's most analogous to this channel, though, is Groundhog Day. I think it feels like Groundhog Day quite often in here.
Yeah, man, for sure. Groundhog Day mixed with Idiocracy, I think.
Yeah. I was just thinking the same thing.
What? Say it
Science is
again.
not math.
We can all hear you. Say it. Oh, are you kidding me?
Yeah, science is definitely not math.
Did you just say? Are you fucking bruh?
Yeah, look, STEM. Okay,
What?
these are different things. Science, technology.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Want to keep
No.
going?
No,
Math,
thank
math,
you,
math,
sir.
math, math.
Absolutely no, absolutely not. No, thank you, sir. I am done.
Yeah, does mathematics teach you the philosophy of science? Absolutely not.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. The scientific
By
method does not
definition.
arise out of mathematics, my friend.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. It arises out of philosophy.
I don't know who taught you that, but they fucked up. The rest of the world disagrees.
That's not true. I mean,
You are in your own little world,
maybe you'd like
bro.
to read David Hume once in a while.
You're in your own little bubble. I don't know what to tell you. Everyone else that is alive completely thinks.
What makes you think that I'm stuck in a bubble?
Because you literally just disagreed with the entire fucking world on math and science.
No, I did not. I'm just actually repeating what the mainstream claims are regarding it.
The
math is definitely science. Do you need me to like try to agree on this?
There is no mainstream claim. It's math and science. Mainstream claims? Excuse you? Come on, bruh. Act accordingly. Holy shit, what are we doing here? Like I said, mainstream claims. The fuck is that even? Jesus Christ. Literally. You're a grown-ass adult, bruh.
Define science.
That is sad that you're asking someone to do that.
I can define it off the top of my head. I'm seeing if you can.
Don't ever ask someone to. Please don't. Come on.
Why not? Why not? Because it sounds like you know what you're talking about. Figured I'd just probe a little bit.
Man, that is just not the way to go.
Is there math anywhere in the definition?
What don't you like about math and science that you don't agree
I
with?
love math and science. I love them so much that I put them in two distinct categories where they belong.
And okay.
Does mathematics exist outside physical reality? Oh, did he leave? Yeah, I think he left. Oh well.
Poor guy.
Oh, what up?
What's going on?
Just trying to find an Earth with no motion.
Hello.
Type shit. What up?
Those other rooms are atrocious.
Yeah, I know. Why do you think I'm in?
What room was atrocious? Let me know so I can join.
The war one is so bad.
Oh, that's 30 deep. I don't count that.
Yeah, like also like honorable mention that Black Heaven room. My God.
Oh, that one is so a banger. Actually,
Toxic. I've never seen anything more toxic. Like I'll be kind of listening in there because everybody's automatically muted, and they'll like sit there like fishing for white girls to go in and try to be like, you know,
it's
like,
all
it's
religion.
Masculinity room and absorbery room. Is it above or below?
Religion. I'm this
I gotta
religion. I'm right. I'm that religion. I'm right. Yada
Chris,
yada.
My meat spacesuit vessel for consciousness is purple. Yours is yellow. We're gonna fight.
Is it above or below 24/7 flat Earth?
What are you talking about?
The room.
It's the war room.
No, the Black Heaven. Is it
It's
above
called Black
or below
Heaven. It's
24/7?
I don't think it's open right now.
Below.
I'm not scrolling that far up.
I don't know where it is. It's there somewhere. You'll find it.
That's how
That's
below
vanity
this room.
absorbing
All religion.
Below this room.
Why?
June.
Why is like, everyone so obsessed with their religion?
Because it defines them, and they get really worked up because like there's these background voices in our heads, like when we kind of just get complacent, they whisper authentic lives, and we hate that. So if we counteract that by bitching at people and trying to correct them at all times, everything they say, we keep doing that. We can kind of like counteract that fucking thing.
But it's like, I'm this religion. Prove me wrong. Oh, I'm
debating all the time.
I'll prove you right. I'm this. I think that. Prove me.
You have a source for that?
God forbid one motherfucker has some motion.
Sorry about that spelling mistake you made at the end of your argument. I was going to concede your point, but not anymore.
Not asking a question if you are just going to... No, it's not... They're not asking a question. Someone's going to join and say something, and they're just going to spew their bullshit for fucking 9 hours. They're not there to ask a fucking question.
Are you familiar with the 25 Rules of Disinformation that was made by COINTELPRO and the FBI, like way back in the 70s or 80s? These rules, it's about rules of like people taking over, kind of infiltrating like internet forums and stuff like that, like just like Discord. You actually find that with this list of kind of like rules that they go by, people are living by these rules on Discord like 24/7, and they don't even know that they exist. Like it's so strange. I'll post it in the side chat. It's really cool. But you can like
motherfuckers, it's like scroll down far enough. You have a whole this fucking people are just weirdos. Like half the fucking most of it, it's like just one person and they're fucking muted. Like it's their room and they're just self-muted.
Huh?
It's like, what are you even doing?
Just scraping the top 100 Discord servers of all information that gets posted, even the stuff that gets deleted, and putting into a massive cloud file. Oh, that doesn't happen at all. No, it doesn't.
If you have now, I know I'm gonna sound very fucking stupid because I'm here, so I'm on Discord. But I'm saying if you're on Discord doing that.
Dude, I've seen it live. I've seen live demos of that whole system. It's crazy.
Like a time and a fucking place,
The guys like I know people that have taken like notes and shifty stuff on people for like 6 months before like getting modded in a server and then just like doing their best to nuke it, or like like these people are twisted.
Like I'm all for. I'm all for going Discord, talking shit, whatever, having fun, just whatever, yada. But if you're never mind, I don't know.
I've seen the worst examples of behavior. One that I saw like a month or two ago was so heinous to me that I like nearly teared up just by witnessing.
The John Candy in Planes, Trains and Automobiles was a shower curtain ring salesman. So I think he would probably would have had a job at NASA as well on the side, maybe helping to make the lunar lander, possibly.
Well, if it didn't work directly, it definitely supplied them with parts.
Definitely supplied them with parts. Yeah, absolutely.
But why is everybody on mute?
The guy got emotional yesterday about too many of us being on mute.
That Peter guy. So
I don't remember their names. Rings a bell.
Quasimodo.
All right, Dad. Fucking off. It's a good.
I just remember them all as Jagdish. Like, oh, it's Jagdish. He's in here.
Welcome, A. Welcome to the channel. And Ash. Is that the same Ash that we spoke to earlier? Welcome. Ash? Hello? Welcome. Oh, and they go.
Meow. Oh. Back again.
Oh, Ash is back. Welcome back, Ash.
Enemy spotted.
You have to ask yourself if Ash is having some microphone issues, because we know you've unmuted your microphone, mate, but we definitely can't hear anything if you're trying to say anything.
I think this is a new Ash. It's a different profile picture.
Oh, awesome.
That stuff is flat.
Pyro, welcome back.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Welcome back, Cairo.
Hello.
What's going on, man? What brings you back here again?
Yeah, I just want to listen what you guys are talking right now.
Excellent. I like your accent.
Thank you.
Well, if you have any questions, Cairo, then we can give you something to listen to.
No, I already have been to this like chat before.
All right, I
now
see.
I don't know.
That's fine.
What?
Okay. No, that's okay. Yeah, I can see you've joined before.
Yeah.
We were notified. It said Cairo has arrived back again.
Oh, I don't know about it. Like,
I got a question. What have you learned about Flat Earth, Cairo?
yeah, like I have learned about like one guy was there. He was saying like how we have atmosphere if the Earth is round. So it's a fair point. Like if we are in vacuum, why we have atmosphere?
Oh, cool. You've been listening. Nice.
Yeah. So maybe Earth is like something like a box or maybe a container. That's why we have atmosphere. Maybe.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
not wrong.
usually if you have like a gas pressure, usually there's a container present, right, to have the gas pressure. And if you look up the definition of gas pressure, yeah, it says that you need a container to have gas pressure. So that's why we say like it would have to be some kind of contained system that we live in.
Yeah, because in vacuum we can't have like atmosphere.
Right. Even look at what happens to when you put water inside of a vacuum chamber. It just turns to steam. You know.
Yeah, I've seen some videos.
Well, it's good that you were thinking about it. And then we also have long distance observations where we don't have any curvature over huge distances. So over the surface of water, you know, we can look over 40 kilometers and it's completely flat. We can validate that using lasers and using different types of optics.
Yeah, like
But we don't claim to know the shape of the Earth, right? We're just talking about the surface of the Earth not having any curvature that we can validate, right? Not the overall shape, right?
okay, so you mean what the shape of Earth? You don't know the shape of Earth, like
No, I don't think anybody knows the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, like
The Earth
yeah,
is
you are
Earth-shaped.
right. You can't know where we live, like
Because we can only get up so high into the air, you know, and when we get up as high as we can get, we can only see, you know, a certain distance away. So it's also very difficult to explore. If you keep going south, it's very difficult to freely explore. Difficult for many reasons, difficult for legal reasons, and also just difficult in general to you know, to actually go to those very dangerous areas.
Yes, it's lethally cold down there.
Yeah.
yeah.
Like obviously the Earth is round because during like lunar, eclipse, you can see the moon like curve. Like you can see the curve on the moon. That's the shadow of the Earth, and obviously that states that the Earth is round. Like it's that simple.
During Cenillian eclipses?
I'm sorry, what?
You mean like during a Cenillian eclipse where the sun and the moon are both visible in the sky at the same time?
No, it's when the Earth is between the moon and the sun. And when you see like the moon, like when you see the shadow on the moon, it's obviously taking part of the moon like as curve, like it's curves the moon like the shadow.
Completely disavow. I mean, think about what you're saying, though. You're saying that something in the sky above your head is being blocked. And the thing that's doing it just so happens to be the thing underneath you, the ground. So you look down, you see the ground. And you look up and see the moon. And the moon's being blocked by the ground. That literally doesn't even make any sense.
I still don't get your point.
Okay. All right. So you look up, You look up and see the moon is being quote unquote blocked, right?
Exactly. And it's
Okay.
curved,
So,
like
so
curved.
the thing that you're saying is blocking it is the ground underneath you.
So stupid.
That literally, like, that doesn't make any sense at all. Again, the ground below you, you're looking down at the ground. It's underneath your feet. And you look up in the sky and see the moon. You think it's being blocked. And you're saying the thing that's blocking it is the ground. That doesn't make any sense, bro.
Why not?
I mean, I don't how to spell it out any clearer for you. The ground is underneath you. So you're looking up in the sky at the moon, and you're saying it's being blocked by the ground. That's like, can I say retarded? Like, that's retarded. That doesn't
You
make
could
any
say
sense.
that, but you gotta like explain how lunars happen, like how.
No, I don't have to explain it. I don't have to.
How the shadow.
I don't even agree that it's a shadow. I don't even
What
agree.
is it then?
What is
it? Go ahead. Go ahead. So you're saying it's not.
I don't think anyone in human history has ever known what the moon even is.
Like, you can't even say I'm retarded if you can't explain.
I wouldn't say you're retarded. I'm just saying that idea that the ground is blocking your view of something in the sky, that's very silly.
So the sun is shining.
There's a lot of evidence in science saying the Earth is like a circular. We cannot depends on just what we are saying. What we are seeing.
Okay.
Because we are consciousness. We gotta limit it. You know what I mean? So you should depends on the evidence and what the science saying.
Yeah, they're not believing it, but I also want to say something that the moon only shines because of the sun. The sun.
I completely disagree with that.
Oh my god. Okay. If that's.
For starters, based off observation, it doesn't even look like that. That's a story that you've been told. I used to believe that like you do, but when you actually take the time to go out into reality and observe the moon, it definitely doesn't seem that way. That's a really good story that it's just like a dusty rock, and the only reason it's lit up is because of the sun. I think that's really, really silly. It clearly does not look like that. I mean, do you ever even look at the moon, bro?
Explain the shadow then.
I don't even agree that it's a shadow.
Oh, I don't think so.
There's nothing to explain. I don't know what the moon even is.
It just depends on what you're seeing in your eyes, because the people when were living in the old century, they're saying a lot of myth. But
we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
Yes, you do, because you just think on seeing your moon and the thing. You can depend on what you're seeing. It's not
Well, we're not making up myths and stories. There's not a single flat earther in here that's going to be like, yeah, the moon is this and it does this and the other. The truth is, no one knows what the moon even is in the first place. So I don't agree that it's a shadow. I don't agree that it's a rock that's being lit up by the sun.
Okay, if you don't know,
those are the myths. Those are the myths.
So you don't believe that Earth is round, neither is flat.
I don't know. Okay, well, that's something you can actually test and measure. That's something you can test and measure, and the moon doesn't have anything to do.
So you think there's a plot by the government or some things making on the people?
Bro, that's just cope. We don't care about like that aspect of like, well, who could have who done it? It doesn't matter. The Earth is like measurably flat, so how you deal with that and who told you stories, like that's on you, bro. That's cope for you. But
wait, you agree it's flat? I didn't catch it.
100% it's flat. Yep.
Okay. Just a second ago, you said
you don't have the physical evidence to.
No, we do. We do have evidence.
Yep. What? You have evidence?
Yeah, of course. Who told you there wasn't evidence? Why would we be flat earthers based on no evidence?
What is your evidence?
Globe earthers in here? what is the evidence? Well, there's observations, laser tests. I mean, the physical nature of water. How many more do you want?
I don't think so because I said you can depend on your consciousness.
No, it doesn't depend on consciousness. It depends on how water behaves. It doesn't have anything. I could be blind. I could be dead. The behavior of water is never going to change. It doesn't have anything to do with my consciousness. It's it's how nature behaves, basically.
I disagree. You mean if the Earth is like a
He said
circle,
that's retarded. How's that
the water
retarded?
is supposed to go in the
If
other
the
side.
ocean,
But there's a
if all
gravity
bodies
there.
of water,
There's a lot
hold on,
of,
if all
force.
bodies of water are
It's
flat,
physical.
that has nothing to do with my consciousness. That's not retarded. That's just how reality is.
Yes. I disagree with that.
Okay, so there's only two options here for how water, the surface of a body of water, can only be one of two options. It's either curving or it's not. Period.
I disagree with your idea of the Earth being flat.
Okay, well, you probably don't know what that position involves, so you just.
Why isn't the Earth triangle?
Relax.
Earth is not flat. It's
All right, here comes the G code. But anyway, the surface of a body of water has only two options. It's either curving or that's it. There's no other way around that. And so if the surface of the body of water is not curving, it's flat,
Have you ever
period.
seen a ship sailing on
How are you gonna notice it?
Yeah, on flat water. Yes, of course, I've seen ships. I go to the ocean like every day, probably.
How are you gonna notice if it's curved or not?
Well,
Like it's so vast.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. All bodies of water behave the same. So, like, if a swimming pool is flat, then the lake is flat, then hold on. We're talking about bodies of water. So, something you can put your body in, at least, like a bathtub, swimming pool, pond, lake, sea, bay, ocean. I would say all of those behave the same. So, of course, I can't see the whole ocean in one shot. But I can see a swimming pool in one shot. I can see a bathtub in one shot, and it's 100% flat at the surface. And all bodies of water behave the same.
You're
What's
saying
going on
if the Earth was curved, the water should be curved.
That's crazy.
Man, the cope is real.
What's going on with the cope right now?
Is he saying that if the Earth is curved, the water should be curved, and that's laughable? Is that what he's saying? Badass. So why would the water not be curving along with the curvature of the Earth?
Because it's not the same. Like it's not the same measure, obviously. Like,
What's the measurement?
Okay,
That's all I want to know. Badass, that's all I want to know. What is the measurement then? What is the measurement? Badass, let's talk about the ocean.
A vast.
Badass, I really don't want to mute you. You made a claim. Tell me about the measurement. What is the ocean supposed to measure?
Are you gonna be like observing the ocean from above and you're gonna see it like
no you made the claim. I want to know.
Okay, I can answer. I can answer.
Okay, so how does the ocean behave? What is the measurement of the ocean?
You're moving from one point to another in the ocean, okay?
Moving or looking?
No, well, let us say you're moving.
Why are we moving?
Why are we moving?
We're measuring the ocean, dude.
Okay, I'm giving you an example.
Okay, so distance, is this distance linear?
You're gonna listen. You're gonna see
Badass, is the distance that we're traveling, is it linear?
What? No.
No, it's not. Okay, so if it's not a linear distance, then tell me how you compute or calculate this distance.
Wait, but did he say that on a globe the water would be flat? Like, we
Yeah,
can
he
throw
said- he
the
said
whole
that.
traveling anywhere thing out the window. That's completely ridiculous that he said that on a globe or on a sphere the water would be flat. That's absolutely ridiculous. And in fact, thank you, it is flat. You're right. In reality. So welcome to Flat Earth.
Bro, you're retarded as shit.
So you're saying that 70% of your ball is flat?
You just say that's retarded? How? So on a ball with okay, wait. Let's look at pictures from space. Does that show you flat water, ding dong? Yeah, I didn't think so.
He ran away.
Yeah, he's a retard. So who's next?
So who says that the Earth is flat?
Damn near everybody in here. Damn. Actually, yeah, you're right, Sasha. The Earth says that.
Water, Earth is saying that.
Like, there's so much people that believe in that.
Do you think that water is lying?
Oh, you believe in the ocean?
I can't believe there are so many people that believe that they're on a spinning water ball in a vacuum. That sounds ridiculous to me.
Bro, the sun is Earth.
The sun is Earth?
Why would the...
He said the sun is curved. Yeah, well,
the sun is curved.
For you. The sun isn't like the Earth in any way, shape, or form. So what else you got?
The moon.
The moon isn't like the Earth in any way, shape, or form. So what else?
You can see in the sky that there's a circle. It's called the moon.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I see clouds in the sky also. Is the Earth a cloud? No. So the things in the sky are not the Earth.
Oh, but clouds are not planets.
Yeah, the Earth isn't a planet either. So here's the thing. The Earth isn't like anything in the sky. I look up and I see planets. I see stars. I see the sun and the moon. The Earth isn't like those things in any way. And there's not a single resemblance. I look around the Earth, I'm seeing trees and water and people and things. None of those things exist in the sky. There's really no reason to compare the Earth to anything in the sky. So, cool. The moon can be a circle. It can be whatever you want. It's just not going to change the Earth.
Hey, flat earther.
Do you believe that, for example, Jupiter is a planet?
No, the Earth is not a planet. The Earth is not a planet, and we're also not in outer space. So it's not that there's a bunch of balls in space and then one flat thing. Like, that's not our position. So there's that.
Can you define
what lunar eclipse is?
What's a planetary?
Lunar eclipse. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, that's your idea of the lunar eclipse is that the moon is being blocked by the ground, which we just covered. That's retarded.
What? So
crazy.
if there was no, if the Earth was flat, there wouldn't be no lunar eclipse or solar eclipse.
No, dude, sorry.
Lunar eclipse.
You don't know what flat Earth is. You're not in a position to be telling us what flat Earth should or could or would be. You don't know what flat Earth is, so don't tell us what it should do.
That's great.
Whatever's happening on the Earth is.
I'm telling you that the Earth is not flat. It's.
You don't know what that means.
It's
You don't know what that means, dude. Go ahead.
Measurably flat.
You don't know what you're talking about. You listen to some people.
No, I've done it myself.
No, we listen to the Earth.
You come here and you are telling us that Earth is flat. That's ridiculous. Your idea is ridiculous, not ours.
It's like
No, your idea is ridiculous.
Hawking, dude.
No, your idea is.
First of all, you're just going to keep talking. You don't want to accept keep talking.
Earth is.
Shut up.
There are hundreds and thousands of proofs.
Shut up.
Okay, but you can't give us one.
Carry on.
To Ted, shut up. First of all, you don't know me. You don't know what I've done, or even if I've done anything ascribed to YouTube. I know the Earth is flat because I know how the Earth is measured. I measure the Earth flat every day. So do you. We all measure the Earth flat.
Oh. So do you know who Eratosthenes is?
What?
Here we go.
Eratosthenes,
Do you want to respond to what Jedi said?
He was
in good faith.
Look, he was a mathematician or he was the guy who was dealing in geometry at that time, around 240 BC.
Oh, gematria. Okay, 33.
Look, he did that experiment
He's
to show that the Earth is round.
Shadow angles. Sorry, dude. Excuse me. If I stick a stick in the floor and there's a light source that casts a shadow, does that mean that my surface has to be curved?
Yeah.
Clown.
So if I've got a table and I've got my sauces, my tomato ketchup and my salad cream and my mayonnaise, different points on the table, but the light is directly over the middle of the table, know that they're going to cast shadows on the flat surface. Hello? Man who was speaking about Aristosthenes, he's talking about geometry. Did it, 1400 BC or whatever number you pulled out your backside? He measured the length of a shadow and the angle at the top of the stick from the imaginary hypotenuse. Do you know your own story, dude? I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Good. So you can cast shadows on any surface.
Yes.
Good. Can you measure angles with any surface? Can you measure angles with any side or surface?
If you're casting a shadow, then you can. If there's a shadow, you can measure that.
Can you measure an angle if one of the sides is curved?
I don't follow. I don't get it.
Got him.
Right, so Aristosthenes, he measured angles. That was the measurement he took, produced by the stick and the shadow.
Yes.
It's an angle measurement. An angle is defined as the intersection of two straight sides. If the surface of the Earth was curved, a curved side, could you measure an angle if one of the lines is curved?
But how tall?
Shh. I'm asking up here.
Earth is so big. Very. You measure an angle.
There's two sticks in the floor that are a distance apart. Hold on, shush. There are two sticks in the floor. Depending on what story you listen to, one of the sticks could be a well. The well or the stick is directly underneath the sun. He buggers off 500 stages and puts another stick in the floor. So there's a distance between two sticks along the surface of the Earth.
Right, so
you can measure an angle with a curved side.
Can you take a 10,000 miles?
Can you measure an angle if one of your lines is curved?
But what the angle have to do with the?
Because Aristosthenes was measuring angles, mister.
I mean, you can measure the angle, but it depends on the stick.
Depends on the stick. It depends on the sides of the triangle that he's creating. He's got a stick and a shadow and an imaginary line between the top of the stick and the end of the shadow. That's called a hypotenuse. This is a right angle triangle. He's also created a larger triangle with two sticks in the floor and the sun above one of the sticks. It's 90 degrees underneath the sun because the sun is at the well or sixth zenith. That's 90 degrees. The other stick is 500 stages away. Or to be more accurate, 483 miles. We know that distance because we can subtract the 7-degree angle measured at the top of the stick from 90 and then multiply it by 60 and we get 483 miles. It's a straight line distance between both sticks on the floor. So where's he measuring the curvature of the Earth?
He's open, bro.
Aristosthenes.
Like I said, it's all about the tall of the stick.
So it's all about how tall the stick is, guys.
I mean,
this is too advanced, bro. These guys brought up their own proofsies and don't know anything about it. You're getting slapped around on your own proofsies here.
The Earth is so big that the surface angle.
We could probably just roast you by asking you how big and see how long it takes you to answer that question. How big is it?
Why would I answer that? I'm looking at this.
Because you don't know. You shouldn't be saying things like it's so big and you don't know how big it is, dude.
In a thousand miles, I'll say that it's still so big, and it's not compared to.
How big is it? How big is it?
Oh, let's search it up.
So let's search it up. He says, dude, you shouldn't be saying things that you don't know to be true.
Yeah, I don't know about this. I'm just a person.
Yeah, so don't say it, bro.
I'm just saying while I
1,000 miles is 24 parts of the Earth.
I have to wonder who walks into a boxing ring and doesn't know how to box and then tells his opponent, the hold on a minute. I'm just going to learn how to play punches.
500 million kilometers.
What are the rules of this game that I'm playing?
What the hell?
What the?
So let's say
Yeah, bro. You need to tag out, bro. Like, for real.
like nothing compared to 500 million kilometers. So
You guys all think people can see Earth from other planets, and Earth is lit up like a star, like everybody else. Weird.
Yeah, it
weird,
would be like a bright object, wouldn't it?
weird shit.
That man, I don't think if I were to just like be able to go like teleport to like Mars or somewhere else to these places and look, I don't think my brain would handle it. I think my heart would explode and I would just cease to exist.
You would have to violate the second law of thermodynamics, though.
I do that all the time. My chili is really strong.
Trying to go into a vacuum chamber like that.
Yeah. That would be bad for existence. Yeah, that would be good. It's like going out into space with no clothes on or something.
Space? What do you mean?
Well, leaving the atmosphere, quote unquote.
No. You don't know what space is, do you?
Oh, I got some space right here that needs to be filled. Clearly,
There
of all
you go.
my ignorance.
Space is length, width, and height. That's where you move. Yeah. There is no out of space.
You know what I'm saying, though. I'm just been indoctrinated by the general fucking, narratives that need they're in sore need of updating. I will agree. Mine and the sources of those things. We could all do with that. I'm your friend. I'm not like the others.
It's all right, man. We're all friends here.
Sorry?
I guess we're all friends.
Yes. One big dysfunctional family. I think that previous one was like the first normal conversation I've had on Discord in months.
Which one? This just now?
With the guy there, just a little while ago,
Oh.
because it was actually like somewhat normal until the end when he crashed out. But thank God you came in when you did.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I feel like it's my fault.
No, you're good. You did great. You're
When it
wonderful.
unraveled.
Unravel. This rabble.
Spaghettified. You talking about?
I lost the arm to my friggin' glasses. I don't know what happened to it. It just like flew off, and it's here somewhere. And I'm starting to get pissed because I kind of need it.
Do you though? Be like one of those little one-sided things.
All right, enjoy the rest of your Saturdays. See you guys. See you around.
Is it safe to come out? Still smells like Teen Spirit.
Are you muted on purpose, Claw? Or no? Wait, why are you muted, Claw? I'm just like. No, I know. But that's why I thought that did it on purpose. Then. But yeah. Someone just randomly muted you. Just talk to myself. Yeah.
in this you will
What are you
see
talking about, man?
this is actually bigger and only bigger than actual Earth size.
Oh, is he?
You don't know what Earth size is, dude.
This is so clear. I don't know what y'all are actually talking about.
Man, you
You're
said
trying to
1,000.
you're trying to go against what Jedi's telling you by saying, "Well, just the Earth is big." You don't even know how big it is.
Clear, why can I not understand what you're saying? Because you're saying dumb shit.
You said 1,000 miles. Now you need to finish the circle. The other 23,000, not millions, 23,000 miles, and then you have the Earth.
But if I check the stick, there is actually taller than.
And did you hear me? It's almost 25,000 miles. That means 1,000 miles, then more 24 more thousand miles, and then you finish the circle of the Earth. That's how big Earth is, not millions.
I'm trying to figure out.
Talking about
I've got to ask, what's the relevance of the size of the stick?
I said
pause.
Not per or what's called. I was talking about the air surface.
What the fuck?
That's
air surface.
Doesn't even sound like the first guy we were talking to. He sounds like something different now. He sounds that lost.
All right. Let's see. What can I say?
Yeah, that's pretty bad, Jedi. Where'd the guy go that said there's a million proofs, and their best foot forward is, well, we put a stick in the ground. Holy smokes, dude!
So how long is the actual Earth if she's flat?
Huh?
Don't know.
No idea.
What's the surface of something that's flat in 2D dimensions? It's not 3 dimensions, right?
What do you mean it's not 3 dimensions? You ever swum in the ocean?
I mean, if it's flat, then it's like 2 dimensions, yeah, right?
No.
It'd be a surface description. The surface of the Earth is primarily.
What's the actual surface? What's the area of the Earth?
Obviously, having this understanding, I'm trying to help you. Probably not going to help if you keep talking.
All right, talk.
Okay, so the surface of the Earth is primarily water, right? The seas and the oceans. The surface of the water, when contained and at rest, lays horizontally on the surface. Now, we obviously have elevation. You're standing on land, which for the most part is above sea level, like mountains and stuff. And we obviously have a seabed under the ocean, and then the depth of the rock beneath. So obviously the world is 3-dimensional. You are 3-dimensional objects occupying 3-dimensional space. The surface description of the Earth is flat.
So does that mean like 2D?
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Man who thinks that the world that he occupies is 2-dimensional. Him a 3-dimensional being. So, whoa, dude.
The globe's getting cooked on a live stream right now. Holy moly.
So, like, sorry for interrupting. How does the sun move?
How?
Like in the circle, in the flat plane,
Yeah, I
the Earth?
don't know the exact paths of the sun, the mechanism which it takes. The paths will probably be best described as circular paths, but the sun doesn't follow the same path, obviously, every day. So, yeah, the sun moves across the Earth in what appears to be circular type patterns.
It can be any shape, not circle.
What? The sun? What can be any shape?
Like, when the sun moves, the where somewhere it's a winter and somewhere it's a summer.
Yeah, this is dictated by how much of the sun is in the sky. That's what summer and winter are. Summer is defined as when the sun is highest in the sky and you have more daylight. Winter is where the sun is lower in the sky and you have less daylight.
Like opposite seasons happening at the same time.
Not at the same time, the sun moves. So north or south of the equator, it's only summer north of the equator, and then it'll be winter south of the equator. You can observe this in the north and in the south. And that's the path of the sun, moving north of the equator, first summer in the north, leaving its distance and heat further away from the south. And then over 6 months, it moves back over towards the south. It'll be summer in the south, and it'll be winter in the north.
It's a flat. How does your imagining?
If Earth is flat, how the surface would look like?
Just like
Ash,
flat?
if Earth is sphere, how the surface would look like?
If Earth is what?
Sphere, globe, ball. How the
Okay.
surface would look like?
Oh, it would be like curve.
Okay, now we have two things, flat or curved. How we will realize is it curved or flat or flat?
Well, there will be somewhere the bend, right?
Yeah.
So we think that it's a bend, but it's not bend. It's a flat.
Yeah.
Okay.
I talked about this with one of my friends, and they think I'm hilarious. Like they weren't believing me when I told them this thing to them.
Yeah, simple.
It's not that they don't believe you. It's because when you question their belief, they are reacting to you emotionally, and they're dropping logic and common sense to the garbage, and they're basically just going back in what they believe and projecting that into you. You don't believe what we believe. You're questioning, but they don't know that. They're just laughing at you because you're trying to present to them that the facts is that the earth is not curving, right? You said you described it as flat, and you're acknowledging that and telling them, hey, the earth is not curving, but in their mind they're seeing the TV and the imagery that they saw in the movies, and they know the earth is this thing in the TV and it's curving, it's a ball. And that's why they're laughing at you, because you're not saying what the TV said so. But for them to realize, they will have to go and check their belief and verify if their belief is correct, and then check themselves. And when they check and they falsify their belief, they're going to come to realize that what they believed, it's not so.
So their belief is very strong. That at one point maybe then that the fact
It is a strong belief, yes,
they
correct.
are not even trying to get out of the box. They are not trying to think out of the box.
Well, yeah. I mean, some people, inside the box is comfortable, and they don't want to be the ones that they don't want to be, in a sense, think about it. They don't want to be like in your position. They don't want other people to be laughing at them. right? They're laughing at you, and they want to be on that side of the fence, pointing the finger. Ha ha ha. They might be scared of realizing something. But it's mostly ignorance about the topic. Like you heard a guy earlier saying, Earth is too big, that's why it's flat. You see, he said it's too big. We don't see the curvature because it's too big. And then the guy asked him, CB asked him, but how big it is? I don't know. Let me check. You see?
I said curved, so big that it was curved. I didn't say that it was flat.
Exactly, but you said what you're saying is wrong. The other guy was trying to explain you something about angles and the measurement of the angles and what can you conclude about that? And you were saying, but Earth too big.
No,
but you don't know how big it is.
I was saying, how can you measure an angle if you have a small stick? You know.
You do measure the angles from the shadows, right? And from the sticks, but that's not the point. The thing is that you are ignoring what is being said to you by claiming something that you don't have no idea what that even means and coming to a conclusion based on your ignorance about the topic. That's where the problem lies.
I said that in my place, I'll see the Earth flat. But if I take a long distance and I measure the angle with a long stick, then I would see that there's a curve. That was my point, actually.
Jera, you want to touch back in this point? Is anybody there that want to bring back to this point? Because I'll take it.
You take it, man. I wasn't listening hard.
No, the guy asking about the shadow of the angles and what does that mean actually when they're applying these measurements of the shadows and what conclusion people comes to about it.
Yeah, you got it, man. You take it.
So it will be an inconclusive about the surface of the Earth because you're measuring angles, right? And it's not gonna give you the shape of the ground of the whole of the Earth, right? When you're measuring these angles to the shadow, you're saying if the stick was long enough and the shadow was long enough, that shadow will be curving with the Earth. That's what you're saying, right, dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not the case because when we measure the Earth across distances, bodies of water, there's no drop over distance that will be required on a curving surface. So the angle that you're measuring at your local area, and then in the next step, those angles are not giving you any curvature of the Earth at all. You're not concluding. You're not concluding Earth is curving at a certain rate based on the measurement of these angles, these shadows. That's not a conclusion that you can come about.
No. Let's say that we transform, like you transform to a very small thing, right? So let's say that I have a ball in my hand and I actually put a camera that is actually extremely small towards this above this actual ball that is curved, because I know that it's curved. And what would you see? You will see that there is a big land that is actually flat. You see it flat, but because you are very small. But if you zoom out, you'll see that the ball is actually angled and actually curved.
Would you be able to measure that curvature over distance, do you think?
Yeah.
Okay. So
why does this not happen? Actually, doesn't happen in what we are speaking right now, the Earth. Let's say hypothetically that the Earth is curved. Why can't we think about like that?
Because it's a hypothetical.
It's not hypothetical. It's proven.
It is until it's proven.
Yeah, if you prove something wrong, if you prove the wrong of the wrong, then you will have the fact.
How would you prove the dimension of the surface of the
What happened? What happened to that guy? Did he just leave or what?
I don't know. Hey, I don't know where he's at. But I have another point. What about day and night?
I don't know what's happening.
It was the kind of the science question we had in the classes in the air, like why do two sticks placed under the kilometer apart the cast shadow at a different angle at the same time, and why they should be exactly the same? That was he was asking to, like he was asking the curvature.
If you move a stick from outwards from directly underneath a light source, like if you were to walk from being underneath a light to not being underneath a light, you'd watch your shadow increase in front of you, wouldn't you? So you could literally put two sticks in the floor, one underneath a light source, let's call it the sun, and it would cast no shadow. If you were then not underneath the sun, then the stick would cast a shadow because of the angle to the sun.
You know what I trip out on is how even to this day, bro, they still bring up the Eratosthenes thing, and it's like it's so ridiculous, dude. It's just,
Bro, this I get it. It is ridiculous, but there's new people like this lady that's asking question that they're trying to explore it, and yet I explaining to them so they can comprehend it. It's okay. It is ridiculous. It is kind of ridiculous, but it's okay. It's part of the territory, bro. You know this.
Yeah, I know.
Can I add a point, please?
What's your point, my friend?
I'm talking about day and night. So let's say like this the fact that, like, for example, in New York, if it's daytime, then in Tokyo it's nighttime, right? But the Earth was
Did you
flat.
ask this question from ChatGPT? Right.
Anyway,
One of my friends did when I was telling them that Earth is flat, and they asked this question, and they asked me that same question there. When I asked them where did the question get from, they all said we just asked it from ChatGPT.
Nice. Can I ask the question now?
Yes, you can.
So if the Earth was actually flat, does that mean that we have a same day and night cycle, and there's no delay between the places?
No. The Earth is flat and the sun moves across the Earth. So when, for example, it's noon in New York, that means the sun is pretty much 90 degrees above the south, in the sky. Right, that's directly more or less up on that line of longitude. It's high in the sky for them. For me in England, from my point of view, it's lower in the sky for me towards the east. For people that are in the west, for people that are further east, let's say in the Middle East, the sun will be much lower on the horizon. It's how perspective works. You notice the same thing with any light bulb that you see that's above your eye line. As you walk away from it, it appears to get closer to the floor.
So for you, it's all perspective. So that means that the sun is actually turning around the Earth.
Yeah, the sun has paths across the Earth.
How can you prove that?
Go on, what's your question?
How can you prove that scientifically without a perspective?
I wouldn't be able to prove it scientifically. I'm not looking for. I'm just observing what the sun does. So observably, the sun takes circular paths around the Earth.
If it's all perspective and there is no science actually proved, then
It's
how
not a
would
scientific question. Science deals with causes of phenomena. At the moment, we're trying to figure out the path of an object. It's not the method. You wouldn't use the scientific method to answer this type of question. We'll answer the question another way. We can measure it, for example.
So all your proofs are based on your perspective and what you're seeing.
Yeah. And based on that perspective, we can observe the sun, for example, be above the horizon for 24 hours in the north in the summer. For 3 months of the year, the sun is above the horizon, circling around any observer who's inside the Arctic Circle. Conversely, 6 months later in the summer in the south, any observer standing inside the Antarctic Circle can see the sun above the horizon for 3 months. Again, the 24-hour sun.
Yeah, this corresponds with the solar analemma. So if you want to look up solar analemma, what he's saying right now corresponds with that. So it's an observation that anyone can make.
So you all believe that the Earth is flat, and at the same time you believe that Earth is the center of universe.
More like the floor. But yeah, it's kind of centralized on us. We're the only Earth. The sky are in the sky. So yeah, the Earth is a floor. It's not a disk orbiting around the sun. It's not a ball orbiting around the sun. The Earth is the floor, and the lights are in the heaven.
That's crazy.
Obviously so.
It's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, we know it sounds crazy.
I mean, it's pretty obvious.
You haven't experienced anything else other than a flat stationary plane.
And it's not obvious, though.
It is. Right, let me ask you two questions. Do you feel or sense the motion of the Earth?
No, because
okay, sorry, dude, please. So in that instance, the motion of the Earth isn't obvious to you. Okay, next question. From your vantage point on the Earth, do you see the curvature of the Earth?
What?
On the surface of the Earth where you live, do you see the curvature of the Earth?
Yes, I see it.
Where do you see the curvature of the Earth, dude?
When I look at the ocean, I see that it's...
You see what?
When I go up on the mountain, I say that places go farther away. So that means...
Okay, that's because you've gone up a mountain, dude. It's like literally stand up and you can see more of the floor because you've increased the ability to resolve the angle by changing yours.
If the Earth was flat...
No, dude, excuse me. Don't want to be rude, mate, but you said it was obvious. First question I asked you, is it obvious if the Earth is moving? No, I don't feel that. And now you don't understand perspective. You said climb a mountain and you can see further. Yeah, that doesn't mean that the surface of the Earth that you're looking over can only be spherical.
You understand what I said when I was talking about the mountain, though?
What, you said you could see further.
Yeah, because when I go up, I see places farther away, but when I go down, I don't see the same.
Didn't hear what I said, so this is going to become frustrating. I'll do it again. It's like standing up and being able to resolve more of the floor that you were standing on with distance because you've increased the angle. Same thing applies to climbing the tree, going to the top of the Burj Khalifa, climbing a mountain, getting into an aeroplane. With the change in height, you're going to be able to resolve more of the surface that you were looking across.
Yes, but if the Earth was flat, then I don't need to go up.
Why? Okay, so you don't understand how perspective works. So do you understand that things with distance reduce in angular size? For example, that mountain that's far away looks really, really small, but the mountain I'm standing on looks really, really big.
Yeah.
Think you should be able to resolve everything, do you? Even though things obviously with distance get smaller.
That's all about my vision power. If we take
at the moment we're making observations, it's most definitely going to be talking about your vision.
Well, you actually speaking just about your what you're seeing with your eyes.
At the moment, we're trying to figure out if it was obvious. So far, you haven't demonstrated to me that it's obvious. You've only demonstrated.
I've never said that the Earth curved is obvious. I only said...
You just said it was obvious. That's why I asked you those two very questions.
That it was not obvious that the Earth was flat.
Sorry, it's not obvious that the Earth is a rotating sphere. Don't feel any motion. And you haven't shown me curvature, just you not understanding how your eyes work.
I mean, with my eyes, I've already seen curvature.
Really? Where?
In the ocean. When I look at the ocean.
Again, so back to this example. I'm going to be clearer. Are you talking about left to right curvature, or curvature away from your observation, downwards?
Oh, I cannot see that because the Earth is curved.
You can't see that.
I cannot, of course, because it's hit. I gotta go there.
What the fuck is he talking about?
He's
Do you
talking
understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Because I definitely am starting to misunderstand you.
Do you put a hypothetical of the Earth?
No.
Why can't you say that if the Earth was curved, what would I see?
Yeah, how could he see if the Earth is curved? His even the light couldn't pass through it. You know,
Yeah,
you
you
can
guys aren't
understand.
understanding. The question, hold on. The question was, can you see Earth curvature? Yes or no? Yes or
Yes,
no?
many astronauts have
Okay, hold
seen
on.
through
We're
the
not talking
space.
to you, sir. We're talking to the gentleman. So the guy was answering Jedi. If he saw curvature, yes or no? Not you. The first guy.
I would go to space and I would look at the Earth and I would see the curvature.
No, sir. No, sir. He said from your vantage point, which means on Earth, do you see the curvature?
Of course not.
Right
Thank
then.
you.
So
Well, I can
it's
see
not
from
obvious.
I can see it from the sides though.
Sorry, it's not obvious then.
No, it's not obvious. I've never seen it was obvious, but it's not obvious
hell.
too. So you're saying that if you look at the Earth, then it's obvious that it's flat. That's what you believe.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's not obvious, so it's actually not.
Yeah, it is. Sorry, you know that water is obviously flat on the surface. Water, when you put it in a bucket, when you put it in a bath, it's flat on the surface when it's at rest, isn't it?
Yeah, because of gravity.
No, it's flat. Gravity would curve the surface. That would not be a straight line. A straight line would be, I don't know, a flat one.
I know that. If
Okay, so water, listen, is flat upon the surface. Over 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. Therefore, the Earth can only be flat upon the surface.
There is something like called gravity, I think so.
Yeah, that would curve the water.
Because there's gravity.
But the water is flat.
Because there's gravity.
Oh, so the gravity makes things flat, which would be vertical, perpendicular to the horizontal plane of the Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. Hallelujah.
Oh my days.
So you understand what vertical is, don't you? You understand what perpendicular is. You understand what horizontal is, don't you? You're saying that gravity makes things horizontal. Flat.
But the water is not the Earth.
No, the water is 70% of the Earth's surface.
But it's not
sea level. The 0 point where you're going to get the elevation of the mountain.
It's not the same. It's a liquid, and Earth is solid.
Sorry, does the liquid have a surface?
Do we live in the liquid?
Excuse me? Does the liquid have a surface?
No.
No, the liquid doesn't have a surface.
Oh,
so
no.
drink your
Come
cup
on,
of
man.
coffee in the morning. Oh my God, can I not have a conversation?
Well, what does surface mean? Is that the air? I was talking about the air, though.
No, we're talking about the surface of water.
Oh, the surface of water. Yeah, it exists.
Yeah, it's horizontal on the surface, isn't it?
The volume of the water. That's what I was talking about.
When contained and at rest, water is horizontal on the surface, isn't it?
But if there's no gravity, then...
No, we always have gravity, dude. Here on the Earth, where the water is, it's horizontal.
You're saying that in space, there is gravity.
No, I'm saying on the Earth, where all the gravity is, the water is horizontal on the surface. How many times do I say this for you to understand? Shall I write it down and post it in the chat?
Earth is not in space. You're saying that Earth is not in space, right? If you take water in space where there's no gravity, then it will be curved. And Earth is in space. That means that Earth is curved, right?
Yeah, water in outer How do you know that, man? You're just making a whole bunch of claims. You don't know that.
Because that's science, no?
No, one word, science. What does that mean? You don't. The lack of comprehension that you guys have. Oh my days.
I mean, have you ever? Let's see. Have you
No,
ever?
you've already heard him say that the Earth is not in outer space; it's the floor of everything that you know.
Can I
So
say something
you're
else?
going against and gaslighting either your audience or our audience.
If you take water and you pour it from, for example, what shape would it take?
Well, the guys, the actually he's having, he said water in outer space. There's no such a thing.
Oh wait, let's see.
That's what I said. He's just making a whole bunch of claims and then imagining something.
You know that water in a vacuum evaporates, right? You know that?
What?
Water in a vacuum is not water anymore.
It's gas.
Exactly. And you said water in outer space.
And it's
that's
all about
not a thing. That doesn't happen.
Sure.
Yeah, but we have water in reality. We have water in reality. So therefore, we have a pressurized system which requires containment. We have gas pressure, water in the liquid state, and then the antecedent to those things, containment. You don't have that on the non-curving sphere thingy that you imagine.
Oh, if I take a temper box and I put water on it with like a 30 degree, and I put that on the space, there is gravity, but the water is not confronted with the temperature space, right? So what shape would the water actually take? Have you ever asked this question to yourself?
You don't need to be asking
Water
silly
in a
questions if you
vacuum wouldn't take a shape.
So that means that no shape. But
you can't have water exist liquid in a vacuum. What happens when there is no pressure surrounding water is the water will turn to gas.
There is no pressure. There's no forces. There's no gravity.
Exactly.
So that means
that's why the water in vacuums turns to gas. Ice, for example, in a vacuum will sublimate. It will skip change into water and change immediately to gas. That's the funny thing about vacuums.
Oh my days. Because
do you require citation for this and demonstration?
Because the atoms would move so quickly that would actually turn into gas.
Yeah, so we're going to turn to gas. You can't have
molecules. Do you say molecules in English?
Yeah, molecules, depending on what state of matter or what energy was within the matter.
I know about that.
Good. So you can't have liquid spheres in vacuums. You should know that then.
Oh, yeah, of course not. But
good. You also can't have balls of gas in a vacuum, can you?
But there's still molecules. It's
still molecules, and gas has the power of infinite expansion because of temperature and its random collisions. Gas expands. That's why you can't have spheres of gas in a vacuum. Gases only take the shape of that container, don't they?
Because gas turns into molecules.
Gas turns into molecules. How fucking retarded are you?
Because the distance between the molecules are so big that it's actually turning.
Yeah, exactly. So it's all going to expand.
So what I'm trying to say, but actually it's so slow. So I gotta explain it out the actual 100%. So when there is actually a big distance between the molecules, that's actually gas, right? Isn't that gas?
Yeah, go on. What's your point?
That's gas. So you're
that's
saying
gas. Yeah, that's gas. What does gas do?
What does make the molecules go faster and actually separate
temperature?
Temperature, right? So the vacuums, what does vacuums have? Temperature.
No, vacuums don't have fucking anything. It's absence of anything. The vacuum will be the space that the gas is probably going to expand into.
Let me search something real quick.
Okay, you go and search it real quick.
Because there's le vide.
Gases take shapes, do they?
You can find
liquids
void.
take shapes in vacuums as well, do they?
Can I ask you a question? Can you make void in Earth?
Pardon?
It's scientifical that you can make void in Earth.
Make a void, what, a vacuum?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it will be a container that you suck the gas out of. Nature by itself abhors a vacuum, doesn't like it, they don't exist. But we can artificially create one. You're going to need a container though, aren't you?
So you're saying that when you put water in a vacuum, it actually turns into gas?
Yes.
So the molecules actually start separating themselves for no reason.
Yeah, because they're not met with any pressure that's keeping them tight together.
So there's vacuum in space, right?
Apparently so, yeah.
So
that's the claim.
So the water is actually exposed in that vacuum.
The water what would happen to the water in a vacuum?
So why doesn't this ocean turn into gas?
Oh, because we're contained.
Yeah, he's in the cross. He's in the cross lines right there. He said there is a vacuum, right? And when you said yes, and we have water and we are next to a vacuum. So he's affirming the consequence, thinking that the case, the impossibility of the high pressure system next to the vacuum is the case. But this is the cross argument right here.
No,
this outer space idea cannot exist. That's the argument, dude. It cannot be the case because we have gas pressure and that requires a container.
He said that when you put water in a vacuum, they actually turn into gas. Well, this is the first time I heard that. And
he doesn't think that. I mean, we think that, but it's not because we made it up. That's the way it is.
Yeah, that's what he says, right?
That's what water does in a vacuum.
Dumb question, but wouldn't they claim that evaporation would be a turning to gas?
But did you prove that?
I'm playing devil's advocate right now, so.
You do not believe in science, but do you prove that yourself, that water is actually vacuum turned into gas?
What the furry fuck? Why did you have to start that sentence with you don't believe in science?
Because
do you want me to do your homework for you because I offered you citation and demonstration?
You just believe in perspective.
You guys have a job?
I don't think this is a good faith argument. I mean, why waste my trying to help this gentleman? Do you require citation and demonstration for the claim that I made that water, when exposed to a vacuum, will change state of matter and turn to gas? Do you require that from a university, sir?
No.
Okay.
He said it's the first time he ever heard of it. He's learning about it now.
But it's all about pressure.
Right.
How do you cause pressure?
What do you mean?
What causes pressure?
Air.
Air and?
There is no air in space.
No, I'm not asking you about space. I'm asking you about what causes pressure. So we have the gas. Now, what causes the pressure of a gas?
The interactions with the molecules.
Okay, that's going to cause the gas to expand.
Or to... But it's all about temperature.
No, that's going to cause the gas to expand faster or slower.
I guess faster.
Okay. Are you aware of the ideal gas formula? PV equals NR.
nRT, yeah.
Yeah. So you understand that pressure is caused by the volume, the container. The physical interactions of the gas molecules that have random motion.
Yeah, the number of molecules, the temperature, and the volume. But
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's all in there. PV equals nRT, where T stands for temperature, the ideal gas constant, and the molar mass. Why do I keep getting interrupted by this type of music? It's constant. So you understand what causes pressure, don't you? The gas colliding with the walls of its container.
Yeah, that's what I say, yeah.
Yeah, good. So how do we have gas pressure with an open system?
An open, you mean there's no air?
Yeah, no, open mean that the container isn't closed; it's open. If to have gas pressure, you require a container to be closed, and you open it. How do you have gas pressure in an open container?
No, it's very low, but it actually exists.
It actually exists.
It's pressure of the
What happens when? Do you remember the vacuum chamber you were talking about earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What happens when you open the door of the vacuum chamber? What happens to the gas outside?
It enters, I guess.
Yeah, it rushes in, doesn't it? It fills the available space. When the system was closed, the gas couldn't enter the closed system. When the system was open, the gas could enter the open system. So let me put it like this. If the Earth is an open system surrounded by a vacuum, how do we have gas pressure?
Because of atmosphere, I guess.
No, the atmosphere is a gas. Atmo means gas, air. Sphere, that's a shape.
I remember that there's gravity, but in the vacuum of space, there's no gravity.
What? In the vacuum of space, there's no gravity. Who cares about gravity, dude? It's got nothing to do with what.
Speaks about these things with such confidence as if he has first-hand knowledge.
Who
Pretty
believes
interesting.
Earth is flat?
It's not a belief. It's a measurement. After you measure something, you don't have to believe. You can know. Jedi, did your audio cut out?
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently, I've been clipping a little bit. Maybe it's my Wi-Fi. I'm not too sure.
I'm gonna say, Jedi, you've been like 98%. There's been a few clips I've noticed, but it's been mostly good.
Yeah, dude, you missed a prayer call, man. That interruption was for you to get back to get back to it.
That seriously, mate. That music, it follows me everywhere. It's a thing. It's really annoying.
Literally, huh?
Yeah, I heard it outside today as well. It follows me around.
I just walked into a cafe, so I got like piano music stuck in my head now.
What happened with the new people? There was some guy saying, I want to be devil's advocate or something like that. Then there was the younger, it sounded like a girl asking questions, and then the Indians and the Pakistanis. I don't know. Anybody want to open their mics and ask questions? Go ahead.
Dempsey, that guy's muted.
Who's muted?
The new guy.
That's the guy that said gravity. Space has no gravity.
Yeah. No, I mean the one that was talking to Jedi.
No, I was just saying I was playing devil's advocate for the Vegete, trying to help him and maybe because actually it would be a good question for me to ask as a newer flat earther. What is you said gas? It would have to turn to gas. Well, wouldn't that be evaporation?
No, it's called sublimation. If you look it up, you'll get more details that way. We could go over it with you here, but you can do a lot just by looking it up. I mean, now with AI and everything, you've got everything at your fingertips. It's definitely a process. And welcome, by the way.
Lily, questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Lily has some questions for you guys if you want to talk to Lily. Lily, feel free to join the VC. You don't have to type. We can talk. Well, Lily, you should probably pay attention to whatever the function is that you're at then. And then come back when you have a microphone.
Don't phones have built-in microphones?
Yeah, they do.
It might be on PC.
She says she's at a function.
A function might mean that she's like in a activity with people or something. I don't know, some type of function. Sounds like music and stuff in the background.
Possibly. But she's got her ears plugged up with us talking to her. So she's not listening. She is typing, so she's not paying attention to anything.
Yeah, I've done that. I've been in loud places and just been in here. I don't open my mic because I don't want you guys listening to the music.
Ah, you've been at a function, huh, Dempsey?
Bro, you know how Spanish people are? Their music is over the top loud. If I unmute my mic, you guys are gonna be deafened by that loud music.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And then we'll mute you for TOS violation.
Exactly.
As long as it's not, as long as it's cumbia, then you'll be okay.
Hi guys.
What's up, dude?
Been a long time.
That's a Snoop Dogg fallacy. Saying hi, guys. The sky high fallacy.
What is a Snoop Dogg fallacy? Hi guys.
You say hi guys. Yeah.
Hey, it's Deep Shit. KD, welcome, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, DJ.
Yeah, good to see you, man. We got one of the server administrators in here. That's nice to see you in here. Appreciate that.
I've been here because Vivek is a little bit busy in his life due to some work. So if you guys have any issues and all, feel free to ping me or any other admin.
I think it should
I'd love to assist.
DJ has it pretty much handled in here, I think.
Yeah, DJ's a cool guy.
We have a couple of new people, but they're kind of shy. So
Yeah. People need to speak to improve their English.
Hi guys, I have a question.
Yes, Fish Rabbit. What's your question?
If the Earth is flat, why do navigation systems and maps rely on calculations that take the Earth curvature into account?
They do?
yeah, because they work off of these models that the Earth.
You guys are so fucking retarded. The Earth is round. Fuck the admin. Fuck DJ. You guys are all niggers, bro.
Who is that?
Upset person.
Oh, this Jamal guy, right?
Yeah, bro. It's not me, bro.
It's Jamal looking for his dad, but his dad is not here. He's asking for him. The end guy is not here, Jamal, so go away. Go to a different one.
Did he call us the N-word? Cool.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he's looking for his daddy.
So the question was, how do we use or navigate without these maps that you said we use? But they're using a spherical coordinate system. So that's what they're based off of. And that's based on a model, WGS84 model. You can look that up if you'd like. The spherical coordinate system, and that model is what they're using. Most of the systems, anyway. It's not based on the actual. Yeah, so it's not based on the actual Earth. It's based on a model. Yeah.
Yeah, the grid system is not the terrain that you're navigating across. It's a grid that you utilize for reference, and I mean they shape it into whatever shape they want to, but it's not the terrain that you're going across.
Did that help, Fish Rabbit? Did that answer your question?
There are flat models, globe models, triangle models, many different grids, different shapes. The one that you like, you might like the globe grid, the spheroid grid. That's not the terrain that you're navigating across.
Yeah, you can also make any point on that grid system the arbitrary starting point. It doesn't necessarily have to be a North Pole, a South Pole. You can make Texas the center of the world and then plot a map based on Texas being the center of that map.
You can start from your house, from your kitchen. You can start from there.
But if you make it a map, you're going to be using an XYZ coordinate system with Z and X being the horizontal plane and Y is the vertical axis, which is going to be topography lines. So every map you make ever will always be a flat map. It'll be a flat representation of the land as seen from above.
Very good. Thank you for answering, Fish Rabbit. We got a lot of people.
That was his name. That was his name, Fish Rabbit, the one that asked the question.
Fish Rabbit. Yeah, I think he dipped, but he had a profile picture. It was a fish and a rabbit. I can't believe it. But yeah, shout outs to the chat. We got a lot of people. We got a lot of new people. We got Velvet. We got V. Some new people I'm calling out. We got Mark Inc. We got Lily. We got Kim. Yeah, we got a lot of females in the chat. I mean, potential females, and maybe see. We got Diana. Like a lot of females here. Like, is this ladies' night or something? What's going on? Got any questions? Feel free to unmute. We got our local guy, Alminator, going on to everybody. I guess a lot of lurkers today. Got a lot of people in the chat. Guess they're just here to be in, the popular crew, the 24/7 Player Discord, the most viewed channel in the English Hub. Because we are number one. That's us right. I'm just filling in some dead air now, but we got Abdur. Welcome, Abdur. We got ATIF just joined.
Yeah, so please open your microphone up if you have any questions about the topic, or if you think you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe.
We got FinTalks just joined. We got T at the bottom just joined. We got a lot of new people, y'all. Open your mics. Say what's up.
Yo, what up, Flutters?
What's going on?
He asked a question. He asked what's up, and that will be not the ground below your feet.
Okay, what is down?
The ground.
That will be the ground below your feet.
Good answer, Steve.
So,
are you aware that on a sphere, any direction you point is up ultimately?
No, seriously, what is up? Up, down, side, forward, backward, whatever. What is sphere, globe, and whatnot?
Do you have hands?
Everyone does have hands.
He doesn't know what up and down is, so I'm wondering if he has hands. Does he know he has hands?
Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah.
Well, I think up is the same direction. Up is the same direction for everybody on the Earth, and down is the same direction for everybody on the Earth.
On the Earth, right? That's true.
Right, but on the globe, right, up and down are every direction.
Well, you're in Australia, so it's inverted for you, right?
Well, I'm not in Australia at the moment, but no, up is the same direction for someone in Australia as someone in America. Right? Because the Earth is not a globe.
But it is.
And how do we know that? Well, if it were a globe, right? If it were a globe, then it would have to have curvature over distance, and we could calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over distance, and then we could go to a large body of water and check for the curvature, which we have done thousands of times, and 100% proven that there is absolutely no curvature whatsoever over these distances where there must be curvature. And we have all of the evidence ready to present anytime anyone requests.
And how could you define that Earth is not a globe, it's a flat?
Define? Well, it's a topographical plane, right? And the surface isn't curving, so it can't be a globe, right? So over a certain distance, right? If you go to a 20-mile lake and the Earth were a globe, there should be 270 foot of curvature over that distance.
Yeah, every curvature, right?
Yeah, any body of water over 20 miles, whether it be an ocean or a lake, would have approximately 260 to 270 foot of curvature over that distance.
Right.
Yeah. So, but when we go and test over these distances, it's completely flat, right? We can set up a camera on one side of the lake or section of the ocean, right? And we can zoom in and we can see something on the other side, right? Clearly, that should be hidden behind hundreds of feet of Earth curvature, if it were a globe.
Yes.
Well, I've got an image I want to post that supports my theory of a spherical Earth, but I cannot post photos.
You can send it to me in DM if you want, and I'll post it for you.
Okay.
Yeah, because you've got to get to a certain level in the server before you get automatic image permission.
I have seen in many Discovery channels that when a space...
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Whoever was talking. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. I have seen in many Discovery channels and the news channels that whenever a space shuttle, which is or whenever it is going into the space, is when it clears the distance from the Earth, it shows that the Earth is a completely spherical shape. I have seen in many.
Ironically, the Discovery Channel, right? Outer space. So you said you saw this in Discovery Channel, right? Outer space and the globe idea were never discovered. They were invented, made up. Inventions by men, not discovered. So just letting you know. Go ahead, guys.
That's a good point, Jency. The first person to think about it like that would be Pythagoras. And you can go a little bit further than that, but Pythagoras had a cult where they said that the sphere is the most perfect shape in the universe.
So when you're saying that they go to outer space, a made-up place by men in paper, that wasn't discovered. And then the curvature of the Earth that you're standing on, curving at a certain rate to create a specific shape at a certain dimensions, that was made up, not discovered. There's no man that has measured the curvature of the Earth. It's only on paper. Like a story, when you make a story and you write it on paper, a movie, a cartoon, storytelling, made up stuff. That's what the curvature or sphere Earth is. Not discovered. In Discovery Channel.
All right, so what's his name? I forget. 1 second. T has sent me through his image. Right, so this is his globe evidence. So I'm just going to post it for him in the side chat here. And then T, if you want to explain your evidence to the panel.
Well, as you can see, the windmills, right? They're placed on a different body of water, like on a different body of land, right? And we can see that the Earth isn't flat because the windmills are shorter because of the Earth's curvature.
Brother. Hello?
Yeah, hold on a second, my friend.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so we're just covering the other guy's question quickly at the moment, right? Okay, so that particular wind farm, right? We don't have. Yeah, what's up?
I have just posted a text in the chat box. Can you give me the answer for that, please?
Yeah, but just wait, right? Because somebody else is talking at the moment, right? So just hold your question.
I'm
thank
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry for that.
That's okay. Okay, so with the windmill picture, right? When we zoom into the picture, we can see clear signs of miraging effects taking place. I do have a higher resolution version of that picture. And when you zoom into the left, hold on, I'll just see if I can find it quickly. I really should name my files better. Right, so we can see the wind towers on the left, and you can see that a tower behind the tower that's closer is actually higher up in the air, right? Even though all of those towers are meant to be the same height, right? So those towers aren't on land. That's actually a windmill farm that's out in the ocean.
Yeah.
Okay, and we have what could be easily passed away as just a common miraging effect taking place with the windmills. I will find this file. Yep, go ahead.
That's a natural phenomena, brother.
Yeah, it's called sinking, right? It's a form of inferior mirage. Right, so something that would normally be visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. That's the mainstream Oxford definition of sinking, right? So we do see signs of that happening in the image, and we also have evidence that can counter that, right? So I can show you footage right now of a different wind farm where we actually know the distances, and we know the height of the observer. So if you have a look at what I'm posting in the side chat, okay, so here we have a camera set up at a particular height. If you can see what I posted at 9 minutes after the hour. Okay, so he's set his camera up at 3.5 foot off the ground, right? That's just over a meter. And then he's zooming out at a similar thing, right? A wind farm. Okay, so this is called Rampion Wind Farm. And we know the distance is 8 miles to the first windmill on the left. And the distance to the windmill on the right is 11.2 miles. Now, if the Earth were a globe, the bottom 50 foot of the windmills should be missing behind the curvature of the Earth. But we can clearly see in his observation that we can see the entire windmill towers all the way down to where they touch the water. And then we can see the surface of the water goes far beyond the wind towers. So along with that, there should also be a horizon at 2.3 miles away. Okay, so if the Earth were a globe, the horizon should be a certain distance away. Right, that would be what would be blocking the wind towers, okay, the horizon. So here's an observation where we have a little more information about the the image or the video, and we can show that it doesn't match with the globe mathematics at all. So that would be a counter to your photograph, right? So in your photograph, it's just a photo, right? It's not a video. And we don't know the height of the observer. We don't know the distance to those like the windmills or anything like that, right? It looks a bit miraged when you zoom in on it. So we have a nice clear one here with a lot more information that is a good counter evidence.
Yeah, but don't you think the distance in your GIF is not enough to show the Earth's curvature? So, like, for example, if I'm standing in, let's say, Greece, right? I should be able to, because of you're saying the Earth is flat, I should be able to see Libya's coast if I'm standing at Greece, right?
No.
But you can't.
No. Right, dude, we should be able to see the curvature of the Earth. It should be at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. To keep it simple, if we're on a sphere and your eyes are 6 foot above the water, the horizon will be 3 miles away. That would be the tangent point that your eye line met at distance if you were standing on a sphere. The horizon is further than that. So we see further than the geometry that we're told that on a sphere. To address your next question about seeing Libya from Greece, angular size reduction with distance and the atmosphere that you are looking through. You can use technology to increase the angles of things at distance so you can resolve them and see them in your optic, but that only works so far. Ultimately, the atmosphere, the thing that we're looking through, at distances of like 200, 300 miles, become opaque. The light that you're trying to see can't pass through that amount of gas because the atmosphere isn't transparent. Okay, so on a flat Earth, on a flat Earth, we see as far as we can see, as far as the optic enables us to, and as far as the atmospheric conditions. On a spherical Earth, the optic, the atmosphere, and the curvature of the Earth would be as far as we could see. The curvature should be at 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. We can see a horizon well beyond that.
Yeah. T. Hey T.
What?
I posted a video for you and I tagged you with it.
Yeah, but I ain't watched 11 minutes. I can't lie.
Well, you don't have like a 10-minute observation span?
No, I'm just too lazy to watch all that.
That will answer your questions. Observably so. By observation, you can see this phenomena happening. About the windmills and the boats going away from your view in reference to other objects on the distance. And what the guys point out to you, that the sphere will have a specific point where things will be going behind. But that's not what we see.
I mean, the video just looks like Earth curvature to me. I mean, the ship's going away. Pretty simple.
So, are you're saying that you already checked?
I skimmed through the video.
So listen, all the other variables, you checked, Mark, all of the other variables, and you disqualified those, and then came to the conclusion that the only reason you don't see the boat and the boat is going away from your view, it's because Earth curvature. That's the only reason.
Well, you also got to counter in like fog. Obviously, you can't see infinitely, right? There's fog, right, and Earth curvature playing at the same time.
So Earth curvature will be at 1.2 miles from the observer. I mean, we're talking about 1 feet altitude.
Yes. Yeah, these ships.
Go ahead. You were gonna say something, someone?
What?
Yeah, I was going to say, how do you know it's Earth curvature if you've never confirmed it? But yeah, thought that was pretty obvious.
Well, how are you going to say it's a flat Earth if you haven't confirmed it?
We measure it all the time. In construction, engineering, for example, large civil engineering constructions, we build upon the Earth as if it is a flat, level, stationary plane. We also aviate it with the same process as if it is a flat, stationary plane. So we measure it, we use it, we build upon it. It's our natural, everyday, lived-in experience of this Earth.
Yeah, would you like to see a laser demonstration over 21 miles that proves it? I mean, there's a ton of stuff that proves it. But we verified it. That's why I'm saying, have you verified that it's Earth curvature that you're witnessing there? That's why I mentioned it.
Are you gonna look at the laser?
Here's my final question.
Hey T,
I'm
you gonna look at the laser
bothering all that. Not bothering all that. But here's my final question before I go to sleep. Here. So
T, you're getting answer. You're getting answer to your questions, but you're ignoring everything that is being said and the evidence that is being posted for you. People are taking, their time to give you the information, and you're saying no, hand waved.
I don't really give a shit. I'm just here to ask questions and here to answer. Like, I don't need an answer to your answer.
All right, watch the next question so this can be over with.
Here, okay. Here's my last question, final one, right? Let's say the Earth is flat.
Okay.
So what? Why are y'all putting so much effort into this?
Why? You won't care about the answer.
What does that change?
You won't care about the answer. You won't care. Which is probably a good thing on their behalf. You don't really care.
I mean, I know the Earth isn't flat, but let's say it is, right?
I'll tell you, T, I'll tell you, they got you to not care about anything. That's what they wanted. They got you to not care.
No, but what does that change if the Earth is flat?
How did it get here?
It is. What does that change?
How did it get here?
Why would you care about that?
How the Earth was created? I don't know. Lots of people like to ask how the hell we got here. Lots of people assume that the story that they're told that the Earth is a sphere and was created by some kind of explosion long ago, where everything, including the sphere, the Earth that rotated around the other sphere in the sky, the sun, was born into existence. But the Earth isn't that. So the question remains, well, how did this get here then? Why am I here to even ask that question?
Explosion in a vacuum?
Yeah, it's called the Big Bang.
My doubt, I have one doubt with JD. Hello?
Can you repeat that? Because it sounds not right. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I have one question with, right? If Earth is not spherical and it is in a flat, then why the water is standing on the Earth? It means, why it is not falling into space?
There's no space vacuum for the water to fall off into. If the water is still here, it must be contained. The water's still here, so it's got to be contained.
That's the answer. There's containment in place, obviously. Contrary to the globe belief, there is no containment on the globe. So it's impossible, it's an impossibility to be so, because there is no container on the globe. And we have water and gas pressure, and that requires containment to be the way we have it as. You have water contained, gas pressure, and then you also know that real spheres and water, when you put those two together, you will not get the globe idea. The sphere with water on the outside, that's an impossibility in reality.
Yeah, but the NASA is revealed when the NASA shuttle landed on the moon. They have taken the images of the Earth. that
That
shows
that
the Earth is complete.
my friend,
That
my
can't
friend,
happen.
that cannot happen. Yeah, that's like movie sets, Hollywood, Disney, Bollywood. You ever heard of Bollywood?
Yeah, I'm from India. I know Bollywood.
There you
Yeah,
go.
but movies on TV. They can't have gone from the Earth, which is an open system in a vacuum, to a rock in a vacuum. For that to exist, well, it couldn't. We'd all be dead. We have gas pressure. We remain on the Earth, and we're supposed to be surrounded by a vacuum. Gas pressure is defined as the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. If there is no container, gas continues to expand into space. So it's a very simple law of nature. The reason why they didn't go to the moon in a vacuum is because the vacuum of space can't exist. Not in the way that we're told.
And when they showed you from the movie set, they show you Earth as a sphere in a vacuum with gas pressure and water on the outside of the spinning sphere. That's a misrepresentation of reality. When you go to reality and you check water, it's not curving. It's in a pressurized environment. Gas pressure requires containment. So when they show you the opposite of reality in imagery, movie set, you know that's not real. That's not real. Because reality is contrary to the fantasy set that they show you in the TV.
Okay, if Earth is not spherical, if it is flat, then why the tides are taking place in the oceans? On the
What,
moment of the
the
moon.
change in sea level? Don't know.
Yes, yeah, that's what.
Yeah, I don't know why there's a change in sea level.
Oh, it's an impact. It's an reflect the rotation due to the rotation of the moon.
That's a nice story. That's a nice story, but we're talking about sea level, aren't we? And the change of tides of the sea level. High tide, which is a higher level than low tide, which is a lower level than the mean average. That's level. That's a straight line from left to right. That means sea level is a horizontal reference datum. So the reason why water goes up and down, a change in level, it's not going to change the level of the Earth. The story that you've got about a moon changing the level of the water on the Earth is fascinating. It would be interesting if you could demonstrate it in a scientific experiment somehow.
Yeah. So, do you believe the moon is spherical, or it's also a flat disk?
No, I don't have beliefs. All right, I look at the moon. It looks like it probably could be spherical, but sometimes I have caution to pause. The point is, my friends, is no matter what speculation I have here on Earth, until I go to the moon, I'm not going to be able to tell you what it is.
The moon could be spherical, it could be flat, it could be a circle, it could be concave, it could be half a sphere, full sphere, but the ground below your feet, where you're standing on, and you're looking up to look at the phenomena that we call the moon, that moves in cycles, that ground and the waters across are not curving to be a sphere. So you're standing on the ground, navigate across the waters, you look up, see the moon, whatever shape it is, doesn't affect the place you're standing on and you're looking from to observe the phenomena. Circle moon, sphere moon, shape moon, whatever. You're thinking that you see the moon and you attribute to the moon a certain shape, a certain aspect, characteristics, and you're saying the Earth must be like that thing up in the sky. It has to be. But that's a logical fallacy. It doesn't follow. You cannot reach that conclusion definitively, logically. You cannot say it is so. You cannot establish it to be the case, because when you go to the Earth and you measure the Earth, it's not curving. So how can you come to the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere if it's not curving? It will be illogical. And TF, and also you mentioned the moon landings. The set that you saw on the TV in those videos, that's not the moon. That's a movie set. The moon is the thing where we look at the sky and we observe from the realist level. The imagery that you got, and then they looked to the Earth and they show you a circle Earth from the moon.
Yeah.
That's like, you know the movie Narnia, when the girl went into the wardrobe?
The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
You know the movie Narnia, the little girl going into the wardrobe?
Yes.
Yeah, when she went to Narnia and she found the talking lion and they waged war against the witch. You know that didn't happen in reality, obviously, right? Because we can go to Africa and see lions, and lions don't speak English, Spanish, Hindi, because you can find Narnia in all the languages, and the lion will speak in all the languages. But you know, when you go to reality, you know that the lion doesn't speak any of those languages.
Yes.
Yeah, so when we go to Earth and we see the water across the surface and we check the Earth and we use it practically, we do things practically on the Earth, we know that it's not a sphere. But when they show it to you in the TV as a sphere, that is a misrepresentation of what the Earth is. Just like the lion in Narnia, the talking lion, waging war against the witch.
Yes. What is the final conclusion about the Earth?
The final conclusion is this is a flat, stationary, contained system.
And another conclusion is that there's a lot of things that we know and we do practically in reality. Things that we can check, experience, and verify. And there's a lot of other things that we don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. It is the Bermuda Triangle, bro.
So, Atif.
Yeah, brother.
You posted something that it looks like you did a search, maybe ChatGPT or some type of AI engine.
Yes.
I gathered this from.
It says the Earth is not perfectly flat, right?
Flat. Yeah.
It's mostly spherical in shape, but slightly flattened at the poles.
Yes.
So if it's spherical, can we check that? Can we those letters, right, will mean something, right? Spherical, right? Spherical means a sphere curving on the surface.
Sphere, right? Round, like a ball.
Yeah, like a ball. So that's a claim. That those are letters, right? You're reading that.
Yes, the same thing taught me in my childhood for the schools.
Okay, so this sphere will have a specific value, like a specific size, right?
Yes.
Yes. So those numbers, do you think we'll be able to test that? Go to the real. So shut down the Chat GPT, right? Turn off the screen of the phone, and then go to the real world and check if those letters that are saying the Earth is a sphere, if that adds up in reality, if we can find that. We're capable of doing stuff like that, right? Check claims, verified or falsified.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's the case. That claim that you read, that has been falsified. Laser tests, long distance observations, everything that we do practically in reality doesn't need the sphere. There's people that have been posting some of the laser tests in the text, so I would recommend you to look into some of the videos that have been posted for you, and that might.
Sure.
Here, talking is one thing. We can say a bunch of things, but if you look at the examples that have been posted for you, that's some extra information that it will be. I mean, I would recommend for you to look at.
Sure, I will check that.
Let me tag you with a video that I posted about long distance observation of a boat. Remember, when you're looking on the internet, you're gonna find a bunch of information that is gonna promote for you the globe thingy, right? The globe idea. Oops. So just look at the other side. People that are questioning and testing for the claims and finding that it is not the case, falsifying the claim. So it's Atif. I tagged you. If you click on the tab to see attachment, there's like an 11-minute video that will show you some interesting footage about long observation. That's just one example of the topics that have been spoken about in the text in the past, 20 minutes. That's just one of many videos and links that you could probably look into in this VC. You got any other questions? You can go right ahead and ask. I'm talking too much.
Hello, who is here?
Welcome.
Thank you.
What are you doing?
Can I answer it in English?
Hello, Berserker. I can hear you, but you're roboting a little bit.
Oh, okay. I will
No,
disconnect.
it's all good. No, it's fine now.
Oh, okay.
What's going on, man?
Well, looks like the stream is up. It's like refraction is quite a trigger word. Greetings, all the new people showing up. Welcome to Flat Earth. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Well, I guess after this stream, Quantum Eraser probably won't find himself back in our circles very often anymore. Not that he ever was.
Oh yeah, his anti-DJ stream.
Yeah, it's up, and he's madder than a hornet. And some of the people chiming in that I thought were friends of DJ are really not friendly at all.
Oh yeah. Oh well. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
I always say
It's not like
forgive him and forgive him and let it go.
That's really all you can do.
What are you talking? What are you talking about? Sporadic. No,
Quantum
DJ
Eraser.
is adding.
No, Quantum Eraser sent DJ a bunch of ridiculous messages last night, and he's doing a stream for his little community, basically talking crap about DJ. So, DJ's take on
Really?
the refractive index in a singular medium. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's not
And,
just DJ's got a beef with. He declared war on all of us out here.
Who? Quantum Eraser?
Yeah, the guy. Yeah.
I'm a great fan of both of them. DJ.
But that's like
I'm a fan of
Quantum
both of them.
Eraser's favorite argument, though.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's his favorite argument. That's his favorite argument. He's kind of like chose this hill to die on. He likes saying, "Oh, yep, I shut Globers down with this argument," and it's whatever, man. It's just a silly thing. It's very childish, and I don't know.
Which argument?
You know, it is.
Which argument?
That's what I can't get over.
Which argument does he mean?
He's basically saying that you can't call other different types of miraging effects refraction. But when you look at the definition of refraction, what else would you call it? You know what I mean? So it's just, I don't know. It's just like people arguing about, where do you? It's like something simple, like certain people like to write the words, cannot as one word, you know what I mean, or as two words, right? Or a lot, that's like an ALLOT, or separate ALOT, A space LOT or something. It's just like preferences.
Right.
It's based on, it's silly stuff, man. It's really childish, to be honest with you.
I know all this comes from the fact that Snell's law is defined as the law of refraction. And what Snell's law comes from is Fermat's principle of least time, which is more of a generalized case, and Snell's law is more of a specific case.
I guess the Globers are partying now, like 1999. Because this is what happens when we don't stick. This is what happens when we don't stick to the Black Swan and don't let
this has everything to do with the Black Swan.
Yeah, I know because of the refraction, but it's just fantasy story refraction. It's a fantasy story. I mean, even when we give them the refraction and the maximum of refraction, it can never compensate the amount of how further we are being able to see. But just to make it clear, I like both of them. I like very much Quantum Eraser.
Well, Berserker, you're probably not going to like him after this. Because, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, but
Quantum Eraser is saying there's no such thing as a refractive index of air.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting you, but the point is, DJ is the most patient guy here. I mean, to take on DJ, he's the nicest guy here, and very, very patient.
Oh, I know. I don't know what his beef is, but he's now saying, or was a few minutes ago in his live stream, that there's no such thing as a refractive index of air.
Yeah, and sorry for interrupting you a couple of times.
As if air is not measured to produce a phase change and its phase velocity change compared to a vacuum. Which I don't. And then, all of his fans are like, well, that's true. That's true. You're obviously right, sir.
Wait, so what's happening? Is he coming on?
No, I'll tell you real quick. Quantum Eraser's got to show up. He said basically politics, flat earthers are the new land of misfit toys, and he's going after DJ. And he's criticizing DJ for saying that air has a refractive index at all.
Okay.
Yeah, he's completely lost his marbles.
So is he jumping
sporadic? Can I watch it now? Is it live now on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on his YouTube, or you can go on his server and join the live stream.
Where? Do you mean FED?
FED.
So he's not going to jump back in on. He's not going to jump back in on Discord.
He's in the FED server right now, broadcast.
Oh.
Oh. Ballbusters, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I will see if I can join there too without being logged and dropped out here. I will try it. Sometimes it works. Sometimes I get automatically logged out here if I join somewhere else. I will take a look. I will mute myself here, and I will deafen myself also just to hear there if I'm able. Okay, let me see.
Okay, well, good luck. It's like the stupidest thing to get pissed off at. And a stupid hill to die on. This is crazy.
Just short info. It's cool. I'm logged in at the same time here and there. Okay, I will take a listen. There. DJ is talking at the moment.
Oh, he is? Oh, shoot. DJ went in?
Yeah.
Add respect to DJ, but it's true. DJ doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, why should he? I would do the same thing.
Yeah, it's good on him. Something that still puzzles me to this day is how come Americans haven't mastered the art of four-way stops. The four-way stop has been around for like 100 years. The laws have not changed in the entire time.
Or where traffic's going in one direction straight and coming the other way turning left, how you're supposed to duck in behind the person going straight.
Yeah, or generally, right from the top, it's like first come, first serve. Two people opposing each other. One guy's turning left and the other guy is turning right. Then the guy who's turning left has to yield to the guy that's turning right. It's basic yield laws applied. Like, this isn't hard, folk. I got a massive headache.
They always do that to you, Sporadic.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Like,
they know what ticks you off, dude.
It's like it's first come, first serve, okay? I normally have to take a left. So I wait for all the other cars to go who came first, and then I get to go because I'm next. But then the guy who comes up ahead of me who's turning right thinks he can just jut in front of me. But I was there before him, regardless of me turning left. It doesn't matter. I was there before he was, so I can come left.
What is it? You're talking about four-way stops?
Yeah, just blowing steam about this. Not that my blood pressure needs, any lift.
Hey, I
got this routine.
Just gotta forgive him, man. Just forgive him and
I know.
let it go.
I know. It's just I'm just a little annoyed that this is so ongoing like this.
Hey, I got a stumper for you.
That's why it keeps happening.
You know how you can turn right on a red light?
Yeah, unless there's a sign that says no.
Right. Or can you turn left on a red light if it's a one-way road going to the left?
Wait, why would there be a light for a one-way road?
Let's say you're on a one-way road going straight, right? There's no opposing traffic. And then
there's an intersection.
And there's an intersection, and you want to turn left, and that left is on a one-way road also. Can you turn left on a red light?
No, the red light masters it all.
Yeah, but you're not crossing any traffic. You're just turning into the nearest lane.
I know. You still got to yield to the traffic light. Suppose this were the case, right? There's a cop parked there, and you had 3 beers to drink. Would you wait for the light, or would you go? Let's say you had 3 beers to drink, and there's a cop sitting at that intersection. Would you turn left on that red light?
I would drink 2 beers and then share the third one with the cop.
No, we're talking New Jersey.
No, I would argue it, man. I'd be like, but I'm not crossing any traffic. I treated it like a stop sign.
All right, whatever.
I came to a complete stop. I yielded. I noticed that there was no interacting traffic, and I treated it like a stop sign. I've actually gotten off on that ticket.
Better hope that cop doesn't smell those beers.
Exactly right. I sure as hell would stop and wait for it to turn green. I don't give a fuck. Pardon my French, guys. I'm following all the rules.
As you're breaking one, right?
See, that's the thing, though. I read all the rules. Like, one day I got tired of getting pulled over for stupid shit. So I literally sat down and read all the rules for the Texas Department of Transportation. And it says nothing in there about you being... That's one of the rules that's not in there. If there's no rule on it, then you use your best judgment.
Well, yeah, or you apply the same logic from another rule. Right? And I ain't turning left at a red light no matter what.
Yeah, but you can turn right into the most farthest right lane. So if you could turn left from the leftmost furthest lane into the leftmost furthest lane without crossing any traffic, are you impeding any traffic?
Well, the thing is like right-handed things are more permissible than left-handed things. That's just the way we are with our road system and safety.
So are you biased against left-handed people?
You bet.
And the main reason behind the logic behind that 20 cups is that if you do that, you're now in the passing lane for that road, that multi-lane road. Because the left lane is always where you're supposed to pass. So it should be the fastest traffic. If they're moving quickly on somebody's ass, and they need to move over because the person's slamming on the brakes, whatever, that's supposed to be their safe space to move over and pass.
Yeah, but I yielded to all traffic, made sure that I wasn't impeding any other traffic. Like I said, I got out of a ticket once. The cop saw me do it. Why'd you turn left? Well, I didn't cross any other road, and it's similar to a right-handed turn. It's just a left-handed turn from a one-way road to another one-way road. So it's the same thing as a right-handed turn. Yeah, and I was like, and it's not in the rules and regulations for the Department of Transportation. So if it's not in the rules and regulations, I can use it to my own discretion and have my own best judgment on it. Treat it as such, as long as I'm not impeding traffic. And he as he's like filling out the ticket, he's like, fuck, and he ripped it up.
That's awesome.
I don't recommend it all the time. I just wanted to I just wanted to see what would happen.
Better than he did.
I mean, yeah. Well, I didn't know it better than he did. I just knew it, and because I knew it, because all they are policyholders anyway. They're just looking to enforce policy.
So Sporadic, did DJ say he was going over to QE's thing to defend himself and defend his position?
Is that where everybody's at?
I hope not. I hope nobody's giving that guy free airtime.
No, I try being kind or nice about QE. He has his purpose. He did establish some of the framework for some of our conversations and stuff like that. But his demeanor has always been so horrible. I did leave your survey.
Yeah, I heard some good things and some bad things. Never spoke to the guy.
I'm not a huge fan. He's not a fan of the ether. So he's a little shit talker about it. Whatever, I don't care. I'm an ether guy. Can't prove it, I believe it, but I think there's enough evidence. A difference of opinion, right?
Yeah, man. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. That's for sure. I don't think it's right to demean people based on their belief systems, unless it's like a belief system that encompasses like being, I don't know, being harmful to others, So that's kind of where I draw the line, is when you're being harmful to others, then yeah, I'm probably not going to agree with your, probably going to have problems with what you're doing with your free will. But other than that, I'm usually pretty lax. I could take people as they are, But yeah, like the way he's talking to DJ, definitely lost some cool points in my book. Alminator, can you say something, or are you server muted?
Something.
Oh, there you go. You're good. How you doing today, man?
I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, just working, living the dream.
Yeah, I'm finished working, so I'm living in Europe, so it's pretty late, 9:30 over here. So I'm just enjoying the evening, listening to you guys.
I know, I am pretty entertaining. I did not give myself a name legend for nothing.
I'm glad you got your mic fixed, bro. I'm gonna hop off, let one of these other gentlemen talk to you.
I don't know what happened. So somehow Discord changed the mic setting to press a button to speak. I didn't do that. So it's some Discord update that happened in the last few days.
You can change it back on your profile.
Yeah, I did it. That's how I fixed it. So, do you guys have a specific topic you want to talk about?
I want to talk about how flat the Earth is.
Okay. Feel free.
What about you? Is the Earth flat or is it a ball?
So
is it an all-big spheroid?
I'm not a flat earther, so my opinion is Earth is a globe.
Right on, man. What made you come to that conclusion?
Various things.
Like what?
Like, for example, watching things that happen in the sky, like measuring distances on our Earth.
Okay, measuring distances on our Earth.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of distances?
Well, basically every distance that you can measure. So I was here in the Voice a few weeks back, and maybe some people remember me. So I'm working in the ATC environment, air traffic control, and my job requires me to understand that flight distances, how they work on the globe or on the Earth, let's say it.
Okay. Well, you measure distances. What about drop over distance?
What do you mean with drop over distance?
Well, when the plane is flying around, right? As the plane gets further and further away, it goes behind the curve, right?
So the plane is just flying straight above the surface.
I agree with you 100%.
Okay.
The plane is flying straight. It's not flying in a curved path.
How do you know that?
You just told me.
I'm saying straight. It's following what the plane is measuring as horizontal.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%.
Okay, so how do you come to the conclusion that Earth is flat by that?
Well, you didn't mention any curvature in any of that. Those statements. You said it flies a straight path and it flies horizontal to the plane.
So I was referring to distances that planes fly all around the world, whether it's on the south part of the Earth or on the north part of the Earth. If you map or if you consider the flight durations and compare that with the distances on the south and the north part of the Earth, then I actually couldn't find any flat Earth model which would explain any of these relations between distances and flight durations.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time finding a globe Earth model that explains how everything works also.
Well, the globe Earth model is pretty simple. It's a sphere.
It's much more complicated than that because it's a sphere that is flat.
Sphere with no curvature.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. So how do you get that there's a sphere without curvature?
I mean, it's measured flat, observed as flat, practically used as flat. But somehow it's a sphere.
What is exactly the flat measurement?
Hold on. Zero curvature. That's the flat measurement.
Well, that's two words. That's not a measurement. So either you can provide how you determined that zero curvature, or you can admit it's just a phrase.
All right. So in order to measure curvature, you would draw a tangent over the curved surface, right?
I cannot draw a tangent because a tangent is something virtual. So how do you draw a tangent?
Well, I mean, you can use a straight object, you can use a laser, you can use line of sight. Any kind of tangent that is a representation of a straight line. And then what you're looking for when you're trying to measure curvature is you're looking for, over distance, you're looking for deviation from that tangent. That's how you measure curvature, right?
Can I ask you something? How do you determine that a laser or a line of sight is a tangent?
Do lasers curve?
Yeah, absolutely, they can.
Okay. Show me how they curve in nature.
I can, if I would be able to present a picture in the chat, I would show you. Maybe I can find a link to that.
You can send it to me.
Just give me a second. So lasers are not special. They are just light rays that are following refraction. They are just light rays that only consist of a single light frequency.
I mean, you're putting it in a very simple form and you're leaving out a lot of context so that way you can make it adhere to what you want to adhere.
I'm just addressing what you said, how you determine what a tangent is. And you were saying a laser is a reliable reference for a tangent. And I was just saying that a laser does not necessarily have to go in a straight way without any curvature or refraction.
I'm not denying refraction, but lasers with high enough energy behind them have been shown to go several tens of miles straight, in a straight line. Do you deny that?
Sorry,
consistently in a straight line.
So I have seen experiments where lasers definitely do not follow a straight line.
Okay, like what?
Okay, let me try to find that.
Yo, what's going on? Do you guys still believe that this is flat?
We know it's flat. Wait your turn.
Alright. So, it is flat if you believe it.
Alright, so in my left.
Yeah, what do you guys think of aliens?
It's all only
Like
happening
the
on
trilogy?
Sorry?
Talking about the movie or the video game? Talking about the movie or the video game?
No, not the movie or the video game. Do you think that being exists other than us humans in the universe?
What difference does it matter?
Oh, it's bad. Oh.
Sorry?
So if there's other beings other than humans, and let's say there's no outer space, right? Where would they come from?
There is outer space, so there are many planets. So they live in other planets. Do you think we are the only ones that live in these?
There's wandering stars, right? That's been proven. But as far as outer space is concerned, in the way that you're thinking of it, I mean, I don't think that's been proven, right? It hasn't been verified by you. I know that much.
So you guys don't think that other planets exist?
We see lights in the sky. What they are, that's another story, bro.
Well,
You know
there
what
are
they
many
are?
planets, Saturn, Venus, and all, Mars, and all. So,
Well, you say other planets exist as if the Earth is a planet also.
yeah.
Yeah, we're not saying the Earth is a planet. You know what the definition of a planet is?
Planet is a, what do you call it? A planet is a, you don't believe it's a ball, so it's a flat substance in the universe.
Well, why don't you look up the definition? The definition will tell you that it's a celestial body. And what a celestial body is it's an object in the sky. So when I look up in the sky, I don't see the Earth, right? So the Earth can't be a planet because it's not in the sky.
You can't see it in the naked eye, from the naked eye, but out in the space, outer than the Earth's surface, there are many planets. So, don't you think
there's
people live in?
lots of planets, but the Earth is not a planet.
So, don't you think that people like us, other than humans, live in other planets?
What other planets? The Earth is not a planet.
I don't get what you're saying.
I know you think the Earth is a planet, but it's not a planet.
Yeah, I think that the Earth is a planet. Yeah.
Yeah, that means it would have to be a ball or spherical in nature, and you'll have to prove that is what that's the case.
All right. Okay. Don't you think if there is, or don't you think other like Earth, there are other what do you call planets or something like Earth exists other than Earth?
No, everything in the sky, nothing in the sky looks like anything on Earth.
You only believe that that Earth is only there in the sky and nothing else.
When I look up in the sky, when you look up in the sky, do you see trees?
No,
see
you can't
grass?
see it from the naked eye. Yeah.
Do you see life?
I see light. I see just stars. You can't see planets from the naked eye.
You see stars. You don't see life. You don't see other beings in the sky.
No.
Right. So what would make you think that anything up there was like anything underneath your feet? The Earth is special, man. Enjoy it.
So if you imagine out in the space, don't you think?
Yeah, I don't like to imagine.
You don't like me? All right.
I said I don't like to imagine. Why should I imagine my reality?
Yeah, you should imagine because you believe that the Earth is flat. So, I mean,
I don't believe the Earth is flat.
But how do
you don't believe that the Earth is flat?
How do you know?
How do I know?
Your assumption is correct.
Because I looked for curvature, and there was no deviation from the tangent when I looked out.
All right. So you don't believe in other planets. So, I mean,
the Earth's not a planet.
Earth is not a planet. Then what is you said?
The Earth is Earth. It's a place where all life exists.
Yeah, Earth is Earth. So don't you think other place exists? Is there only Earth in in the space?
To my knowledge, only Earth exists. There's no other place to go live.
So there is not a place called Jupiter, Saturn, Mars.
Can you go there?
Well, I can't go there, but NASA can, Blue Origin can, SpaceX can. So
you just keep giving them money then.
No, if you had a rocket, you could go there literally. But you don't have it. No, normal people don't have a rocket, so.
So, Sheepdog, do you think the ground of the Florida Mariana Trench exists? Can you go there?
Mariana Trench?
People have gone there.
No, it's too deep. You can't go there.
Right. My question was to Sheepdog whether he thinks it exists.
Do I think that it exists? Yeah.
Yeah. You can't go there, and according to your argumentation, you can't go there means you can't be sure it exists. Right?
Okay.
The Mariana Trench.
I'm more likely to go to Mariana Trench than I am to go to outer space.
But how do you know you are able to go there if you never tried?
How do I know if I'm able to go there if I've never tried? Like I said, I am more likely able to go down to the Mariana Trench than to go to outer space.
Yep, that's your opinion. But my question is, how do you back up your opinion? Or what's the
You know what I'm still waiting for? I'm still waiting for you to show me laser lights curving. That's what I'm waiting for you to show me.
I just posted 2 links in the chat.
Let's take a look. Okay, so the first one that I see is a laser light bending out of a water bottle. Now, is this something that occurs naturally in nature when I look out over the ocean? Or a lake?
So these are
Is
2
this a-
laser rays.
Is this a reproducible effect over a lake?
Just tells you that the laser doesn't always go in a straight way.
Right, you have to produce a very special effect in order to make that happen.
Yeah, how do you know that the atmospheric effects on Earth are not special?
Well, when you point a straight line, there should be deviation from the curvature, or it should hit its target at the end of the straight line.
Yeah, but how do you determine what is a straight line? That's a circular reasoning. You are using lasers to determine what straight is, and then you say, because I assume the laser is straight, the straight laser that I assume is proving there's no curvature. That's circular reasoning.
You can do other tests as well to determine whether or not the laser is confirming what you're already seeing.
Sorry, say again.
I said you can also do other tests to confirm what your laser is already doing.
Okay. Which test?
Direct current psi. If it's long enough, you can do radio wave propagation.
Radio waves and sight are using the same optical laws like a laser. So that's the same circular reasoning.
Well, radio waves are just light anyway, right?
They are
frequencies form of a light wave.
They follow the same laws like lasers and optical light. Yep, that's.
But but when you, I'll give you another example. Is there more refraction or less refraction with infrared versus regular light?
So according to my knowledge, the longer the wavelength, the more refraction you have.
Well, less refraction.
Yeah.
So we've also done infrared observations as well that confirm what laser testing is doing.
Infrared are following the same rules.
Yeah, but there's less refraction.
Sure.
Yeah.
but every wave that you use as a reference follow optical laws, including refraction.
So what you're saying is there's no way to determine whether or not the Earth is curving or flat.
There is actually, but not light in itself.
So then whoever measured the Earth in the first instance?
I can answer.
How do we know the satellites are in the right location? Because the satellites need an Earth radius in order to go around it. Right?
The satellites need to, in the first place, have a reason to stay in the air. And I wonder what that reason would be on a flat Earth.
What that reason? You act like reality is not the same on Earth. If there's no curvature measurable, right?
There's actually
as far as
measurable curvature, but
show me the measurement of the curve.
Light.
Show me the measurement of the curve. Show me the deviation from the tangent. The drop over distance.
So I think we just established that your way to establish a tangent is not a viable way to establish a tangent.
It is. You're just doing everything you can to dismiss it.
I just explained.
This is your nah.
So basic physics is not nah. Basic physics means light bends based on refraction.
If there's refraction.
What?
If there's refraction.
What do you mean if we observe refraction?
Well, what do you need in order for refraction to occur?
Just different densities of a medium.
Different densities of a medium. Yep. So you only need one medium with different densities?
Sure. Which is air in this example.
I can demonstrate refraction on a flat surface if it's appearing bottom up. When you demonstrate things on a curved surface, reappearing with the horizon behind it.
I know you want to post a picture of Snell's laws with light refracting on a straight surface of glass and air. But I just shown you different examples of that light.
I'll show you natural. I'll show you natural. I'll show you natural conditions creating bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface. How about that?
Yep. Feel free.
We'll go through a lot of my accounts that I follow. We'll go find this. Now what we'll start with is a in-home test with a flat floor.
So are you going to post something in chat or?
Can you fucking wait for me? Are you that much of a little bitch?
No, don't go there, sheepdog. So light bends.
He's being a little asshole.
Culminator, you're saying, I know, but dude, we're not. You don't want to be going there. Don't want to be attacking people, even if they deserve it. So, Alminator, so you're claiming that light bends upward?
Just so you know, John, Alminator, there's a video in the side chat for you to watch.
Yeah,
and I've got 100 more.
Okay, so you're saying light bends upwards behind a physical object to make everything appear to be flat, is what you're saying, no matter how far away the object is, right? So the object could be 12 miles away, and it's going to bend up more so than the object that's 11 miles away. You know what I'm saying? You're going to say that light bends upward to fool everybody into thinking the Earth is flat? Is that what you're saying?
No. Light bends downwards, not upwards.
Okay, so how are we going to see what's going on 12 miles away when the geometric horizon is supposed to be 3 miles away? How does that work?
light bends downwards, so it doesn't hit. The light that's hitting your eyes are not a straight line to the horizon. It's bending downwards. So if you can imagine that.
Can you demonstrate this?
Yeah. Let me just explain.
Can you demonstrate this like I did with my video?
Yeah, I don't want to imagine this. I want to see a demonstration because you might be onto something if you can actually show this demonstration. But
so you don't want to hear my explanation. You just want an explanation or a demonstration, right?
Well, I don't want to imagine it, right? Because that's all I've ever done my entire life is imagine that the Earth is a ball. And I'm tired of imagining it. So I'd like a demonstration.
Just trying to explain to you what my reasoning is, but if you want to just see a video, okay.
Right. You look over out at the horizon and light bends downward to the more dense medium. We get it. Do you have a demonstration of this?
Just give me a second.
Well, are you going to put something inside chat?
I'm waiting.
Yeah, just it. By the way, this is not a video made by me, but I did the same experiment on my own. I did also take some pictures, but I can't post pictures in the chat, so you have to take this as my evidence.
Yeah, I've seen this video before. How come the horizon does not appear behind the cone?
Because light is bending.
Yeah, but when we look out and we see things too far away, the horizon is always behind the object that we see too far away on.
I made pictures. I can post a video that I made myself from my YouTube channel, which definitely shows the horizon is not behind ships on the ocean, if you are referring to that example.
No, we know the horizon moves from day to day depending on condition. What I'm asking for is a demonstration over a curved surface where the horizon appears behind the object.
I just posted.
The horizon did not appear behind it.
I just. So Oberfences, if you are brave enough to join voice, lenses are always curved, in case you didn't know.
We know they're curved, that's why they give perspective.
I'm just addressing what Oberfences posted in chat.
Yeah, no, but like I'll say this too: things that appear to be in front of the horizon that are further than what we're supposed to see on a curved surface, they don't appear magnified like they do with your magnifying lens that you're using to bend around the curve.
I thought the topic was whether you can see behind the physical curve, and that's what my video shows.
Well, I asked for the horizon to be behind the object.
The fitness wall shown on that video also has a physical horizon, which is different from the optical horizon.
Right, you're still not addressing what I'm saying.
I absolutely do. You were asking how we can see something that is behind the physical horizon, and the video that I just posted shows that.
I asked that, but that's only half of what I asked.
What's the second half?
With the horizon behind the object.
Well,
the horizon's not behind the object.
That's the whole point. Yes, the horizon is.
Do we need to go to the Black Swan?
Yeah, feel free. The Black Swan is exactly supporting my argument.
No, it's not.
You have the oil rig in one picture being shown before the horizon, and on another picture, on another day, in another weather situation, the oil rig is behind the horizon. So how can that actually happen on the flat Earth? It's actually disproving.
Why is the horizon not behind your coin?
Because it's a horizon.
So the horizon moves in the oil rig picture.
The horizon moves depending on your refraction.
Right. I'm asking for a demonstration of the coin not being visible, and then the horizon, and then you causing refraction, and the horizon being behind the object, not at the object or in front of the object.
Well, if you look at the picture where the coin is visible, then just go back 10 seconds, and then you see the coin is behind the horizon.
I'm asking for the horizon to be behind the coin.
Yeah.
Like it is in Black Swan.
I just told you. Just go at 18 seconds. You can't see the coin. The coin is behind the horizon.
I'm going to show you. You obviously have no idea what I'm talking about.
I'm just talking. I provided you with an example that you were asking for. I'm not sure what your problem is right now. So you were posting a Black Swan image. You were asking me for an example in the real world.
Where's the horizon? Where's the horizon at?
I assume you were asking me how you can reproduce what I'm talking about.
I'm using natural conditions to show you, right? Things disappearing bottom up on a flat surface. No, you're using a magnifying glass, which is very much more dense than the
So I'm sure you have seen the other picture of the Black Swan, where the oil rigs are completely shown at a different location, and one is partly. Yeah.
They also look magnified.
Yeah.
Which is a property of refraction.
Reality.
Magnification is a property of refraction.
It happens in parallel to refraction, but you were complaining that my video is not representing reality, and now you are saying the Black Swan, the second Black Swan image, is irrelevant. Although,
yeah, if you look in the side chat on the hour, I took a screenshot of the coin sitting on the ball, and you see how the horizon is behind the coin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that doesn't happen when you put the magnifying glass down.
So do you realize that in the video the camera is moving? The screenshot that you just took is when the camera is clearly showing the coin in a straight line. And later on in the video, the camera is moving back so that the coin is behind the physical curve, and then a magnifying glass is added so it is visible again.
Where's the curve in the Black Swan? Where's the horizon in the curve? Is it A, B, or C?
So are you talking about the optical or the physical horizon?
Where do you see the horizon in this image?
Which horizon? Which type of horizon are you talking about?
Apparent location where the sky meets the Earth. The actual definition of the horizon.
So in the picture that you posted is behind the second oil rig. And now take the second picture of the Black Swan, where the second oil rig is behind the horizon, and now try to explain that without addressing what I just said. Point is, the horizon changes with refraction. That's that's reality. That's the two Black Swan pictures, the one that you posted and the alternative picture that is also posted several times in the Flat Earth channels. These are two images, two pictures from different days of the same two oil rigs from the same location.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you the video that refutes it. Okay.
So can you just address what I say, or?
Yeah, on one day it looks like the oil rigs are behind the curve of the Earth, right?
Right. So the horizon is different in reality on different.
Do they look magnified? Why do they look bigger? Why do they look bigger when they're behind the curve?
I don't think they look. Regardless, they may look bigger or not. Even though I don't think they look bigger, they just look different. They have different distortion compared to the other picture. But even if they would look bigger, what's your point? That's exactly the video that I just posted. It shows the same thing.
Magnification is a product of refraction. That's my point.
Yes, refraction. That's the whole point.
Yeah, so when things are magnified, or when things are being refracted, they're magnified.
Not necessarily, but maybe sometimes not.
Not necessarily, but generally in nature, when you see things that are refracted, they're magnified.
Okay, so you may.
There's a video for you to watch right there. And then I'm going to give you another video.
So why can't you just talk, and why do you have to show videos?
Because I have to give you demonstrations, because you literally are in cognitive dissonance and you will not listen to anything I have to say. So we have to come to a common ground.
Your videos are showing exactly the same thing that my video is showing. If you disagree, just explain what is different in my video compared to your videos. Why do you disagree with my fitness ball coin video? And why do you keep posting Black Swan?
Because you are not demonstrating reality. You're creating extreme observations to fit what your view is.
The fitness ball video shows exactly the same like the different Black Swan images.
No, it doesn't. Are you using the air to demonstrate curve around the Earth?
It's showing reflected light, regardless of whether it's caused by lens or by air. There's a different cause of refraction. I agree, but the effect of the
Did we put like a lens out in the middle of the ocean in order to look around the curve of the Earth? Is that what we're doing? Put a magnifying glass out there?
Magnifying glass is just a way to show how refraction works.
Right. Okay. So again, number one, you didn't show me the horizon behind the coin like it shows in the Black Swan, like it shows in all the other observations that we have going on.
18 seconds in the video. That's what you're asking for.
18 seconds?
Okay, just look at 17 seconds and then look at 18 seconds.
That's what I looked at.
And then look
at the whole thing. I watched all 24 seconds. I didn't see it. I see the coin pop up in the image, but the horizon is still in front of the coin.
At which time? At 19 seconds, right?
The entire time. I never see the horizon behind the coin.
Okay. 15 seconds, maybe.
I took the screenshot at like 15 seconds or 17 seconds. That's when it's above the ball in the air, not when it drops below and you can't see the coin anymore. Then you have to put the magnifying glass in to see the coin, but the horizon is still in front of the coin.
So the screenshot that you posted actually shows the horizon behind the coin.
But there's no magnifying glass because it's an elevated angle.
Yeah, because it's a different position.
Y'all can't be this dumb when it comes to trying to have a conversation. Like, I give you a flat Earth observation, and you literally will just dismiss it.
So
and I'm using naturally observed phenomena. I'm not creating some special magnifying glass lensing effect.
So you were asking me to show something without a lens, just using the horizon, and show you how refraction works.
So use natural conditions. Do you even know how we made bottom-up obstruction occur on a flat surface?
I've seen several videos about that. These are just...
Yeah, what do you think is going on in those videos?
Which videos?
When you see bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface, what do you think is going on in those videos?
So, my opinion is, one type of video is that someone is moving a coin on a table from close to camera to further away.
Did you watch the video I sent? I'm not talking about a coin on a table where the lens is down below the table, because y'all like to use that argument, right?
You know, I have to give you props to actually address that point, that the camera is below the table. So that's my argument against this experiment. But I'm happy.
Did you watch the video I sent you with by Skyfree?
I didn't see any video that you posted.
Yeah, by Skyfree. 51 minutes past the hour, Arctic blast home observation.
So I'm seeing a video, Shrinking Mill Optical Illusion Viral Hawk.
Yeah, you can watch that one too. That's a demonstration over an obstructed surface where the mill is magnified due to refraction, and then as you get closer and you observe at it, it actually shrinks as you get closer and closer to it. That's to demonstrate that magnification is a product of refraction.
I'm just looking. So I'm actually not sure what this video is all about. So it's just showing something in the distance which doesn't get in a rate like doesn't get in the same rate smaller than the street in front of the car. So that's just optics. That's not magic.
I didn't say it was magic, I said it was refraction.
It's nothing to do with refraction. It's just you have a thing that is way further away from the things that are closer to you, and if you move forward, then the further away things get smaller in a much smaller way than compared to things that are closer to you.
This is how I know that you aren't actively listening. You're just listening to refute. So go back and watch the video again. If you notice, they're actually traveling at a slight upward slope. And as they approach the berm, the mill is actually below the berm on a, like I don't know how many feet below, 20, 30, 40, 50 feet below. So from the beginning of the video, the entire front door of the mill is completely observable, but that front door is not even above the berm when they get all the way to the edge. It's refraction. Now, I will look forward to your second congratulating me on my props for paying attention. So please, by all means, tell me good job again.
I still don't see the problem, but so what's a mill? You are talking about this thing that is right beneath the road sign.
That's beneath the guardrail.
Right. So it's at second.
But when you see it at the beginning of the road, when you see it, you see the front door of the mill at the end of the road, over the guardrail.
I'm just trying to find out what you are talking about. So there's a road sign on the left side of the rail, and behind that, so I'm currently at second 26, and on the right side of that there's an object which I think you're talking about when you're talking about a mill, right?
Right. So when you see the mill at the end of when you get to the end of the road, you see that the mill is actually down below his elevation, right? You're looking down at the mill instead of looking directly at it.
I'm still trying to find out what object you are talking about.
Guardrail? You don't know what a guardrail is?
I do know, but I'm not sure what you are talking about when you mention a mill.
Do you know what a mill is?
So I'm not a native English speaker, so forgive me. I just see.
So a mill is a place where it's like a building where there's a bunch of giant saws and they cut wood all day.
So you're talking about the building.
Yeah, it's a sawmill.
Okay.
M-I-L-L.
Okay, so when...
Feel free to look that word up so that way you can learn some more English while you're here too.
So I know mill, like some kind of stuff that is processing flour.
Flour is a flour mill is another type of mill. A stone mill is another type of mill, but this one's a wood mill. They chop down trees and saw them and cut them down into posts so people can build houses and other things out of wood with them.
Okay, so I don't know how
it's a lumber mill.
Mills are generally looking like. So okay, so you're talking about the building.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's when the car is way before the curve, it's appearing much higher than when the car is turning, right? That's what you are saying.
Right.
Okay.
Because the road itself is at a higher elevation than the location of the building. So the building should be completely obstructed. But because of refraction, it's being magnified upward into the air.
So again, in my opinion, this has nothing to do with refraction. That the car is just following the road, and when I look at the road, when the car is still in front of the curve or on the edge of the street is going a bit higher on the curve, so the car is leaning upwards when it goes through the curve. So that the street is definitely not flat. I think we can agree on that.
It has nothing to do with the street.
It absolutely does, because you are saying the building is going down when the car is driving through the curve. And if the car is leaning
upward... You think I'm making a flat Earth observation on this?
I'm just addressing what the video that you are posting.
Do you think I'm making a flat Earth argument for this video?
I don't even think it's a flat Earth argument. It's just addressing how.
But do you think I'm making a flat Earth? Do you think I'm making a flat Earth argument?
You are just explaining what you see on a video.
Nice. And you said that this is how perspective works?
Yep. If a
How does
camera is
perspective
pointing
work in this?
upwards, then things that are filmed by the camera are moving downwards. That's just basic perspective.
Yeah, but it's behind the corner of the road. It's at a lower elevation. When you get up to the turn of the road, the building itself is at a lower elevation than the road.
Yeah, it always is.
Right. I'm not disputing that. What I'm telling you is that it's being refracted upward to look like it's at the same elevation of the road.
So
if you go back to the beginning of the video, you'll notice that the front door of the building is actually level with the road at the end of the road.
Yeah. So
right.
I agree. At the beginning of the video, you can see much more of the bottom of the building compared to the end of the video.
Right, because it's being refracted upward.
No, it's not refracted. It's just perspective, because compared to the building, the ceiling is much smaller compared to when you are closer to the ceiling. The ceiling has a much more impact on your vision compared to a further distant away object.
Okay, so that would mean that a farther away object, when you're at the end of the road, the bottom of the building should not be observable, right?
You mean imaginary? If you put the camera directly on the road and the curve, you wouldn't see the building. Is that your question?
This isn't about the road itself. It's at the end of the road, where the cliff is.
So
it's not the curve of the road, it's the cliff. The fucking mountain that the road is on top of, and at the base of the mountain is where the sawmill is.
Yeah, and that building is still a distant away from the camera, even when the car is driving through the
Right, so it's below the top of the cliff at the end of the road.
Yeah. And it was also
right. So why can I see the bottom of the building at the end of the road when the top of the building isn't even with the cliff? When you drive around the corner, you notice the entire building is below the cliff.
So I don't know. I can explain to you with a real daily life experiment. So you can take 2 bottles of water, one being 10 inches away from you, one being 5 inches away from you. If you look from 5 inches away from the first bottle, you can see probably most of the second bottle. But the closer you go to the first bottle, the more the first bottle hides the second bottle. And that's the same effect.
So what building is in front of the sawmill that's making me see more of the building in the back?
It's the ceiling.
What ceiling?
Can we die on another hill? Because this is going around in circles and it's going nowhere. Because you're trying to explain an optical phenomenon to this guy, and either he's too dense to understand what it is that you're saying, or he's being purposely obtuse and avoiding following along. So let's get something else going on.
So, okay, you decide that if you want to go on with that topic.
Have you ever seen curvature of the Earth?
Yep, definitely.
When? Where? How?
When I was at the sea and observed ships.
Okay. How far away were the ships? And
I didn't use a tape measure to know how far away
so
they
then
were
you're just
exactly.
saying So then you're just saying the boats in the distance are disappearing bottom up, and that's Earth curve, okay? Right?
That's what I've seen, yeah.
Okay, so then that should be geometrically measurable, correct?
No. Incorrect.
Incorrect. Okay, so what do you think I mean by geometric?
I don't know.
Is it the Earth that's causing the boat to disappear, or is it something not the Earth causing the boat to disappear?
So you are asking me what I think you think geometrically means. Why don't you tell me?
I'm defining it with my follow-up. Do you think it's the Earth causing the disappearance of the boat, or is it something not the Earth causing the disappearance of the boat?
It's definitely
geometric, meaning the Earth shape is causing the thing to disappear.
It's definitely the Earth that is obstructing things.
What is the distance to the horizon where the geometric shape of the Earth would be causing the obstruction?
You are asking me what is the distance to the horizon?
Yes, what's the distance to that geometric horizon that's causing the boat to disappear?
Well, you may know it depends on your elevation. It depends on the actual refraction index at that day, at that weather situation.
1 foot.
That's
How far away is the horizon at 1 foot from the water? Above the water, 1 foot. How far away is the horizon?
The geometric or the optical horizon?
The geometric. The thing that's supposed to be the shape of the Earth causing the disappearance of your boat.
So I guess it's 1.2 miles.
You guess, or is that the math, the geometric shape?
I watched several Quantum Eraser videos, and I think that's what he said several times. So I trust him.
Okay, well, it's not just him. Go ahead and ask Google if 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet is a valid equation for measuring the distance to the horizon.
Yep.
It says yes, it's valid.
Geometrical horizon. Yep.
All right. So, why is it that you don't know the distance to the boat?
Because I do not see the geometrical horizon, because I'm using my eyes, and my eyes are using optical. They are using receiving light, and light follows optics and not follow geometric straight lines.
So your base belief is belief. The reason you don't believe you can see the geometric horizon is because you believe there's other things other than the shape of the Earth that's causing this boat to obstruct. But at the beginning of the conversation, you said it's the Earth that's causing the disappearance of this boat.
Yep, I still admit. What I'm saying is, you cannot see the geometric horizon because we have air that we are looking at or through when we are looking at an object, and air is affected by refraction. And refraction happens all the day. You cannot deny that.
Sure. Which is what he was trying to talk about. But so why do you believe that you can't see the thing that should be there if you don't have proof that the thing that should be there is there? Because you can never see the proof. Why do you believe that?
I'm actually not sure what you're asking at the moment.
Okay. I'll rephrase it. The Earth is supposed to be obstructing the boat bottom up. You're telling me that you can't see that. You see something else. So you believe it's still the thing. Why do you disbelieve your senses?
I can see boats being obstructed bottom first. Just not at the location where you assume or where the calculated geometric horizon is, but much further away. And the reason for that is that light is bending, and it's bending behind the curve, and that's why the light hitting my eyes are showing where the band light hits the surface.
Okay.
It's that simple.
So you're assuming the Earth's a ball, and you're admitting that you're seeing farther than the geometry tells you.
So if I would assume the Earth is flat, then I'm still looking for an explanation why things would be obstructed bottom first in the first place.
Yes, which is why I posed the dichotomy at the beginning. Is it the Earth's shape, or is it something else? Obviously, it's Earth's flat, and it's not the ground obstructing the object, then it's something else.
Yeah, if you have a viable explanation for that something else, feel free
is what you're saying it is. You're saying I can't see the geometric horizon. The only reason I can see farther is because it's optic. You're putting to death your geometric claim and substituting for a belief system in optics.
So I think it's not a belief system. Optical laws are very well established in optical device manufacturing and everything else. So if you have an explanation of why things disappear bottom first on a flat Earth, feel free to explain.
That is why we have this argument, is because you're saying that it's supposed to be the ground that's making the obstruction. And you're saying all of these optic laws exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
The way to know the difference between it being a physical obstruction and an optical phenomenon is to identify the distance to the horizon and compare it to the claim that's being made. If the observation is showing the horizon at a farther distance than what the math is telling you it should be, then you're not looking at that geometric claim.
No, but
and you're
exactly the problem that I'm trying to address.
That the optics is making up for that geometric claim. You're not seeing the geometric claim. You're just asserting that the geometric thing is there, but I don't see it.
I see the geometric thing, but I'm combining geometry and optics.
If you're seeing farther than where the math says the horizon should be, you are not looking at the geometric thing.
Yes, that's what I'm saying all the time, because you cannot just pick geometry and just ignore everything else. Nature is doing several effects happening at the same time. One effect being geometry, and the other effect is optics.
So is the horizon geometric?
Reality trumps belief.
Does that mean the horizon's not geometric, Alminator?
So if you ask me, that question doesn't make any sense, because the horizon is what we see optically.
Right, so is there any geometric
What we're trying to do is measure the distance to the horizon, which would be the distance, and where we stop seeing things is where it's beginning to drop off. So
Sorry, you're breaking out?
Yeah, we're determining where the sphere-edged horizon is that limits what you can see.
So do you think anyone that explains the globe to you thinks that what you can see is the physical horizon?
All right, so wait a minute. So hold on, it's sporadic. So he's been
just explained why.
Have you been listening, sporadic? Have you been listening to this conversation?
Past
so
5
Sheepdog
minutes.
was talking to him. Okay, Sheepdog was talking to him for I don't know, maybe 20 minutes. And then Tactical's been talking to him. So he's saying he is not going to believe that things can disappear from the bottom up unless there's another explanation given.
Okay, right? So when do we have things disappearing bottom up?
I was asking for an explanation.
He's talking about both.
Yeah. Show me an example of a. Show me a bottom-up disappearance, and I can give you any explanation you want.
So, if you have a viable explanation on a flat Earth, just post it. I will.
I need you to provide an example, because I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm asking you to provide a viable explanation of how things.
Why do I have to explain something that I don't believe is occurring?
On a flat Earth. I think that's what you're believing in.
No, nothing's disappearing bottom up the way you think it is.
That's what we see.
No, it isn't. Show me an example. I want you to show me an example of curvature, blocking things bottom up.
We were talking about things disappearing bottom first.
Oh, wait, so let me guess. If I have a fence that blocks me from the waist down, therefore from the bottom up, is that the curvature of the Earth?
Sorry?
If I have a wave in the foreground blocking a boat that's 30 miles away, bottom up, is that curvature of the Earth?
A wave is not curvature of the Earth, no.
No, of course not. Or how about a standing wave like shoaling? Or how about a successive series of tides that are so small that you can't make them out individually, but together form a wall of water blocking things in the distance? Or how about a marine layer of heavy turbulence because of a massive air temperature differential between the surface of the water and the air above it, blocking things bottom up? I mean, that's not the curvature of the Earth either. So how many explanations have I given you? Maybe 3 or 4 so far? I can keep going.
So I've given you a fourth explanation. So
well, where's the curvature of the Earth then? Because if you can never actually see it, then why would you assume it's there?
Where's the standing wave?
It's called shoaling. SHOALING.
Where's the standing wave? So you are asking me to provide you where's the curvature. I'm asking you one of.
An example of shoaling? Okay, I'll pull up a Wikipedia page on shoaling if you want to see what shoaling is.
I can show you an example of Earth curvature.
Oh, great. Do that, please. I want to see Earth curvature. I've never seen it before.
I'm sure you did.
No, I never have. If I did, and it was true, I wouldn't be here.
So I'm pretty sure whatever I post here, that's called fake. And
you don't really sound confident in your own evidence.
I'm absolutely confident. I just
okay, great.
I've talked like
she's poisoning the well.
How about you post it? Okay, I'm going to put you on mute until you do it. Yeah, keep laughing. I'm waiting for you to post your evidence.
So you know he doesn't have image frames.
Oh, how funny. Well, he can DM it. Well, he can't DM it to me because I don't accept just anybody. Well,
that's fine. He can DM me if he wants.
Yeah, he can DM any. He can post a link. You know, it's like, I bet you've seen this before. Well, if we have, then how come you are not listening to what we say about it? Yep. So he still hasn't posted anything. Should we play the Jeopardy theme song, or can it be here all night?
Yeah. Not only that, but I had like a 20-minute conversation about like atmospheric conditions that could cause refraction, and he didn't even want to go down that rabbit. That was the whole point of me explaining the shrinking mill and refraction works. Is a product of refraction is magnification. That's what lensing generally does. There's special conditions where it doesn't do that, but most of the time it's just going to produce anything that seems to be refracted will appear to be magnified, and so that's how you tell if there's refraction. If something's magnified behind the curve, and then when it's in front of the curve, it's not magnified. That's why I tend to believe that's a little bit more refraction going on.
I would even challenge that personally, so I wouldn't go down that route.
That's fine. I'm all about it, but I'm actually in a bad location, so I can't really. We'll get into it one day, sporadic.
No, like really. There are other explanations you can get into without calling it that.
Oh, I know there are. I'm just saying this is just one example, and I use magnification as the byproduct for refraction. I posted several videos in the side chat.
I don't think the air acts like that at all.
So basically, back to this guy, because he's the guy who's in contention right now, right? So he's basically stating that light bends downwards and allows us to see over the curvature of the Earth no matter what, and makes the curve invisible to us, right? Not perceivable whatsoever. that it automatically does this. So we could either see further than we're supposed to, or we're going to see less, right? And yeah, none of it really makes any sense because it's like a blanket statement, right? It says hand waves dismiss. Hand wave dismiss all laser observations, saying lasers are doing the same thing. Technically, is
right.
what
It sets it up to be unfalsifiable, right? It's wholly unfalsifiable when you say those things, Alminator. Right, because you're claiming now that any time that you see too far, that is further evidence for how much Earth is obstructing things in the distance with its own curvature. See how silly that sounds?
Hey, by the way, he posted the blue marble for his evidence of curvature.
Oh, for crying out loud, dude!
And I posted a rebuttal.
The 1970. What the 1970 alleged government space.
That's right. He had to go to an Apollo mission.
No, it's not even. It's the Robert Simon one. It's the composite. It's not even the freaking photograph. Oh my God, that's even funnier.
No, that is a 1972 one.
Oh, is it the 72 one?
Okay, yeah. So that was supposed to be an actual photograph.
We got no evidence outside of this.
How can a misrepresentation of reality supersedes reality?
Oh, don't worry. He just dismissed every long distance observation, every laser test, and said, oh, no, it's because light bends. I don't know how it works, but it does. That's the way it works. So you can't convince this guy because he's already made up his mind that no matter if you shoot a laser, like a $30,000 laser over the surface of the Earth, it's going to curve down and make it look like the Earth is completely flat.
He called it perspective. He said refraction is due to perspective. That's what he said.
He's here in bad faith, obviously, then. Yep, he's gone. I tossed him. 59-hour ban. Didn't have time to deal with this. Can't even use people like this for good exposition.
I put on a clinic for 20 minutes. I had a little bit of fun.
Yeah, so he was trying to bait over fences, trying to get her riled up. So then she wound up asking me, oh, is he unmuted, blah, 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 blah. Then he finally starts yapping, and he's just waiting for his opportunity to do the same dumb junk that he does every single time. So I think DJ spent a good period of time talking to him on several occasions. I know a bunch of us have. So
same here. I was disappointed to hear him yak.
Yeah. So, at least you ended it. So let's move forward. Let's not give him any more airtime talking about him anymore.
It's pretty ballsy of him to do, to post a Wikipedia entry to Blue Marble and say, there it is. There's my proof of curvature that you've been waiting for the past 2 hours with me or whatever. The past 2 weeks he's been in here. Yeah.
Still can't validate the radius value because he accepts that he's looking for the geometric value, but he can't find the geometric value because the optic value is hiding it.
Right. So the more it's hiding the geometric value, the more he's emboldened to say it has to be there. The less you see it, the more it's there. We know how much Earth curves by how much it looks flat, guys.
they will say, they'll give this observation, right, where they put a coin on a ball, and then they lower the camera, and then they use a magnifying glass to bring the coin back up into view. That's fine, but I want to see the horizon behind the coin. That's what I want to see. I know refraction, you can bend things up with refraction. I'm fine with that, but I want the horizon to be bent up too. Did I robot
Which
out?
bending actually occurs. I mean, I see.
He doesn't care. It doesn't.
I see
It doesn't matter.
stretching and
You already heard him say it.
turbulent warbling, but
If somebody tells you that no matter what you show me, I'm not going to believe what is actually happening, then how could you take them seriously? But they're going to believe a photograph and believe that a space agency did all of these Apollo missions all in one presidential administration and never after that one presidential administration. I mean, it's crazy. You're going to tell me you're that much of a skeptic, but that much of a believer at the same time. It's kind of nuts. Do we have anybody in here who's on the globe side that has any questions? Anybody who has any questions on the globe side or any globe evidence that they'd like to present? Sorry if I cut you off sporadic. Good on everybody on the panel that's here on the flat earth side. Good on you guys. You're all having a great day or evening or morning.
yeah, thanks. Likewise. Thank you, John, for holding things down. Sheepdog too. Tactical Droid, you guys are friends.
Yeah, no, it's sorry, I meant to say thank you also, but no, it's one of my favorite conversations. You know, like I want to see people give me this demonstration of the horizon behind the object over a curved surface, right? Because that's what we see in the Black Swan. We see the horizon behind the shit that's not supposed to be there.
Because if what they're saying is true about the geometry of the path of light, then it's the same as if you, the observer, were lifted up by the amount that is proportional to what should be behind the curvature of the Earth. So if you're seeing the bottom of oil rigs on a globe Earth due to what they claim is some kind of crazy refraction, then the angle of view that you would have from your feet all the way to the bottom posts of that boat should be similar to the angle that would be if you were 66 feet up off the ground, lifted up, looking down. The whole plane of vision should rotate. And that's not what's happening at all. Like they would need, in my opinion, they would need more than just a simple curve in that path of light. They need more complex curves going on. You know, and they'd need it also in a way that retains image fidelity.
And really, if you think about it, all we need is about a 1.33 degree deflection. And that's probably what's going to create the illusion of a surface.
Like if you take Skunk Bay, you know, it looks like a hot mess of turbulent effects. The images are being stretched and smudged and compressed. The more there is some kind of impedance between the far field and the near field in your vision, the more things tend to lose fidelity. But, you know, these people come in and claim that there's an increase due to those same kinds of effects at play. Right, and the other thing that's missing is, like what you mentioned, Sheepdog, is basically the rotation. You need to see more of the surface of things, more of the tops of things. So in addition to seeing the ground itself kind of rotated up so that you have a wider angular field of view to all things on the ground from your feet off to the horizon, we should be able to see the tops of distant objects that you were once looking more obliquely at a glancing angle at should now be opened up a bit and rotated too. And that is not portrayed at all by Skunk Bay as an example, or any other example that's ever been provided. It's a consequence of what they claim is refraction. And I'm not going to get too bent out of shape about that term. It does seem like this field needs to do a better job defining things, because they'll call the law of refraction something in a very specific sense and then apply it more generally beyond that. And it causes confusion. Big deal. So what?
Yeah, I like refraction. I don't have a problem with refraction.
I think it's important in many contexts to point out, because it's almost like it's being used as a very sloppy word that can open up for multiple meanings and therefore abuse of definitions and terms in order to suit agendas for certain arguments that normally wouldn't stand a scrutiny. I mean, like, even worse than that is like, it's about as bad as gravity, but K-factor, right? The entire thing of what K-factor embodies. I mean, there's just so much slop built into this. It's disgusting. And everybody knows it.
But it's not just that. There's like my thing is like, here is a demonstration by a wonderful account on YouTube called Skyfree, where they use naturally occurring conditions to demonstrate bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface.
Yeah.
And so I have no problem with that, because we're observing natural phenomena. Right? And I don't know what's going off in the distance over 10 miles, 20 miles. Like, sure, there could be a temperature inversion at some point. I don't know. I'm not going to say that is the cause. I'm just saying, here's a demonstration on a scaled down version of a flat surface with bottom-up obstruction using naturally occurring phenomena.
Yeah, exactly. The only thing that they modify in the room is the heat. is the temperature in the room. That's all they're doing. Right? So whatever we're seeing... Exactly. So whatever we're seeing is a result of the change in temperature affecting the, the light bouncing off the object back to the viewer, the camera. So the only thing they're manipulating is the temperature. And they actually have like a thermometer on the ground, they've got like different levels showing the changes as well. It's like they've got like a multi-level thermometer happening when they do this.
Yeah, mad respect for them for like going out, doing that. Like I got a girl, there's a girl I know on X. She wants to start doing that too because she is starting to think that is the main cause for bottom-up obstruction. So she wants to put together science experiments. And I trust that she's going to try to do the right thing because she's a PhD student. So her PhD is on the line also, you know what I mean?
And I think it's important to point out that the obstruction is really, I guess, in a sense, that the light is smudging and colliding with itself.
That, or just even if there's a deflection upward, it's going to push the image of the object down. And what happens when it gets pushed down from that location? It's going to appear to be going over some physical thing.
It's so much about this brings to mind like how they cherry pick, right? In this case, what they're doing, they're leaving out the time component. They'll show you like an image of this happening, and they'll leave out things like the conditions, the actual conditions. And they'll leave out what happened before and after to make that image possible. Because you go out on different days and you'll see different things. It's just like with the sulfahexafluoride, they pour gas into a box. And I'm reminded of when my Omaha steaks came. They came in the frozen ice, the frozen like oxygen or whatever that was, nitrogen. And I was telling people yesterday, I put the big bags in the sink and I tore the bags open. I was watching it sublimate, like just totally turn from solid into gas right in my sink and disperse. And I come back later and it's all gone. Like it's all been completely diffused, completely dispersed within the air. But they'll leave out the time component. So they cherry pick, right? And they'll show you like a guy pouring the gas in and say, see, look at that. Look at that. Gotcha. But guess what? It's freezing freaking cold. So it's got a higher density, which is displacing the lesser density medium around it. And, as it warms up, it's coming to equilibrium. It's, in a sense, also cooling the environment down around it. And that gas is going everywhere. Like it's going everywhere. You can't like scoop it in your hands. So it starts off slow. You can like see it. It's still fairly condensed because it has an opacity to it. It's white compared to everything else in the room. And it starts to just fizzle out and randomly in all directions, except of course the ground. Because the ground is super dense. But they don't want to point that out. They don't want to show you the full take. They only want to show you a select few frames of that take. So they'll cherry pick the power lines. They won't show you what it looked like that morning or that evening. They'll cherry pick the sulfahexafluoride and won't show you what happened for the sulfahexafluoride to get into the container in the first place, let alone what happens 30 minutes later after it's been poured into an open container. It's just, it's such like, the dishonesty to me is so disgusting by grown-ups. Like, these are the kinds of stupid tricks that I'd expect, I shouldn't say it. But you know what I'm trying to say. Who do they think we are? 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 Who do they think
What is the seminar about?
Hello.
Hi.
Sorry, yes, what is this about? We were just talking about evidence and the lack of it for a globe.
Excuse me? Can you repeat that?
Yeah, we're just talking about the lack of evidence for the globe.
Oh, about Laos. I see. Is it why nobody can talk?
Okay, we got some people at work, some people just getting off of work. We run a pretty well-organized room with good discipline.
Wait, you're into something.
What is going on?
I don't know, Jedi.
Oh, you heard that.
I'm hearing English, but it's not making sense.
Kinda crazy.
So, for the new person, the reason 20 odd people don't all talk at once is you won't be able to hear a thing. So it's much easier if they just speak one at a time. So if you have any questions you'd like to put forward to the panel, please do so.
Well, cool.
Oh, look, Bev, some Bevite just pinged me and said, send in Sporadic Echo. He's next on the QE chopping block. I had better things to do at my time than to sit there on mute.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it, excuse me, if he didn't mute people in there and let them have their say, but the fact he just wants to grind through the video and just have a one-sided blast and not let them have their say, that's weak. I'm sorry, but yeah, I listened to it for about 15 minutes. DJ was just red flagged, and I'm just sitting there going, well, at least let him respond or show that you've taken it out of context, which I could quite clearly see that he had. But yeah, that was me. I just went, yeah, nah, I'm out.
I'm shocked that somebody finds me important enough to talk about.
I'm shocked any of this is actually taking place.
Not that you need to throw gas on the flames, but it'd be funny to release all of the complaining that QE did in everybody's DMs, how he was banned from the place he's now deeming the land of mystic toys, or misfit toys. He's saying that we are now the land of misfit toys, the place he was begging to be let back into.
Hold on. Land of Misfit Toys, that's Earth Awakenings.
No, we are it now.
No.
It's the name of his new video.
No, see, now that's disappointed me. I don't think he'd at least come up, because he's really colourful, they'd at least come up with another name, not the Land of Misfit Toys, that was used.
Yeah, I mean, he's not that creative, I guess.
I'm really disappointed. That's a shame.
This is Quantum Eraser. What happened with him?
If you duck on over to FED, you can find out for yourself.
Yeah. You'd have to ask QE what happened, I think. It's just, I don't even know anymore.
For some reason, he chose DJ to pick a fight with. I can't understand that.
I do.
Oh, yeah, he said refraction. And
Yeah, the reason for it is DJ actually very calmly goes through and explains all these effects quite clearly to anyone that asks about it. Whereas QE, here's Snell's law, choke on it, shut up and get out of my way. See the difference?
Yeah.
That's why it gets in his face, is because he doesn't have...
There are too many people, see?
Okay, I'll have two, please. Before you go. Oh.
I came here again because everyone is Indian. No idea why. I just came to the server and I couldn't find anywhere else to talk.
Oh.
You're going to find it hard talking, and you're going to interrupt conversations.
Hint.
There's no Indian.
Hi, anyway. How are you? We'll put a pin in that. Mate.
I'm bad, bro. As I was saying.
I don't think this will take long anyway.
I don't understand you. Not your accent.
You don't understand what he's saying because of his accent? What? I understand you and you have an accent. You understand me?
I understand you, but not Jedi.
Something tells me you've had a run-in with the Jedi before.
I don't know who is Jedi. I mean...
I think he's telling you that you're not speaking English, Jedi.
Yeah, I think I understood that.
He has a good accent. That's what I'm saying.
Good. So what
the most English person here, and you don't understand his English.
Yeah, for sure. He's the most English.
Yep. Yep, most definitely.
I'll try my best to understand.
Okay. What do you want? How can we help you?
Just chatting. I needed to chat.
About what?
About anything, but not about Indians' politics.
Okay. In this room that's titled the 24/7 Flat Earth Room, we talk about the Earth being flat and how it's not a ball in space orbiting the sun.
But you guys are serious.
Yes, very serious. No tone in your voice.
So, what is the evidence?
Well, the water doesn't lie.
Yeah. Did you ask what is the evidence? The evidence is the surface of the Earth being measured to lay horizontally. Water, that's apparently 70% of the surface of the Earth, lays horizontally. So if the Earth was a sphere, that would mean that the waters would curve over distance, because that would be the surface of a sphere. It would curve. But the surface of the Earth doesn't do that. It measures to lay horizontal. So it can't be a sphere. It's measured flat.
But it's a long distance, so...
All distances. At all distances, the surface of the Earth mean sea level is measured as a horizontal reference datum. It's horizontal.
Isn't it close to horizontal?
No, horizontal. If it was close to horizontal, it wouldn't be horizontal. It would have a rate of change of slope. The Earth's surface doesn't have a rate of change of slope. Its orientation is horizontal, perpendicular to vertical.
Well, alright, but what do you think about gravity? I mean, the force between subjects.
The force between...
In smallest terms, like...
Yeah, no, these are just concepts that make the world go round, to coin a phrase. It's mathematics that's associated with the Earth being a sphere, and explanations why things don't fly off of it and appear to go downwards. So it's a made-up story. It's only relevant to a sphere. The Earth isn't a sphere. Things go up and down because of their relative density. Why they work along this vector of up and down, I don't know.
What can we know about the this downward vector? I mean, like, regardless of the shape of the Earth, if you just assume negative 9.81 meters per second squared, that math is what we base a lot of stuff off of. So that has to be something, whether or not it's mass attracting mass, it's something.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, right? From a flat Earth point of view, we can only observe the observation. We can measure the rate of fall of solid objects, for example, but that doesn't mean that we can assert a cause other than the things that we can vary and manipulate. And the things that we can vary and manipulate only make the objects move in this up or downwards direction. What causes that? I don't know.
Sure, but I don't think it's right to say it's relative density, because
scientifically,
why can't it just be a downward force?
Well, scientifically, that's what you're going to be observing and manipulating. The object that's relative to the medium that it's in and their densities to each other. Because of their relative densities to each other, things will work up or down.
Why do things fall in a vacuum?
I don't know. Do all things fall in a vacuum?
Yeah. Okay.
What happens if I put gas into the vacuum? Does the gas fall into the floor?
It will. I mean, as the energy leaves the gas.
No, the gas will have temperature. That means it's always going to move, which means it's always going to have collisions, which means it's always going to expand until it reaches the expansion or the limit of its volume. The gas isn't going to stop.
When the gas cools off, it'll fall to the floor.
When the gas cools off, it'll fall to the floor. No, when a gas cools off, no. If we have one gas, excuse me, if we have one gas that's reducing in temperature, it's not going to fall to the ground. It's going to stop moving as much and become denser.
But all those gas particles are still objects subject to whatever this downward force is. So
no, not observably, they're not. Gas has the power of indefinite expansion. Robert Clark Maxwell.
I don't know. We can observe gases falling to the like. Have you ever put I think there was a science experiment when I was in school where we tried putting dry ice inside, and he had a vacuum bell, right? And the smoke from the dry ice still fell to the bottom of the container, even though it was in a vacuum.
Because it's more dense than the medium it's in.
Right, but the medium, if there's no medium, like if there's nothing in...
That's right, there's no medium. So it stacks itself, it layers itself. That's all that's happening. Every single claim that you make about gravity, whichever form you take, can be quite comfortably explained away with buoyancy and density. Without even trying. So at the moment, with your example, you had your vacuum chamber, and the smoke just went to the bottom. Why? Because there was no medium to hold it up.
Yeah. So, but, okay, I guess something that is confusing me is, like, why can't we just call that a force? Why can't we just say, like, there's a force associated with the downward direction that all objects...
There's no downward direction.
And not all objects follow it.
All objects do. All objects are subject.
Sorry, no, your inverting gas does, but it doesn't do what you're saying it does. Gas expands.
So gas is not subject to gravity.
But you're saying that it is, but observably it isn't.
So no matter the density of the gas, it's going to go up.
Density? How do you cause density of a gas?
Gases have different weights.
They're different atomic weights. That doesn't mean that when you put them on a scale, they're going to press down. That means their atomic structure.
Very, very sensitive scale, yes.
No, No, not a very, very sensitive scale. Gases move and have collisions. What will happen is the gas will press upon and fuck off. But the atomic weight, that's the amount of its structure, the amount of electrons.
In chemical engineering, we use it as the mass of the gas.
I understand, but you're not listening to what I'm saying.
So how about this? Let's say you've got a tank.
Mass isn't a vector.
That's empty. That's got a vacuum, and then you put a gas and you weigh this tank to see what its weight is, and you put a heavy gas in there, into that tank. You can measure it
heavy gas isn't going to stop the heavy gas from expanding. The reason why it's not expanding is because you've got to. I actually fucking let you get to the end of your point.
Okay, sorry.
So we're asking you how you keep the gas from expanding into available volumes. You've put it in a container that restricts its expansion, and then you put it on a scale and say, look, all the gas inside the container that's moving freely and randomly in all directions, having collisions with itself, is all going down. That's not true. The gas inside the container is moving freely and randomly in all directions and only limited by the container, because if you open the container, it's going to start reaching equilibrium. If there's high pressure in a container, it's going to leave. If there's high pressure outside, it's going to enter.
Yeah. I mean that's what's going to happen in the case of tank.
That's the law of nature. So that's what's going to happen all of the time.
Like the gas pressure laws that we're working with here, they're derived from
second law of thermodynamics.
What did you say?
Second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. The gas pressure laws that we are.
There's a monkey. Thank you.
The gas pressure laws that we're working with are derived from molecular interactions, gas particles.
Experiments.
What do you say?
They're derived from experiments.
Yeah, no, you're right. So we can get the same gas pressure laws from experiments, the same laws that we can derive using only the physical interactions of molecules. I had a professor that went through this whole derivation where he started with, okay, you're assuming some amount of gas particles. Here's the number of collisions that they have with each other. You can reach the same gas laws that we use every day by deriving it from the ground up with these molecular interactions with each other.
Okay. Within the gas laws, what's the cause of pressure?
So pressure is when a lot of gas molecules are bouncing off of each other, and the cumulative number of collisions they have with the material around it, the material that's containing it, as you would point out.
Yeah.
The cumulative interactions it has with that wall is pressure.
Yeah. So the amount of collisions that the temperature has with the walls of its container. So you require a physical container for gas pressure. So you require a physical container for gas pressure.
When there's no container, what you're left with is still just a bunch of molecules that all are still subject to the downward force.
No, that's an imaginary idea that you keep bringing up. When you open the container, the gas that's got energy given to it by temperature has free and random collisions. The power of indefinite expansion, being as now the system is open and outside is an available volume to fill, the gas is going to fill it.
Yes. No. And it, like in pretty much all examples in daily life, that's what we will see.
But in all examples of daily life, because this is a natural law.
What happens when a gas is opened up, when you open up a container and it flies all over the place, that is a result of more basic fundamental laws about objects being subject to forces and colliding with each other.
An entropy, dude. No energy has been imparted to the system when you open a container with pressure within and less pressure without. It's no energy change, it's a change in entropy.
I'm losing
gas fills the space. The mixing of ideal gases, gas expansion into a vacuum, entropy. It's
Yeah,
so happens all of the time.
The behavior of gases is not the fundamental cause. What the fundamental cause of all this is that it's a bunch of objects with mass, molecules that are interacting with each other, and it just what we've been able to establish common like.
Because the little molecules of gas have got mass, that the gas doesn't expand.
The gas. Okay, I'm not disagreeing with you that the gas does expand. What I'm saying is that the reason it expands is because of more fundamental laws about what objects do when they're interacting with each other and subject to forces. Not that
within it's because of the gas collisions. Because of that constant motion given to them by temperature. Temperature gives them the energy to move, so they move. The reason why they change direction is because they have a physical collision. The reason that they expand is because of the amount of physical collisions and the amount of volume they feel. The reason why they don't expand is because there's something physical containing them. When you open this thermodynamic system that has got energy and particle matter within it, and you open it, the gas that's got energy expands.
I'm with you. But I'm with you. But obviously, what we're talking about really is how this is possible on the Earth, right?
Yeah, you've got a vacuum, and we've got gas pressure.
The reason that I was trying to explain that ultimately the cause of all these gas pressure laws is the more fundamental interactions. When you look at when you say, okay, if there was this force called gravity, and if gas molecules are just particles of mass, what would they do? All of them would still be subject to this force towards the Earth, and it would, no matter how much energy threw them up. There's a ton of energy. I mean, the atmosphere is very tall. There's a ton of energy bouncing them around, but it's not like they're being pulled up. Nothing is pulling them up. They're hitting each other and pushing each other up. But at the top, there's going to be just fewer and fewer balls bouncing.
More space to fill.
But vacuums.
You're trying to shut up. It's like no one said pulling up. Don't know where you started building this bloody straw man from. Like the sky is pulling the gas up. No, I told you at length that the gas that's got the temperature, it's got kinetic energy, is going to move. Now, the only reason why it changes its path is after a physical collision. Otherwise, a gas molecule that's left the surface of the Earth and moves upwards and doesn't have any physical collisions isn't going to fucking come back unless it has a physical collision with something restricting the volume, like a container.
But a gas particle, so under the Earth model, again, this is making a lot of assumptions. What I'm trying to establish is that under the globe model that it would work. It would work. Is so under the globe model. And with gravity and stuff, the gas particles would eventually come back to Earth because those gas particles are subject to gravity.
What's gravity?
Gravity is this force that's we have discovered that where mass attracts mass.
Okay, all right.
We can talk about gravity, but do we want to try to wrap up with the gas particle stuff?
No, from a strictly scientific point of view, no, it's not mass attracting mass. I mean, you've heard of Einstein, right? And general and special relativity and the bending and warping of space-time and that stuff. Yeah, that's what they talk about nowadays because the mass attracting mass, that was superseded in 1915. There's no science for this magic at a distance. I mean, all I have to do is ask you, how does mass attract mass, this instantaneous action at a distance? What's the mechanism? You'll splutter like everybody else, and then you'll start talking about Einstein, who described the mechanism as the bending and warping of space-time.
We have evidence of mass attracting mass. We found we can calculate a consistent coefficient of mass attracting mass.
Really? Can you provide me a scientific experiment, please?
Yeah, I mean, look up I'm sure you know of it, the Cavendish experiment.
Okay. So the Cavendish experiment. So this was done how many years before?
Huh?
The Cavendish experiment. This was done how many years before Einstein came along and ripped this apart because mass attracting mass, even with your circus fucking show that isn't a scientific experiment, is instantaneous action at a distance. It violates special relativity, which takes the speed of light to act.
Well, the experiment is just it's setting up an observation. Like Einstein has a different explanation for how gravity works, but Einstein, it's not like Einstein is going against the results of the Cavendish experiment.
Yes, he is. Did you not listen to what I said?
Wrong. Because we have
require citation.
Can you repeat your?
Do you require a citation that backs up my claim that mass attracting mass violates special relativity because of its time coordinate? It's not the same. Right, let me emphasize.
Here's my position. Let me
emphasize. No, let me emphasize.
Okay.
Newtonian physics works in three-dimensional space. You might start understanding that Einstein, that's got a time coordinate. That's four-dimensional pseudo-Riemannian space. They don't even happen when explaining the phenomena within the same geometry. It's completely different mathematical conceptions. They're not the same thing.
Okay, I'm losing you a little bit, but basically, what my understanding is, so the Cavendish experiment, it's been replicated many times. I saw people do it in my engineering courses.
Exactly same results.
It's a set of it's an experiment. It doesn't say anything about what. Can you? What were you saying?
With exactly the same results.
If you do it well, you can get consistent results across many different mediums, and
no. You kind of must understand as soon as you said, well, if you do it correctly, all right, if you get the results you're supposed to get, then you
can do an experiment badly or well. You can do it.
You get varying results. You get three different types of results. One is no motion or oscillation on the axis. Two is a vibration away. One is an attraction, or described as an attraction too.
Yo, hello there. Hello there, guys.
So this is one of the things about the Cavendish. It falls apart on all four steps of the scientific method. Doesn't have an observable natural phenomena. The independent variable isn't physical, it's conceptual. That's mass. The experiment isn't a scientific experiment because it's not based on a true hypothesis. And the repeating and validation of
I'm in Antarctica, guys. I'm in Antarctica.
Thank you. The step 4, the repeating and verification of the experiment, you get varying results. Like I said, if you get the thing to work. So no, it's not a experiment. That's why they moved away from it.
Can I go through those? But can you remind me just like of the first one?
Naturally observed phenomena. That's a phenomena happening in the world. The thing that you see.
I would argue that the natural phenomena that we're observing is an acceleration imparted to objects when they're nearby a mass, an object of mass.
Without all of the fluff,
distance of that mass.
Without all of the fluff, and acceleration, what?
An acceleration imparted on an object that it corresponds with the direction and size of a mass.
Mass, okay. You'll need R for that, which would be the Earth being a sphere, but I'll sidestep that. This acceleration, is that in the vector down, perpendicular to horizontal?
So the natural phenomena that the Cavendish tries to observe is when you put a massive object near another smaller object, how much acceleration in the direction of that larger one does the small one experience?
Not a lot. Sometimes quite a bit. Sometimes it doesn't move.
I agree. I agree.
Sometimes it doesn't.
And can I explain kind of like why I think it's okay that we get different results?
No, because every time that I boil water, being as that the pressure is the same, it's not going to not boil water sometimes.
Okay, so the Cavendish experiment is very sensitive. It's trying to observe a very, very weak force, right? We know we think of it as a weak force. I mean, it's trying to observe something very weak. If you take a bunch of first year engineering students, which this experiment is often done because it's good at separating the wheat from the chaff a little bit. Some of them are not going to be able to control the variables that they need to control in order to actually be able to see the acceleration from the noise, from the oscillation.
Yeah, I know, I've done it.
Oh yeah? Well, how did it go? What did you see?
Not very well. I mean, we had a very expensive science laboratory at our school. Ours was a grammar school, different grammar school to Americans. This is where the high educated kids go. So we had quite a few of these experiments. I mean, after a few years, they kind of just got left to the side, to be honest with you. My personal experience is you have to be very, very careful to get any type of result. Any.
I agree.
Yeah.
But what happens, the reason that I think it's valid,
which is a problem.
So if we accept that the Cavendish is...
Get this right. Only going to circle the results that appeal to you.
So, but if we find a method that is very precise and where we are able to eliminate a ton of noise, and we consistently get the same value, which is what we've seen, then we're measuring something real.
No, we don't get a consistent value, which is what I'm trying to point out to you.
We do.
We don't.
Yeah, we and the with their. I mean, I don't want to appeal to.
You get a consistent value when it works, all right, and you can circle the results that you like, and you do the experiment correctly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so let's get rid of this concept of big G, right? And we're not even trying to calculate big G. We're just trying to see mass attracting mass, regardless of how strong it is.
Okay.
You can see videos of people doing the Cavendish experiment where it's very clearly there's an attractive force between them. Huh?
What's mass?
What's mass? Mass is like it's like how much an object resists a change in velocity.
Yeah.
When force is applied to it.
Okay. So how much something is hard to move?
Huh?
How much something is hard to move?
Yeah, basically.
So,
yeah. How hard is it?
So how much something is hard to move attracts something is how much is hard to move.
So the definition.
No, bro. Address that, bro. How hard it is for something to move attracts how hard something it is to move. Is that right?
Okay. Yes. Are you
fucking kidding? Excuse my language.
The property that makes something hard to move corresponds to.
Oh, no, so now it's not the amount that it moves. It's not its restriction to motion, or its restriction to resistance to motion, right? Not that.
Sorry, I missed the beginning of that.
So it's the property that gives it that ability. Make up your mind what mass is, bro.
I think that mass is it is both the property of an object that makes it hard to move and a property that is attracted to other mass.
All right.
So, yeah, and what the Cavendish gives us is that when you do it well, and you may not believe that we can get consistent results, but when you plug in the value, you've done the Cavendish many times and you found a consistent result, you can plug that in, and you can change the mass, meaning, okay, how hard is this to move? And it matches up with the force, with the resulting acceleration. And we do this.
It's mass physics.
You can then plug that into the model of the solar system, and all of that matches up perfectly too.
Oh shit! You're using that word perfectly again. Describing mass attracting mass physics to the fucking universe. Shit, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big leap. And no, it doesn't. That's why Einstein stepped in. Hello.
But Einstein changes what we. Einstein changes the prediction.
You said matches it perfectly. All right. Does it perfectly predict the motion of Mercury? Does it perfectly match the motion of Mercury?
Perfectly is not the good word here.
Okay, so now it's not perfectly. Right, okay.
I concede. It's not perfect. I concede. But the model for predicting the motions of the planets is extremely accurate. Extremely.
Time. Which one? Newtonian physics that breaks down at the solar and galactic level, Einstein, because we have the distortion of time in space, don't we? As well as the three-dimensional time between objects, because of the displacement of mass within that four-dimensional pseudo-Riemannian coordinate system. Mass no longer attracts mass, it bends space-time.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I mean,
so let's get to mass then. So I posted a citation in the side chat because everyone seems to be very confused what the term mass was. So I'll get one for you. There's a few. I'll start at the beginning.
I think there's a lot of evidence. I mean, Einstein's understanding of gravity makes sense to me. I don't see what the issue is.
Einstein's model of gravity makes sense to you, yet you're standing here trying to defend Newtonian physics, which violates what Einstein speaks about it. Special relativity, like I said, for maybe the fifth time now, could be fourth, but probably the fifth, violates special relativity because of the action of the speed of light. Instantaneous action. I don't see mass.
Okay, we can talk about the semantics of
semantics. So words mean things.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm telling you what they mean.
Newtonian physics, regardless of what Einstein did, Newtonian physics is still incredibly accurate as a model of reality. And that's the it's easier to talk about because you don't have to couch things in the special Einstein language, but it's describing the same things. It's describing it's a model of the same
of the observed phenomena.
Huh?
Yeah. Different causes, same phenomena. So which is the real gravity if you've got different models that propose different causes?
Well, it's a model. It's a model.
Yeah, so which one's it's like you didn't listen to the question. I'll give it to you again. You've got two models that say that the causes are two different things for the same phenomena. So which model is the true cause?
Einstein's model is more accurate. So it's likely that, but I mean, but neither Einstein nor Newton, they don't really put forward a reason why this happens. Like we're getting into the why question.
Cause. They don't put forward the reason why it happens. That would be a cause of the phenomena. Yes, they fucking do.
Gravity.
Shut up, dude! Don't lie to my face. You've literally been here defending it for the last half an hour. The cause being mass attracting mass. You've just turned around and say they don't give a reason. Well, I'm not talking to you anymore, dude. Wow.
What we observe is mass attracting mass, and both Newton and Einstein.
No, we don't. Go and let a helium balloon go.
Huh?
Go and let go of a helium balloon. Mass attracting mass. That would be mass fucking off away from mass.
So,
gas.
Let's go through.
It also goes away from mass, bro. You're inserting your cause into the observation.
How so? Should I do the balloon thing?
All you observe is motion, and then you go, "Well, that's mass attracting mass. I'm observing it." Declaring the cause.
I can come back to the balloon thing, but what the Cavendish shows is that there's motion, there's an acceleration specifically that is measurable specifically when you place a mass next to the test objects.
So what you're claiming is your gravity is just a mathematical formula.
No, gravity is a force.
Yes, because that's what you're using to explain it. Listen quite carefully, my friend. You need to understand this bit. Listen, science to date does not know what the causational mechanism of down is. Newton, mass attracting mass, it's a formula. Einstein, the bending of space-time, mathematical formula. That's all they are. They are a mathematical formula to describe shit going down. They don't know what the causational mechanism is. You're claiming it's mass attracting mass. It was just a formula, that's all.
So, okay.
Throw some numbers at it, that's about it. Now, if you go back in history and your Cavendish quote-unquote experiment, you'll probably find they were looking for something else.
Probably. Science.
Yeah, maybe you should go and look that up, mate.
Science comes into winding path. We find useful experiments that maybe they weren't intending to do what they were meant. Okay, but let me respond to this thing about like gravity being like equations.
You don't get it. There is no gravity, mate. What you claim is gravity is just a descriptor for things going down in the medium of air. That is all. Measured at 9.8 meters per second squared, approximately.
Okay, so what you're saying to me is that neither Newton or Einstein are providing a cause explanation for why.
Excellent, he gets it.
Right. Okay. I think I agree with you, but the way I understand it is that when I say mass attracting mass, this is like it's hard to give another explanation for this phenomena that we describe. Right?
Oh, the bending and warping of space-time, that's what Einstein did. It's like you're not listening.
Okay, but I'm just trying to speak English here, right? Like, I'm just trying to explain, okay, there's...
What language you speak, you need to make sense.
Why are you trying to explain something what is science? You need to make
I mean, I know we're fighting your ideas, dude, but I've put citations in the side chat that show that you just...
So 87 miles, that's about 100 something kilometers, right? Yes.
Well, I'm going the other way. It said, well, the thing I looked up said 87 kilometers, so I changed that to 54 miles.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Between Helsinki and Tallinn.
Yes, I didn't. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm just searching it in our server, Helsinki to Tallinn.
And
I see 4 years ago, somebody posted something about it. Deleted user. Thank you, deleted user. And they have a picture of the thing that looks to me like the Space Needle in Seattle. I don't know what that thing is.
Yeah.
And the one thing I also have seen is that they put several flags, like couple meters apart, and they were looking on a straight line, straight ground, and the flags were on the same level. You know, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, this is the Tallinn TV tower. That's what it says it is.
Oh
Distance,
yeah, that's the building. Yes, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Distance 76.5 kilometers. Camera height 37 meters. Interesting. Obscured height of tower should be 235.56 meters if we live on a globe. And then that looks like it's a still shot from a video called Flat Earth Ultimate Proof of No Curved Water. Nice. Thanks for telling us about that. I wonder if that's on our Flat Earth wiki. It might be. I don't have them all memorized, but it just doesn't sound familiar to me, but it totally could be there, and I just don't remember. I'll check. Find on page, Helsinki. Yeah, it totally is in there. It has something about Helsinki, but I feel like it might not be the same one.
No.
Oh yeah, this is a different one. 4-inch observer of boat in Helsinki from 6 miles. Globe model predicts boat is behind the horizon with 19 feet over curve.
Vittu tämä kans.
No.
Gosh, it's so hard. Hello?
Yes, hello.
Greetings.
What is this channel?
This is the main live stream channel for the 24/7 Flat Earth server, established, I think it was 2018. Yeah. What have you ever heard anything about Flat Earth before?
So wait, you're serious? You're actually not joking? You think the Earth is flat?
Oh, are you going to tell us that you think you live on a globe? We want to hear all about that. Are you serious about living on a globe? Tell us, how did you come to that determination?
Does your mother and father also think it is a globe or flat Earth?
Well, what does my mother and father have to do with the curvature of the Earth? Is that how you're going to prove it? You're going to tell me your mother and father think you're on a globe? So that's how you determined it? I asked you how you determined it. I mean, you could ask me how I determined it. That would seem like a legitimate question, but to ask me about my mother and father, I mean, that would be 2 other people in the world. So, like, if 3 people said the Earth was flat, would that be enough for you?
Well, also my brother and my sister also think it's a globe. I mean, everybody thinks it's a globe, and
I
wouldn't
see
ask
who I'm
you.
talking to now. Yeah, Mr. Guy. I enjoyed that though. That was fun because I was on the other page. I was looking. I actually found that video. I did it by searching on DuckDuckGo because when I searched on Google, it was like when I looked for that video from Helsinki called "Flat Earth: Ultimate Proof of No Curvature." The top result was flat Earth evidence that shows curvature. We love that, don't we? But then when I went to DuckDuckGo, it actually sent me to the actual video. So I know people are still suspicious of DuckDuckGo, but in this case, it actually gave me the thing I was looking for. Imagine a search engine that when you put the exact title of the video, sends you to the exact video. Like, isn't that cool? So anyway, I did find it, the Helsinki to Tallinn thing we were looking for, but I did not find it with the normal Google search. I found it. No, you got me. You got me. While I was looking at the other screen, you totally got me. Nicely done. I actually wish I hadn't looked because it would have been so much more fun if we could have kept going.
I was gonna drop some bombs on you too and pause.
Oh, shoot. I should have kept it going, but it's hard for me to keep going when I actually do know. But I was fooled. I was totally, yeah, my mommy and daddy, you were asking about them. Yeah.
How long have you guys been in here? I looked at all the VCs earlier and nobody was anywhere. So how long?
AI Ardent. Yeah, AI Ardent started this. I know. I was like totally bored, like doing other stuff. And I'm like, woo, AI Ardent is like doing something. Yeah, not that long, I don't think. He just tagged us and maybe, I don't know, short time. I would say like 15, 20 minutes, not that long. Yeah, but then he had to take a shower to
shower.
Yeah, he had to take the Glober. Not Glober stench. I'm sorry, it wasn't even Glober stench. It was Flat Earther stench. He had to get off with a scrub brush, hot water, lots of soap. He's doing that right now. I'm sure he'll be back. Yeah, he started it, got us all here, and then left. What do you think about that?
That's just. Well, we'll give him half credit.
It's pretty rude. Yeah, it's like asking us on a date. Like we get in the car, he's like, "Okay, well you can drive now. I got to go do something else." Yeah, pretty rude. Nut agrees. Nut, did you see? I found it. I found the YouTube video for your Helsinki thing.
Hold up. Wait, you did put it on somewhere, right?
I tagged you. Yeah, it's the live stream voice text. Is it separate? We use the separate channel above the live stream, not the weird new Discord thing.
Yeah.
We are
there is so many fucking things on the Discord. So yeah, that the voice text. Yeah. I have seen that same thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thanks for telling me about it. I'm totally gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna put that on my playlist. I'm like it's a forgotten gem.
Yeah, we here in the Flat Earth have a very big Discord.
He's back. I was just complaining about you to Creation Bear.
Wait, how do you know that?
I think we're the biggest Flat Earth Discord there is.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, we gotta be. We'll just claim the title. Somebody else wants to dispute it. They gotta have some evidence.
Yeah, we're definitely the best. So biggest and best, I guess.
I think the main
defending undisputed. Oh yeah, I'm going to add that to the soundboard.
Which one are you going to add? Him making the claim or the undisputed? What are you making? The claim? What's on the soundboard?
Bruce Buffer introducing the champion. He goes, "The reigning, defending." He gets like super amped up. I'm about to add that. That's actually pretty
okay,
funny.
good. Yeah, because then you had to have AI Arden or someone, make the claim, again, that we're the biggest and best flat Earth server, and then you have to put that. Yeah, that'd be great.
All right, that'll work. That'll work.
Yeah, or you can just say, who is the biggest and best flat Earth server, right? And then we can say 24/7 flat Earth is the biggest and best flat Earth server, and then you can put your clip after that. I think that'd be good.
All right, perfect. It's a deal. Are you hosting right now? Are you hosting?
Only because our host disappeared. Yeah, I guess I'm hosting, but now he's back, so I guess I can go back to my ancillary role. Are you hosting? Who's in charge?
I don't want to. No, you guys got it. But,
we have Nut. I mean, Nut was our featured speaker. I don't know if you got that, Creation Cub. He told us about the Helsinki. He told us about his friends who, quote unquote, believe in flat Earth, and that and I asked him what evidence they showed him, and he told us about this Helsinki to the capital of Estonia called Tallinn. Yeah, and then I searched Helsinki in our server. I found this still shot from a video, and then by using an alternate search engine, I found the original video. So yeah, now you're caught up. And then Josh was here, and Josh acknowledged that he's mad at me from yesterday, and he's still angry, and now he's gone. But he will talk to men only if he comes back.
Yes. Yeah. Is that the British weirdo?
No, it's not the old weirdo Josh. It's the new weirdo Josh. He's an American Josh. I know, he's been totally replaced. Like old weirdo British Josh, his title of being weirdo globe believer has been usurped. Yeah, he should return and claim his his title. Because I put up the Spotify podcast of new weirdo Josh, which I told him I was going to be nice to him, but then he left. So if he's not here, do I have to still be nice to him, or I don't know? We don't have a signed contract.
Wait, so he doesn't want to talk to women?
Oh no, I'm just I'm using hyperbole. He doesn't want to talk to me, Creation Bear, because I was mean to him yesterday. Yeah, maybe he talked over fences. I don't know.
I wouldn't
Maybe you need to ask him. Show us on the flat Earth where the doll hurt you.
Here we go. Yeah, this is July 27th. That's when the former Globe champion Josh was on the podcast. Glober grasps at straws and claims flat horizon. I don't know what happened to him. I guess we broke him, right? I mean, if he doesn't come back to dispute that claim, I'm going to say we broke British Josh, and he had to send in American Josh as his replacement.
Yeah, I haven't heard the new guy yet. It sounds like
gosh, you got to talk to him. Oh no, I need you to speak to him. I need you. I need it.
You need it? Oh, okay.
I need you to talk to American Josh. No, this title, Kool-Aid drinking and space pill popping IRL space evangelist.
Who came up with that?
India came up with that versus flat Earth. When I first saw that, because I hadn't heard it yet. Oh, there's Indio. Creation Cup likes your title of your Josh podcast, Indio.
Can you read it again? What is it? Space pill popping? What the hell?
Kool-Aid drinking and space pill popping IRL space evangelist versus flat Earth. Creation Cub has not heard anything from Josh. He doesn't even know about Josh. It's all new to him.
Josh is I mean, you can listen to him yourself. Ex-NASA, UN government liaison to Youth for Space, works at Amazon in the Kuiper satellite program to give internet access to the world, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He's some sort of project manager or something like that.
He's got the secret knowledge, apparently.
Hey, just
And,
put the fries in the bag, bro.
He actually said he tried to pretend he did, but I got him to admit he didn't have it.
So is he LARPing and making up that nonsense?
No, he showed his NASA badge.
Bro, that reminds me of that guy
No,
that
he's
worked
legit,
at this
dude.
company. Remember that guy that worked at this company that had a mapping software that proved the Earth was a globe? And he said he worked there and he knew that it was a globe. And then when we pressed him, it turned out he did work at the company, but all he did was walk past the room where the guys did the math on the whiteboards. And then his end result software had like a 3-dimensional globe, and it would just show arrows of where your packages supposedly were at any given time. We're like, dude, you can't just walk past a blackboard and say you have intimate knowledge of some secret sauce about how the Earth is a globe, dude. But it doesn't matter, because then he turned on his cam and showed us that he has like a fancy car in his garage, so clearly he's correct.
I want to say something right now.
No, he uses his real name. You can look at his LinkedIn. He is who he says he is. Assuming he's not just impostoring that guy. Who knows?
Oh, yeah, you can use AI to do that now. You'd be like, hey, search famous people doppelgangers of me that I can impersonate. Hey, before you got here, though, Indio, we had a cool return on investment on some segues from a 4-year-old observation. Some guys from Finland in here and his friends were talking to him about flat Earth, about Helsinki to Tallinn Tower observation. Very interesting. It's funny how everybody knows about all this stuff, but it's just circles of separation, and they're closing every month. They get closed and closed and closed.
Actually, I know when you're talking about. I found out about 3 months ago. I didn't even know about it at all.
I know, because I checked the wiki to see if it was on there, and it wasn't. Yeah, I know. This guy remembered it, even though he hasn't been on Discord for a year. Nut, that is Nut there we're talking about. He's still here. And he remembered, that what his friends had told him was very impressive, and then we were able to track it down.
Yeah.
For our new people that are in here, Colin Siosby, hopefully I said that right,
Yeah,
and Soundwave, you have both been unlocked. Please feel free to join in the conversation so we can give you your VC verified roles.
All right. Well, the Earth is flat, so.
What's your best flat Earth proof?
And where do I even start? Water needs a container. What else? If you shoot a laser for a while, it'll eventually, it doesn't curve, right? So like a boat doesn't go over the curve, it'll eventually reappear. Right.
I guess that's a nice
I could go on and on. There's like a lot of different reasonings.
So, CB, you haven't listened to that yet? Should I call you CC now?
I know he hasn't, because he didn't even know who we were talking about. When we were talking about American Josh, he thought we were talking about British Josh, who's already flamed out. We don't know what happened to him. He's been replaced.
Flamed out.
He definitely flamed out, no doubt. No, so this Josh talks about how he's just mainlining the government Kool-Aid, and then he was telling us about how they manufacture pills in space because they can only crystallize there, and that they've sent back 5 of them. Now, I know junkies that'll take 30 pills at a time, so I don't know what 5 pills are going to do. Then I said maybe he should take one, and then he shut up.
Mhm.
I don't know. I think he's a weird one. He has all this like classified stuff, but then you ask him for like any like globe evidence, and he just gives like the weakest like level 1 basic like videos.
There's no globies in here. I want to hear them getting trolled.
What do you mean there's no globies and everyone is a glober?
No, I mean like everyone in here thinks the Earth is flat.
That I do not. I definitely do not.
We don't.
I
We
do
don't
not
troll
think this.
globies. They troll us. I mean, we will troll them back.
Don't lump me in with those other guys. I'm not one of them.
Yeah, his mommy and daddy told him he lived on a globe, and he believes them. I mean, my goodness, he wouldn't want to go against mommy and daddy.
I mean, but also my brother and my sister and my mother and my teachers, my pastor at the church. Everybody thinks it's a globe. I don't know what you guys are doing in here. Why do you do this?
I'm just interested on the thing. I don't believe that it's flat, but I don't also believe that it's a ball or a globe or whatever they call it. But I don't trust the government, so.
And that
You
is
guys
why you have
twins?
conspiracy.
You guys twins,
Yes.
man?
I mean, maybe in spirit.
Yeah, Henrik and Daniel Sedin.
We also have Bra Al. Bra Al has the official globe earther role. He must have worked very hard for that. Yeah.
Oh, CB, I got a request, man. You got to add Myron spiking the coffee cup and saying again, idiot.
Oh yeah, yeah. I should do that again. You idiot. Yeah, that's a good one.
Dude, whenever they NPC reset, I'm gonna do that shit.
I'm glad you know about that. That's funny. Have you seen the
Dude,
whole
that's
clip?
one of the funniest ones. Oh yeah. I watched it live when he did it.
Yeah, me
It's
too.
hilarious. Ab and Preach, right?
Yep.
And thinking about what of kind of world we are living in, all the lies that we have been told about everything, how the world works and who rules it and stuff. So what you can believe in this world anymore, like.
Well,
And
don't
this is
believe
the
anything.
problem. This is why you're a conspiracy theorist. Not you need to trust the experts. Stop being a conspiracy
But
theorist.
do you know who they pay all the experts, and they say that if you don't tell the lies, they gonna kill you, and here is money, take this and shut up, and the world is ruled by very sick people.
Look. You're running out of tinfoil for your head. Okay, you're getting too many wrinkles in your tinfoil hat. The
Only
world
thing
is
I use tinfoil is to cooking, so.
Well, you're cooking your brain, my friend. You're cooking your brain.
Well, I only have 2 brain cells left. I have balls to say it.
Oh, you're underestimating yourself, Nut. If it's true how you portrayed yourself and your amazing memory, I mean, come on.
Many of the things that people call conspiracy theories, they have actually been proven true. And the more we are going years and years, it more shows,
Stop the cap.
I give you an example. Many people say that Hitler was right, and even more people today believing in it.
You're disappointing me so much, Nut. Gosh, I know I'm easily disappointed. I will admit that, but gosh, I was so excited about
that. I
that.
don't want to offend anybody, but
I mean, I was so happy that you pulled this flat Earth observation from Finland to Estonia out of the air, and then we found documentation to back you up. It was so impressive, but you were just trying to butter me up so you could talk about some unrelated topic, weren't you? No. Was good though.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep crying. was well done, though. I mean, yeah, the way to my heart is long distance observations. I'll admit it.
Well, I'm not a Nazi, but you know, Hitler knew who rules the world. That's where he was right.
So when your friends told you that you could see this TV tower in Estonia at a distance of 52 miles and over 80 kilometers from Finland, but you're telling us you're still remaining on the fence, so what is your explanation for what we saw in the original screenshot? I'll put it back up there in case you or anyone else has forgotten. So this is the one we dug out from 4 years ago in the server, posted by our good friend Deleted User. And so it says there, Talon TV tower, distance 76.5 kilometers, camera height 37 meters, obscured height of tower should be 235.56 meters if we live on a globe. So if you're remaining on the fence and your friend told you about this, over a year ago? So what's your explanation for that 235 meters of missing height, missing drop over distance? What is your explanation for that?
So what do you mean on a fence? What?
Oh, you just characterize yourself. That's my shorthand version of what you characterized yourself as, which is you have some questions about the globe, but you haven't totally divorced yourself from the globe. Is that accurate, or have you left the globe behind?
Well, yeah, that's right. But I have also seen many videos that the people who believe in the flat Earth, they go to the Antarctic or whatever is it called, the icy thing, and then they say on the video that they were wrong and stuff. So are they all like made up videos or what?
Oh, so you're easily influenced. You're easily influenced by propaganda.
I'm sorry, I'm just asking a question.
Okay, that was one person. So a bunch of flat earthers went there, and only one of them said he was wrong. One of them.
Well, I think many of them have been there.
One of them.
I'm
Only
sorry. Yeah,
so
but
why are you making stuff up, dude?
Well, I think I have seen more than one.
Your accent's fucking up, dude.
And I can be wrong. I never say I'm 100%.
I was thinking that too, Indio.
Right.
I wasn't going to say it. I was just going to say you can talk to us any way you want. You could always, talk to us, however you would normally talk to people.
Well, he's got one of those head injuries that make him speak a foreign language or something. Now he's speaking a foreign accent. No, maybe just got the head injury.
Yeah, so what's your answer? So you don't have an answer to my question. So when I asked, how would you have an actual explanation, which I was looking for a mathematical explanation, because the long-distance observations that your friends told you about has been mathematically documented. So my question was specifically about this observation was, where is this 235 meters there that should be hidden, obscured height of the tower, if we lived on a globe, and yet we are seeing the tower. So I was asking, what is your explanation for that particular observation? I wasn't asking you about Antarctica. I wasn't asking you about some alleged flat earther and their alleged,
how do I explain this?
Claim that some trip made them change their mind. So, yeah, that flat earther said nothing about Finland and observing Estonia from Finland. I never heard them speak about it at all. In fact, the video you're talking about, I do not believe it would have referenced Finland at all. So what is your explanation for this missing height here?
I remember looking something on it, but I have to look the internet again to find the fucking information. I'm trying to.
So translation, I'm sorry, it is totally possible a potential answer, an honest answer to what I just said would be, I don't have any answer for you. I don't have an explanation.
Well, not at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You don't. Okay. So no explanation for the predicted hidden height that would be there if we lived on a globe. The height not being hidden and in fact being visible and documented in the video and the screenshot that you brought up and that you opened our conversation with. So thank you for presenting that evidence, and you have no refutation to that evidence, so the evidence stands. Thank you.
Yeah. And like I said, the more information and more things I look about the flat earth, the more it makes sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, what doesn't make sense is the glow. Right.
Very
Yeah, because that,
interesting,
yeah.
like-
So, hey, can I interject? So, I was thinking of the wrong Finland one. I was talking about this Finland laser test they did. I just posted a link to the English Taboo Conspiracy Review 4 months ago. I posted
Oh,
that.
yeah, I have seen
And-
those.
Oh, and then that's the one. I think it's in Finnish. Frozen Lake in. I don't know what the fuck that says. You seen this one?
No,
Finland
I
laser
haven't.
test?
I have seen the one that's in from another country that they do it from. Yeah.
The Netherlands?
Hmm?
From the Netherlands.
Well,
That laser
I'm not
test.
sure
There was
where
one in the
it was,
Netherlands.
but yeah, I think maybe.
Well, you're from Finland, right?
That's right.
So this is from your country. This Operation Crystal Wand. This is from your neck of the woods, bro.
Yep.
I think it's actually in your language. So maybe you should check it out.
Let's see. Perkele.
No, this is actually new. Where's the 4-year-old one? I got another one somewhere.
Well, this screenshot I found after he told us about the observation was from 4 years ago on this server. That's how I first found it. Then that showed the title to the YouTube video. So I don't know. But there's also one that's called Helsinki on the Flat Earth Wiki, but it's something different. I'll show you what that one is.
All right. I know there's another Finland one. I thought it was this one. I thought it was like 4 years ago too. Like,
The video is on English, yeah, but anyway.
yeah. There was another one. It's not these two. There's another Finland one. I just need to find it.
Yeah.
That's the page that I just posted, Indio, that you have on the wiki, which is 4-inch observer of boat in Helsinki from 6 miles globe model. Predicts boat is behind the horizon.
Oh, yeah.
18 feet over the curve. I don't know if that's the one you were thinking of, but that's the one I found when I was looking for the other one.
No, hold on.
Well, but
That's
then when I
not the one
click
I'm
the
thinking
link
of?
to the YouTube, yeah, oh, okay, because when I click the link to the YouTube video, it doesn't take me there, but it could just have to do with the links being messed up in the.
I posted. Yeah, it puts that the archive URL in front of it, so I just posted the regular one.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is that the one you were thinking of, or no?
No, there's another one. It's a torsion tower. Turning torso. I think that's that's Sweden. I don't know. Maybe I'm just confused. It's possible. A lot of atheists in Finland.
Huh? What you say?
Lots of atheists in Finland, dude.
Yes, yes, I believe. Yeah, I think so. We are not very religious country. Yeah.
Hey, what does Mita Kulu mean?
What?
Mita Kulu? It's Finnish.
How you do it? It means
all right,
how
you
you
got
do
it. You got it. You got it.
Uh-huh.
You know, there's a lot of atheists, and they literally have a Wikipedia page on it.
Yeah, I don't really know how they calculate those things, so
How they calculate what things?
shows that how many percent are religious and how many percent are not in different countries and stuff.
Usually census data or surveys. It usually census data.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the most religious people are going to tell those census people to get off their land.
Do you guys in here believe in
You know that
God?
most people that are atheists in America are retarded? Like clinically retarded? Not like, no, I'm dead serious. Clinically retarded. As in below IQ, 73 IQ. This isn't hypothetical. This is based upon something called the General Social Survey that's been going on since the 70s. Talking like something like 2.4 million sample size. There's an inverse, so atheists have an inverted bell curve, meaning most average intelligence people are theists, and something like 80% of atheists are below 73 IQ, which is crazy.
But speaking about IQ, like about even if you have low IQ, you can still be smart, right? Everybody is smart in some things. You know? Huh?
IQ is just pattern recognition. So it's just pattern recognition.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can be smart in a lot of things. Africa scores lower in average IQ, but you know they got to worry about getting eaten by a lion all the time. So, you know, filling out tests might not be their strong suit. Now, I bet you they'd score a higher IQ if there was a lion in the room and you had to take the test.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
I think the environment matters, you know.
Well, yeah, of course.
Speaking of head injuries, Matt's here. Oh, I kid.
Yeah, I was thinking the people in Africa would have probably higher average IQs if the IQ tests were written in Africa instead of America.
Probably, but I guarantee if they set a line in the corner of the classroom and you had a European versus an African, an African's definitely going to score higher than the European's probably going to get a 0.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. I just think that the average actual innate intelligence among humans does not have any correlation to your ethnicity or race.
Well, the IQ test was designed to identify mentally retarded children. It didn't really have a purpose other than that. It's been kind of like twisted from its original intent. So Matt, if they ever make enough space pills, will you take some? Will you do human trials for pills made in space?
Pills made in space?
Yeah, so this Josh Ingersoll guy who works for Amazon's Cooper, he was talking about how they've made pills in space because they only crystallize in space, whatever they're making, and that they've sent 5 back to Earth. So ostensibly, I guess they're going to give them to people, right? So I don't know how they're going to make enough for clinical trials, but would you take one?
In general, I probably wouldn't be open to like being part of clinical trials, but if something had gone through the system of clinical trials and there were certain compounds that could only crystallize in weightlessness, I wouldn't see that as a reason to eject a pill just because it was made in weightlessness. So, I'd consider it the same as any other medicine.
I'd consider they're trying to rip me off, dude. That's what I think.
Well, look, all
space pills, man.
And any medication from the pharmaceutical industry, any book, any movie, any software has the problem that the first copy costs $1 billion to make, the first pill, and then the second pill is 2 cents, and the third pill is 2 cents, and all the other copies are 2 cents a piece. So the question is, if it costs you $1 billion to invent a new medication, but every copy of the pill is 2 cents, how do you spread that out? And that's not a super easy. There's no good answer to that.
Well, it seems like they're going in the other direction where every pill costs $1 billion.
I'm talking about the actual cost of how much it costs the company to make.
Yeah, I know, but if they're what I'm saying, if they're making them in space, bro, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, in that case,
every pill is going to be $1 billion.
Right. I suspect that if they really could come up with some like medication that would be really helpful, they could figure out some way to scale it up. It would probably be, a lot more expensive than something made on Earth, but they'd scale it somehow eventually.
Well, I'll make this bold prediction: if there ever is space and there is manufacturing in space, the first Chinese sweatshop will be in space. It will be a Chinese sweatshop.
That's possible.
Actually, no. The Chinese are doing good. Who's the sweatshop people now? The Vietnamese? Maybe Mumbai.
Yeah, I don't keep up.
Why don't we hear CB? Dude, you praying toward Mecca, CB? Is that what you're doing right now?
I've sort of been watching UFC, but it's in between fights. I was actually just making an event header for today's event, and then going to drop the link to everybody.
What matches are going?
Yo, when are we gonna do a new episode? I gotta get an idea for an episode.
Bro, where is Mickey at, bro? We need to get him on board.
He's been around
Is he? I haven't been around, I guess.
during the day, not at
Yeah.
night, really. No, he was around the other night before last. Yeah.
I want to do an AI episode.
We have so many, dude. We're backlogged right now.
Dude, AI does not want an episode made about him.
Oh yeah, that would be really interesting. Yeah, I want to come for that one. Yeah, what really makes AI Ardent tick?
Is it digital? Is it an analog clock? We want to know.
Does he get wound up once a day or twice? You know, he's got like a big, on the back where he has to wind it up like an old wind up clock, right? Isn't that how he works? I think so. Or he needs oil like the Tin Man in The Wizard of Oz. The oil cans. I got lots of ideas for that episode. Yeah, let me know when you make that one.
So the
Are you
sweatshop.
using obsolete technology?
The sweatshop statistics are China with about 20 million in first place, Bangladesh 4 million, India 4 million, Vietnam 2.5 million, and then Indonesia with 3 million.
Dude, isn't Mumbai in Bangladesh? Mumbai? Isn't that the capital of Bangladesh?
I'll check.
No, that's the new name for Bombay. Bombay, India. Mumbai, India.
I was in the area.
Bangladesh is Dhaka. The capital is Dhaka.
No, I can't tell you what the episode is. My idea in here because people might get triggered. So I'm gonna tell you in the appropriate place. It's a combo. It's a combo episode. It's a crossover episode. Two different issues that kind of cross over, I think.
Oh, and by people, do you mean me and over fences?
No, I just mean you.
Okay, yeah, that's right, because she's way more reasonable than I am.
No, it's semi-manosphere related, but not really, but more on the men's side than the women's side. Well, nothing to do with women, in fact.
Guys, be on the lookout. I'm dropping a link. Be on the lookout. We have Soundwave. You've been unmuted. Welcome, Soundwave. And Nemo was just in the lobby. So welcome, Nemo. How are you?
Nemo. Fish are friends, not food. Welcome, Nemo.
Shark bait. Ooh ha ha.
Hello,
It's not Nemo. That's shark bait.
I come here only to hear.
Dude, should I change his name to shark bait? That's funny.
This is the no hearing panel. You have to speak, Nemo. You have to talk, bro. I'm just kidding.
Oh, is that what he said? I couldn't understand. He said he wanted to just listen. Is that what he said?
He speaks Spanish also. No puedes escuchar. Okay, he left. Sorry, we just fucking with him too much. Anyway, welcome, Soundwave.
That was too scary. We'll have to be nicer. I won't talk to the next person, and they won't be as scared.
I think I'll inform Josh so he can come back.
Oh no, he's really mad at me, Indio. He was here, and I said he wasn't saying anything. I said something, and I'm like, "Oh, that's okay. You don't. I know you're mad at me from yesterday. You can just talk to the guys." He's like, "Oh yeah, that was really quick of you to pick up on that." He's like really mad. I wasn't kidding you when I told you he was.
Holding a
He's still
grudge.
mad today.
Wow.
He's still mad 24 hours later.
Who?
Because he's
American
still picking his balls
Josh.
up off the floor.
I know. I actually did call him a beta on the live stream. I don't blame him for being mad at me. That's why I was trying to make peace. I was pretty harsh on him. So I was trying to make peace, but it didn't work. He's still mad at me officially. So I don't know how long it will take.
You gotta call him a gamma because I don't know what that is, but it's worse than a beta.
Yeah, yeah.
That is
yeah.
cute. Yeah. Witsit used to do that, right? Yeah. And he might think maybe he'll think it's a compliment, like Kool-Aid drinker. Yeah. Good idea.
Yeah, but are you Sigma, Neil? Yeah, I think me and Neil we're Sigma, bro.
Oh, I definitely am. I'll eat my pack.
Pause, bro.
Pause.
You're the alpha male that won't pack. I'm eating them. That shit.
Eating that blue pack, that old age.
So anyway, this manosphere is more like on the rhetoric about the male struggle more than it is about the female side. So.
The male struggle. I'm all in, I understand that. I have great sympathy toward the male struggle. Did I not just try to make up with Josh? I mean, 24 hours later? Yeah, I have
You
great
said the male.
sympathy for that.
You said the male struggle. How does that relate to Josh?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
The only struggle she has with mail is getting her Amazon packages to get delivered on time.
Hey man, the end of the driveway's far.
Just put a stove in the driveway.
Apparently, you forgot
shit.
how my status said men's rights forever for several days. I am in support of your
Okay.
cause. Yeah.
Let's not throw Dandelion under the bus yet.
Yet. Anyway, links in the lobby, so we'll see who pops in. Get ready, folks. Get your
No, CB, you are familiar with the male rhetoric. You've heard frickin' Myron call dudes that come on. Remember that dude he frickin' roasted? Calling him that fat dude, he was calling him a loser. You look like shit, you're out of shape. You
Yeah.
remember that?
Yeah. The dudes get cooked even worse, usually.
I know. That was actually worse. I'm surprised he didn't leave crying.
Dude, that dude is so funny, bro. Like, I was listening to his stream live last night. It's so funny. And then he was in a suit the other day because he came back from DC. Just grilling people in the suit. Man. If you guys aren't watching Myron's show, dude, go check it out. It's freaking hilarious. It'll probably go live tomorrow.
Is it a different show or is it still fresh and fit?
No, it's separate. It's like he has his own show, basically. He just goes solo.
I remember the vlog day. You know how they had the video log? Like Fresh had one and Myron had one.
Yeah, that's some old news kind of. But yeah, I mean Fresh still kind of does it. But yeah, Myron gains X on like YouTube and Rumble and all that stuff, Twitter, and he goes live at like 5 I don't know, usually 5 p.m. like Eastern.
What does he do?
Bro, just covers like geopolitics, just current events, things that are happening. He's kind of like our show a little bit. It's just really off the cuff.
He's like the black Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, dude. Kind of, yeah.
Without the freaking Weasley little voice, fucking 5'2" nerd.
I don't know. I'm a groiper. I fuck with Nick. Hopefully, he'll be our future president.
Hell no.
Dude, it just made me think of another episode. Where the fuck is AV, dude? He's slacking. He's about to get fired.
I know. I need that. I need that freaking login. We're about to go live on our own.
So you haven't listened to any of the podcasts I uploaded? Dude, you should listen to one Genuine does. It was hilarious. It's pretty good.
Yes, that person was proud of being an NPC Creation Cub. They said that I asked them what their top 3 most wonderful defining characteristics are, and they said 1, they were a good person, 2, they were a good dancer, and 3, they were an NPC. And those were the 3 things they were most proud of.
Wait, he actually said that? No way.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not
Wait, he
kidding.
said
I know.
NPC?
You wouldn't believe it.
And then
I'm
when
not
they actually
kidding
called him
you.
NPC, they got offended.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's very weird. I'll see if I can find that one. Yeah. I don't know exactly where it is. Maybe like halfway through.
Why would you call yourself an NPC? That's so wild. Like even NPCs in the game don't call themselves NPC. I'm an NPC.
Yeah, maybe we should have grilled that person more about why they were proud of it.
Are you sure they weren't trolling you?
Well, you could listen and let us know what you think. I kind of took it like, the same way, like, people like embrace things that are perceived to be insults. Same way how Josh embraced, being a Kool-Aid drinker. It's kind of like, I'm an NPC, meaning like I'm soft, cuddly, and non-threatening. I don't know. That's the way I interpreted it.
I
But
think it was more like I started up the game, and I think, well, I want to be one of these NPCs in the game. I just stand here and do nothing because this game's too hard.
That is wild.
It could be that. Yeah, just like not taking responsibility for your actions, but then why would you be proud of it? I don't know.
Also, welcome Rilo.
What else? We got another one. Metek Rushov.
Matik Rushov. What's up? Is that German or is that the one O/? But welcome Mansky.
Mansky.
Oh, he's got Cyrillic letters, so it's like probably Ukrainian, Belarusian, Russian. One of those.
There's also let's see. Damn, there's also Nut.
That's our Finnish person. Nut. Yes, he's still here. Nut.
That's right, baby. I'm still here.
He's in his little rowboat. Are you on a rowboat in that picture? You're on a lake in a rowboat? Am I right about that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I like it.
That's life. That's life.
Do they have row my boat in Finnish? That Finnish version of that song.
It's a great song. It's
ever heard it?
around. Yeah, so much fun when you sing it as a round with 3 parts.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's hypnotizing, quite honestly. When there's 3.
Yeah, when we have our 24/7 Flat Earth meetup, yeah, we should sing "Row, row, row your boat" as a round. That would be so much fun around the campfire.
A 1, a 2, a 3, 2, 1. I was like, no, I'm not doing it.
There's a meetup here in California tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, Matt, are you going to sing "Row, Row, Row Your Boat" there?
I will not be singing now.
Are you going?
Probably so.
Oh my! Matt's going to a meetup in California.
Dang, I have to work.
You going, CB? You wouldn't go anyway. Come on. You're too cool for school.
Exactly. What? Are there any girls there? Because, like...
By the time he spends 45 hours doing his hair, it'll be over.
Yeah, we do have a Finnish version of the song. I just checked. Yes.
Nice. You should, because it's a classic.
I think I have heard it when I was a kid. Yeah.
Yeah. Does it rhyme like in English?
I think, yeah. But
All right, sing it.
In Finnish.
What?
Or else.
What the hell? What would you?
Come on, man. Release your inner child, man.
Poor Nut. He's going to run away from Discord for another year, guys. He told us he hasn't been here for a year.
Did you do that on purpose, Indio?
Huh?
Do what?
He said, because the guy's name is Nut, release your inner child.
No. Come on, man.
Oh, pause.
Stop with your inside man jokes.
Big pause.
Inside man?
Finish.
Pause.
He is finished, so it brings whole new meaning to the when you say finish him.
Hey, yo, dude. Pause. What the hell?
I'm dead.
Mr. AI Ardent, yeah, I know Ismo Leikola, the comedian guy. I like him, yeah. This is. And this comedian guy is fire. Yeah, I know this man.
Oh, Mansky's here to prove the globe, right, Mansky?
No.
I think Mansky's on the fence, like Nuts. They're both on the fence together. Although he has the Globe Earther role, but I seem to recall interrogating him about that before, and I didn't think he was a true Globe Earther. I don't know. What's your best proof of the globe, Mansky?
Shouldn't be Mansky, not.
Yeah, I was thinking it. Pause.
Are we supposed to allow him to try to prove something?
Except for me.
I used to skeet shoot with my dad. Talking about skeet, the little clay towers.
Don't say that. That's gross.
Shooting skeet, clay pigeons.
No.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'll shoot some skeet.
Oh my goodness!
Look,
you guys on Tundra
different urban definition
Save
that
me,
you don't want to be
Ardent.
associated.
Yeah, well, you guys are way too urban for me.
Well, you never seen the Chappelle Show?
I have not,
Dave
and I never intend to. Thank you.
It's actually pretty funny. The black white supremacist, where it's a blind black guy and he thinks he's white, so he goes to KKK meetings, but they can't tell he's black because he's got a hood on. It's freaking hilarious. It's so funny.
That was episode 1.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Oh, I bet it is. That's
My
funny.
gosh, even Matt likes it. Gosh, I'm in Bizarro world. Let's go back to asking Mansky for his best proof of the globe. Since he has the Globe Earther role, he's the defender in here. Let's hear it, Mansky. I know you don't like it when they don't put your extra E's in there. I try to put them in there because you put them in there for a reason, right, Mansky?
Yes, very important reason. I don't have anything new for you guys.
Do you have anything old?
Scalar Dawsonese.
You guys just call them cartoons, so I can't use them.
Because they are cartoons, bro.
Wait, why would you use cartoons, though?
Look, Mansky, you got to ask yourself a question. Why do you believe him? Have you ever asked yourself that? Have you ever been skeptical?
Yeah, I've been skeptical. I don't know if we went to the moon. I doubt it.
Well, let me ask you this. What could NASA show you that you would be like, I don't believe that? Would it be Jesus walking on water? Would you believe that?
From NASA? Probably not.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, you can't prove it's fake, so you have to believe it, right?
Yeah, I get it from like a logical standpoint, but I don't know. Like that satellite
Well, I
image
think
from
this
Japan
is
and
the way
China,
I
like that
evaluate
one.
it. What satellite image? From where? From China?
The images Japan and China put out of the Earth at approximately the same time, about an hour apart from each other.
Yeah, and?
Yeah, like Japan and China don't really like each other, and they put out the same image of Earth.
Want to know who they don't like even more? You, in their domestic population. They hate those people.
Possibly.
Well, definitely. Governments hate the people they rule over. I think that's pretty much the rule, not the exception. And how did you match them up? Was it subjective? Did you just look at it and just like look the same?
The cloud formations. I can post it, but
Well,
like I said, it doesn't
did you
really
like
matter. You guys
overlay
can see it.
them? Did you like how did you compare them? How'd you match them up? Did you just look at them and go, looks the same? Yeah,
Hold
that's what
on.
you did. So you're going to ask us to do the same thing you did? Hey, man, does this look the same to you? You realize
They're
that
not
this is
exactly
just
the same
subjective.
image, but you can see like the cloud formations very similar.
Yeah. You don't understand what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying, but
It's subjective evaluation. Doesn't mean anything. There's nothing objective here. Just because they put out the same similar looking media don't mean anything.
Good evening, Jan.
Good evening.
So,
Anything interesting going on here, or just getting warmed up?
Yeah, there is very many very interesting things. Did you guys know that the pool on Titanic is still filled with water?
Gosh, I had no idea. I mean,
Yeah, I went swimming in it.
Nobody you thought that?
I went swimming in it though, man. They haven't chlorinated it for a while.
Yeah, we've been
Here's something
talking.
even funnier. There's still people swimming in it too, probably.
Bro, he's going after Ismo's crown, bro. Oh man.
Yes, Barrington, we have Matt here. He's from Finland, and he told us all about a long-distance observation that his flat Earth friends told him about, but it didn't convince him for some unknown reason, which has yet to be determined. What were you going to say, AI Ardent 2.0?
I was going to say, so supposedly Dr. Bob claimed, and he did it on Ranty's show back in the day. Ranty let him give a presentation about why the Titanic sunk. And he said it sunk because of refraction, because they couldn't see the what's it called? The iceberg, because it was refracted around. So they basically thought they were sailing clear.
What? I hope you're joking.
Nope, not joking.
Oh,
Actually, the truth is the Titanic was on fire.
well, I got a question. If you're the lifeguard at the pool on the Titanic and there's someone drowning at the bottom of the pool, are you sinking? Do you save them?
Oh man.
But did you know that AI Ardent that the Titanic was actually on fire?
I have heard that thing. Yeah.
Yeah, my son, certified obsessed over the Titanic. He took a class that was all about the alternative theories, and yeah, that was one of them because, they found something with the metal there on the side.
Oh, wait, that's in school.
Yeah, it was black. Right.
So what happened is they actually have records that when it pulled, it left its port where it got launched from, and then it went to pick up the passengers. But when it got there are records that they had a coal bin on fire. And how they would do that back then is they would just start shoveling out of it as quick as they could and run it as fast as they could, because that's the only thing you could do, because there's no way you're going to put a big coal bin that's on fire out. So they just ran it as fast as they could, and they had no ability to turn out of the way of that. And by that point, it already tempered the steel, or untempered the steel, I should say. And so what it should have normally survived, it didn't because of that.
Yeah, to answer your question, Neil, that was through Outschool. There was actually somebody. Wasn't Dave Hinkle just here? No, he's gone. But I thought it was him, but maybe it wasn't him. It was somebody several years ago that was talking about doing a flat Earth class on Outschool, because I'm just putting the search for Titanic in their current classes. I don't even know if this person is still doing their classes, but yeah, you have to get your class approved by them. But that particular class was about all different kinds of theories and ideas about the Titanic. There's some interesting classes in there. We talked about, I don't think that person ever did it, because we talked about how you could, not necessarily call your class Flat Earth, but, maybe, I don't know, questioning the globe model, or, you could even give a class about the globe model, right? And then just discuss, does this really work? I'm not going to do it, but I remember somebody was talking about doing it. It's a lot of homes. Yeah, or just generally. I mean, there's a lot of things you could do, regarding that topic. Not necessarily having to call it Flat Earth, because I don't know if it would get approved, but because it's not totally just capitalism based. I mean, it is to some extent. You have to get on there, and but there are things on there that are not the mainstream view of things. A lot of homeschoolers use this website.
From what I've seen of it, I think as long as you're willing to pay the monthly fee and you're not putting some sort of racial content or something of that nature, you're probably going to be approved.
Yeah, and then it's just a matter of whether you get people to sign up for the class or not.
There's a few different hosting providers of that sort of thing, and at one time, and then I wasn't going to be able to keep up with it, but one time I had installed Open Source Social Network, and there's a couple other ones that you can install, but they become a weary master because you have to always be trolling for security updates and things of that nature. But there are some ways to have a flat Earth school, so to speak. It's not a bad suggestion, really.
Yeah, because the problem I've seen, there has been some material put out for children, and whereas I am impressed with people who are industrious and self-publish their own materials and so on, and some of them have amazing artwork and so on. A lot of them are alternative model based, like they present a model for the flat earth, which is unfortunate. I don't want to get too far into that topic about the person that I discussed this with, but yeah, I'll talk to you about it another time. But the point is that there aren't a lot of materials that just question the globe without presenting a fixed alternative.
So let me just interrupt here real quick on that. I've got a little guy here that I think he wants to ask you a question. Go ahead, buddy. No, okay. Bubby and I are here.
I wanted to hear the question. I was so excited. Well, maybe another day.
He's sometimes a little shy, but he was asking, who's that lady you're talking to? And I said, that's Dandelion. She's my friend.
Hi. How are you?
Now he's trying to stand on the edge of the hot tub here and scratch his forehead with his right toe. Well, the right bottom of his feet. He said, no, I did this. Okay.
Yeah,
there's your
it's nice
cuteness.
that was cute. Yeah, because it reminds me, like, my parents had a hot tub when my daughter was real small, like 4 or 5, and it was like a swimming pool for her. Like, my dad would not have it be real hot, then she'd just go out there and swim in it, and she would have a great time.
Yeah, so the association where we moved to, they have a really nice, there's an association and a CDD here, and so the CDD runs the pool and a nice little hot tub. Usually most of these associations don't have hot tubs, but this one did, and so a lot of times the boys will come. So, in all fairness, I usually get in the pool with them for a while, and then I'll come over to the hot tub and then let them kind of swim in the pool together with their life vest on.
So
Demansky
a great flat Earth class.
Oh, you got a class idea, Matt?
I said I could teach a great class on the topic of flat Earth.
You're going to debunk it for us? Is that what you're going to do?
Stop the
I'd
cap.
talk about all the different ideas and arguments on both sides.
Are you going to do both sides?
Yeah, of course. A good class,
okay.
it isn't just one-sided.
And how would you present the flat Earth side then?
McGee's 3 points is a representative sample. No curvature has ever been measured. No rotation has ever been. You don't feel the rotation, and then the impossibility of having a pressurized system next to a vacuum without a container. Let's start there.
These school kids are going to need a head shrink afterwards. You hit them with there's no measured curvature, and then turn around and tell them it's a globe. You're going to have problems.
No, I mean, I would present all the different sides.
How can you present other sides when there's no?
It's called education.
Curvature?
You present both sides of an argument.
So the argument is there's no measured curvature, but I believe it's a globe.
Right.
That is a consistent.
Well, Matthew would have to present from the flat Earth side supposed measurements of non-curvature and why they either are good or bad, right? And of course, the only way he could do such a thing is to present the quintessential and accurate model of the alleged salvation device for all the supersediary observations, which of course is quote-unquote so-called refraction. And since he couldn't possibly provide such a model, he'd have to tell the children that there's an ad hoc, post hoc rescuing device that's applied to all the observations, assuming that light takes the necessary path to give the globe an infinite number of excuses, right? Then when he talks about measuring the Earth as a globe, he's going to have to talk about the matrices of models that they have to interpret it through with all their presumptions, assumptions, and circular reasoning, that they just measure the surface as flat and then they convert it through a bunch of mathematical constructs into a globe based on the assumption of the celestial spheres mapping to the surface because they want to preserve those angles in the coordinate system. Yeah, it's going to be a great class. And then for the final test, like the final exam, is just going to be a picture of a horizon with a sun setting. Then he's going to say, now ask yourself, does this look like it's going behind a curve to you or not? True or false?
You two should teach the class together. That would be really a big draw.
I do have
yeah.
full credentialed education degree.
I know. Yeah, like you two together, like a flat Earth and a globe teacher. Yeah, I think people would be all about that. And they could know that their globehead children's minds were safe because there was a certified globehead there. So they wouldn't be too much danger from the certified flat earther.
Right.
Well, and the other thing you would get from that is we would certainly get that we're not straw manning the globe side. Obviously, we know the globe argument better than the vast majority of globies, but if you have a certified globologist, then like our good dear friend Matthew, then we know that nobody can allege that we're straw manning their position. Well, they can allege it, but it would be a false allegation.
Yeah, we could do it here. I mean, I guess we wouldn't be saying, the audience was children. We could do one, geared toward young adults, perhaps, and do a dry run.
Slow.
Yeah, I would think it could be have quite a unique following because there are those who I think would take such a course who would not at least initially entertain the idea that the Earth is flat sincerely, but then through a logical ABC kind of format of videos and course lessons and online sessions that would ultimately then be exposed to it and see the superiority of the rationale and reasoning and thinking and logic.
Well, I think I would create the curriculum where it has like a closing statement from both sides. My closing statement would be, so you've been taught about, so it's two sides of an idea, one of which the proponent who has been teaching you said on record that they're not willing to test it because it's already enough of a foregone conclusion that it'd be a waste of time, where I am encouraging you to go out and test it. And so based on what you heard here today, if you say to yourself, I'm just going to trust that it is what the mainstream thinks without testing it at all, I mean, then you're entitled to do that. But I think it bears to like your true knowledge here of whether or not you're willing to test it in at least some form. It's like in my mind, the idea that you're unwilling to test it when presented, if you really don't have any other reason, but you're actually interested. Some people aren't that interested, but if you're really invested in the topic, spend a lot of time in it, like it seems to me you should be willing to do an actual test out in the field. But Matthew's going to be on my think tank for the gyro box longest continuous surface measurement of the Earth in human history. He's already conceded that if the results are incongruent with a globe curvature transposition of a radial rotation of the box, then the Earth can't possibly be a globe and it must be flat.
I think that was somebody else. I don't remember talking about this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because well, first of all, that's about rotation, not about the shape. And so, for a long time, there were geocentrists who were globers, and would have agreed that the
No. I didn't say whether the Earth was rotating. I says you move across the Earth. And if it's a globe, you have to be rotating. And so there are devices that are capable of measuring that. And if you apply it to the surface over 3,500 miles, right, that's going to be a sufficient sample size to disprove the concept that the Earth is a globe sufficiently and in totality.
Yeah, that's right.
Or I mean, look, if you want to be very liberal with it, you could say, oh, well, maybe it would disprove the globe of a certain size based on the results you get. That would still disprove the whole heliocentric paradigm. You might say, oh, maybe the results will be so anomalous they can't be trusted. Well, that would disprove our concept of how gyros work, right? So there's no matter what happens, it's going to disprove something. There's some idea on the chopping block that's going to get its head cut off. If it doesn't displace a rotation consistent with the geometry of the alleged globe Earth, then it's not that geometry. The end. If it gives a different rotation, then it's a different geometry. If it gives no rotation, then it's flat. So no matter what, it's either the most probabilities of options is on the non-heliocentric standard model paradigm. So there's multiple other options that could happen. So statistically, it's like only 1/4 that it proves it's a globe. However, the results, if they would say it would prove it's a globe, the results then would counterprove it if they didn't prove it's a globe. So you'd have to concede the Earth was flat, or you'd have to dilute yourself into some kind of weird simulation of transdimensional planes that loop on themselves to make the Earth be a globe and flat simultaneously. That's the only way you could salvage the globe from that.
It'd be interesting.
Because listen, you know that a lot of pilots, especially famous anti-flat earther glober pilots like Wolfie 6020, about 8 years ago or so, he claimed that he had proof that a plane is flying over a curve based on the attitudinal information of the plane, proving that it rotates in a constant frame as it transverses an arc, which it must do. It cannot be otherwise if the Earth is a globe. But he claimed he had that evidence. Fast forward to today, and he's never provided it. Nobody has ever provided it. And the only evidence that any glober ever provided was from the NTSB flight data that they were willing to publish, and that didn't show any rotational vector at all. Now, the actual systems that produce that data is not raw data. There are people out there that claim it's raw data. It's post-processed data, okay? There's a black box within the black box that has algorithms and logarithms and all kinds of weird math that they do. So to just claim that data is raw data is one thing, and it's not exactly true. So that being said, we divorce the idea of this rotational measurement from the idea of it being attached to a black box we can't access to an actual on-the-ground test with an open source, with parts you can buy and everyone knows how they work. There's no hidden secrets. There's no nothing. It's just going to be raw, the initial attitude to the ending attitude. Sent from east to west, west to east, from north to south, south to north. So it's going to do a crisscross on the surface of the Earth. And it's going to be done in the United States. So north to south is going to be 1,500 miles or greater, and east to west is going to be 3,500 miles or greater on a contiguous highway. So I-95, north to south, south to north, and I think I-40, east to west, west to east, all the way to the west coast, all the way to Boston, I think. And so that will allow you to have enough data to cancel out the variables going forward and backward, so that all the globers who claim the globe spins this way or spins that way or doing this or doing that, there'll be enough data to cancel that out. And it's either going to demonstrate a continuous curve as it moves itself over the surface of the Earth, or it's going to demonstrate no such rotation. I've already had many glober zealots admit that this would definitively prove to them that the Earth is flat. And by the way, 3,500 miles would be the longest contiguous surface measurement ever done in human history.
I would think even 500 miles or 1,000 miles would be enough.
Oh yeah, but I don't want to. I don't want to risk any stupid globers being like, "You didn't go long enough. There's still a chance." Yeah, so everything will be open. The devices used will be certain types that can be rigged out to where there's no pre-algorithmic, inputting of any alleged Earth curve or nothing. It's just going to be raw attitude data from its initial spin-up position. It's not going to try to find north. It's not going to try to do any of that nonsense. You're just going to ride it on a highway that's literally a physical object, which is the highway, and it's going to go back and forth. So since it's going back and forth, it's going to cross out all kinds of variables. Going to have a mechanical gyro and then multiple other types of gyros and sensors. It's going to have raw output of the raw data, whatever the sensors are sensing. It's going to be broadcast. It's going to be live streamed, and it's going to be uploaded immediately upon arrival into the target location at a upload site. Not like these retards that went to Antarctica, and then they were all too stupid to be able to upload their information quickly because they didn't plan ahead. Didn't realize, I can't just upload a whole bunch of data willy-nilly. And then, since the device will still exist, it'll be redone every so often. Whenever anybody raises the money for the trip, they can get the box and do it again. Then, since everything will be open, they can reproduce the box and do it in other countries.
Would you be surprised if the gyroscopes showed a rotation exactly in concordance with a sphere of 3959 radius? Would that?
Would I be surprised? Yeah, I'd be surprised.
Well, good. I mean, then I would be surprised if the opposite was showed. So that means it's a good example of an observation.
Well, listen, there's very prominent flat earthers out there who are very vocal about quote unquote direct measurements of the Earth, which a lot of their direct measurements are actually indirect, but they claim are direct. For example, airplanes. And the gyros supposedly pitch data, which is not attitudinal data. Those are two different systems. And literally, when you look at the Honeywell website, it says they're two different systems. So you're not getting raw output. So we just get rid of all that mishmash. For example, there's plenty of globers who said they don't think that's conclusive, but they thought I presented would convince them, because there'd be no ambiguity about this idea that the baseline vector is constantly altering to account for path of the plane, which is the alleged radial of gravity, right? The little invisible thing that always tries to save everyone, because they always can claim that there's a different orientation of the baseline. Well, this would cut all that out. Because it's not about a baseline at all. It's about the initial attitude versus the final attitude.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
We'll even have one of the mechanical gyros be a free gyro, and one of the mechanical gyros have pendulous vanes. And then the pendulous vanes will actually have sensors on them to measure if they move. Because remember, the Glovers like to claim that the pendulous vanes are constantly reorienting the plane based reference of the gyro. If that was true, then the pendulous vanes would be moving and they could be measured. So every single part of it will be measured. And any dumb Glober or any dumb flat earther won't be able to say, oh, you forgot this or you forgot that. Because let's rest assured, Matthew, there are flat earthers out there who wouldn't like to see this test occur because in their purview, they've already proven the earth is flat. And they don't want any more tests. Which is kind of a weird attitude, in my opinion.
So yeah, this is an example of an observation where there's two different expectations based on if you're a flat earther or a glober. However, I think this kind of observation has already been done in a different context. I would have said that the Whitsitt going to Antarctica was an example. There were people saying he would see the 24-hour sun, and they're saying he wouldn't.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. But see, the problem with that, Matthew, which is why it wasn't the final event, is because logically it can't prove the shape of the Earth. It's not a direct measurement of the surface.
Well, yeah, neither is this. But so I suspect the same thing would happen if we raised the money and did this kind of observation.
Well, no, see, the problem is, Matthew, so a lot of flat earthers already put their stakes in that a gyroscope moving across the face of the Earth is definitively a direct measurement of the surface, okay?
Oh, okay.
And the same with the Globers, but in fact, the Globers are worse off because the Globers said the absence of the evidence of a rotation in the data of the plane is the evidence it's rotating. So the Globers are even worse off.
Yeah, I think it'd be an interesting thing. I mean, we would need basically a gyroscope that doesn't have the corrections like the pendulous vanes that could keep going for long enough to make the 3,000-mile journey. That'd be an interesting thing.
I get your opinion on a gyroscope type thing, Matthew.
What are you asking?
So my iPhone has a gyroscope in it, and I put my phone on the floor of an airplane in Hawaii, zeroed it out, and I was flying to Las Vegas, and then it showed like once the plane took off, it showed like a 15-degree ascent till it got to a cruising altitude. And then once at cruising altitude, it showed a 3-degree tilt as the plane kind of tilted back a little bit. And it kept that 3-degree bearing for like 2,600 miles. And then the plane descended into Las Vegas. And once the plane was back on the ground, it got back to that zero measurement. And my question is, because most people will say, well, during flight, the gyro is going to the gravity vector is correcting in that gyroscope. But how come it doesn't correct the 3-degree tilt of the plane tilting back for thousands of miles?
Because the plane is tilting back for 3,000 miles. What do you mean?
But that would show, so it should have showed like a 30+ degree change on the runway in Hawaii versus the runway in Las Vegas when I landed.
Why would it?
Yeah, because it's showing the difference between your phone and the direction of down.
So while I'm flying,
let me ask you one question. What type of alleged gyroscope is in your phone?
I'll have to look it up again. I've looked it up on the Apple developers page. I've looked it up. It's some kind of gyroscope. But I mean, but my problem with the question,
I guarantee it's not. I guarantee you, it's not a gyroscope at all.
I disagree. The developers page specifically says it's a gyroscope.
I don't care what they say.
So why doesn't it correct for the 3-degree tilt of the plane flying for thousands of miles? Shouldn't it be shown as 0 if it's correcting to
No,
gravity by drift down?
No, because the plane is tilted 3 degrees the whole time. Planes are going level, but the angle of attack is a couple degrees typically. 3 sounds about right.
Yeah, but his phone's orientation isn't necessarily the same orientation as the plane's body.
Well, he said he had it sitting on the floor, so if it was still on the floor.
Oh, okay, yeah. If it was affixed to the body, then yeah, it would have the same orientation. So if it was reliant on any type of accelerometer or anything that uses, quote unquote acceleration of gravity as its main frame, then if that main frame was altering, then of course it would just alter.
Yeah, but how would the gyro know it's accelerating inside of an airplane?
For the same reason you're attached to your seat. You're not floating around in the plane, right? Like if you get up in a plane while it's at cruising altitude and you drop your cup, it's going to hit the ground, right?
Yeah.
Right. So by the same token, if the alleged gyro was, operating on whatever principle causes your thing to fall, and it's always going to fall and you're always affixed to your seat, then you would expect it to be the same. Unless the alleged device operates in a different way, which some do, but I don't think that the one you had does. I would say the one you had is probably some kind of accelerometer or something. And according to them, it's always going to be picking up the 9.8 meters per second, variable.
Okay. I'm still, you guys give good explanations, but I'm just still puzzled on why, while flying for 2,500 miles, it just shows a 3-degree tilt. It should, like the globe people will say, it should go to 0. It should zero it out as you're flying to the level of the Earth, because that's what I would think.
Well, that would be, if that was the case, then it would be a piece of junk. Think about it. If the plane is truly flying at a 3-degree pitch and your device is a gyro and it's not showing you an equivalent 3-degree pitch if it's attached to the body of the frame, then that's a piece of garbage.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I just don't know how iPhone gyroscopes work. I think they have like vibrating masses instead of rotating masses. But yeah, he's right. The whole purpose of an iPhone accelerometer is to determine how it's oriented relative to the direction of down. And in that case, it would work the same on the globe Earth or the flat Earth, because it's just trying to figure out how it's oriented relative to down, not how it's moving over the Earth.
Right, which is why you need a reference that is free from that.
Gotcha. Okay.
So like a true accelerometer that would give you all of its rotations. So for example, if your phone if the plane takes off and your phone is on the plane, it's going to show all kinds of weird angles, right? If you fixed it to the floor until it reaches cruising altitude, then it's going to show a relatively consistent angle of approximately 3 degrees during cruising until it starts to descend. Then you're going to see all kinds of weird angles as it does all its maneuvers. Right? Now, if that's the case, then all of those angles would be referenced from essentially a flat baseline, horizontal. So the plane and the phone itself would not have an additional rotation applied to them. However, if the accelerometer was sensitive enough, it could tell if there was any additional rotation. Now, if the Earth was a globe, the plane would have an additional rotation applied to it as it traveled as an arc path. And that rotation is significant enough to be measured. And we know that the mainstream concedes that it's significant enough to be measured, because they claim that their devices on the planes do measure it, but that it's so negligible that they do this post-processing fusion algorithm that allows the plane to fly as if it's in a static reference shift, not a dynamic rotation. That means that allegedly there is a dynamic rotation underlying before the algorithm's applied that can be measured. And if that's true, then that means these devices can measure it, and you should just have one of these unbound devices free from the stupid fusion algorithm and free from the alleged excuse of down is constantly altering, to just show the proof that that plane's frame relative to the Earth frame is rotating in a significant degree as it travels in an arc around a globe. And the fact that that evidence doesn't exist, even though allegedly it can be measured, after 10 years of the flat Earth thing going on, is pretty telling.
Well, very cool. This observation you're talking about making sounds pretty awesome. I hope it happens.
Well, it's going to cost greater than $100,000 and maybe somewhere less than $300,000, because each gyro system is in the $25,000 range, and then you got to buy all the transmitting equipment, all the recording equipment, all the sensors. You got to pay some people to be involved, because they can't just take all the time off from their families. I mean, unless they got the time, but
I think you could probably use Starlink these days to, get a live transmission of the data. So it's easier now than it was 5 years ago.
Yeah, but I mean that's fair. But a lot of it can be done through most. A lot of the highways have cell towers and stuff. But then again, it's going to be live recorded, and all of the live uploads, where anywhere there's a blackout, will be substantiated by the cameras, which are going to be they're going to be filming the entire trip. So the entire road, you could watch all 3,500 miles. You'll be able to watch. They'll have redundant systems too, with redundant batteries that aren't on the same interlink, so they can't possibly short each other out.
My first impression is that something like this has been done probably a long time ago by the military, but they're not going to publicize the results because they're not the desired results, is what I would think. It's going to show a flat,
Supposedly, there's a new type of quote unquote gyro coming down the pike, which is an atomic gyro, which is basically going to be an absolute reference true attitudinal orientation track. So in other words, everywhere the thing goes, whether it goes up, whether it goes left, whether it goes straight, whether it goes diagonal, whether it turns 90 degrees in this direction, whether it turns 7 degrees in that direction, all of it will be charted and being capable of plotted in like a 3D map that you can just look at. So if you took this gyro across the Earth, it would give you like a literal one-for-one print readout, or like a video game map or a 3D program map. I don't know. Some dumb glober will probably be like refraction. The gyro refracted.
Okay, so a quick search of the atom-based gyroscope shows that they are used by the military, so like secret stuff, and typically cost $1 million to $5 million. And if they do get public, it could be like $50,000 to $500,000 per unit for the cost.
PT.
I guess the military uses them drones, submarines, and spacecraft.
I'm curious how Matthew thinks it's not a direct measurement.
So it depends on your definition of direct measurement. I usually think of direct measurement as like slapping a ruler down on a piece of paper and measuring. Okay, this is 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, that kind of thing, or directly putting something on something else, like a straight edge on a basketball to see if how much the basketball is curving away from the straight edge or something like that. But I guess I'm open to the idea that looking at the gyroscope would be a direct measurement. Yeah, why not? I mean, it seems because you're directly looking at the tilt or lack of tilt of the direction down over a distance. So in that sense, it's a direct measurement, I guess.
It's pretty wild. That system uses laser coolers to for those atom-based gyroscopes. They're using a laser to slow down the atoms to, I guess, a Kelvin, and that's part of
the ring gyroscopes.
No, this
the ring lasers?
atom quantum gyroscopes that AI was talking about.
Okay.
They see the future of these being in everybody's phone by 2035 using the laser-cooled technology, supposedly.
Or they could have a laser in your phone.
That's the claim, yeah.
So they're gonna have. So remember when Samsung had the pocket explosion scandal? So now they're gonna have the pocket. It just lasers your head off scandal.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, anything in a phone is not going to be raw. Like anything in any mass-produced electronic isn't going to be raw. You'd still have to divorce it from its software environment and have just like the raw output in order for it to be trusted that it's not using some kind of modeling system to pre-assume the Earth is a globe and use the pre-existing coordinate system. Yeah, so in other words, the attitude of the gyros, if it goes 3,500 miles, should be 50 degrees displaced, approximately. And that's more than two times greater than the alleged claim. Thanks, Bob. If you all remember that, where supposedly Bob proved the Earth was spinning because a device said 15 degrees on it. So the Globers already shot themselves in the foot. They're already willing to accept 15 degrees or lesser as proof of a rotating Earth. So,
Well, yeah, if you make a complete circle in 24 hours, that turns out to be 15 degrees per hour.
right. So then, if I move 3,500 miles across the surface, how many degrees would I be displaced?
3,500 divided by 25,000 times 360. I don't know what that is.
Dude, get math and sucker.
So these
Right, so tell me what you need.
These atom-based gyroscopes can detect a change of 0.0001 degree over an hour, a millidegree. That is pretty crazy.
That's pretty good.
Hey,
Yeah,
I didn't
it's
do this.
50.
What did you say? Oh, 50, yeah, so I did remember. Dude, I tried typing this out, and here's what it said. 2400 divided by 3400, modulo 360. And I'm like, what the heck is modulo? I didn't put that in there. Maybe it switched to Spanish halfway through. Yeah, so if that thing doesn't say 50 degrees at the end of the trip, Matthew, Earth ain't a globe. That simple.
What was the word AI? Modulo? What?
Modulo.
Oh, modulo. Yeah, modular arithmetic. Yeah. What's wrong with that? It's like doing division, but getting the remainder, so to speak.
Okay, so I just wrote it out. I wrote out the sequence wrong.
Right.
Gave me 0.68.
Oh.
When it's supposed to be 50.
Okay.
Yeah, so Matthew, do you agree that if it doesn't read 50 degrees displacement, then it's a wrong ski?
If you're going straight north to south, but the other question is
Both directions, brother. Both directions. It's going to go east to west, west to east, and it's going to go north to south, south to north. And it's got to read the same degrees of displacement in both directions, my homes. If it don't,
I would expect it
then
to
the
add
globe
15 degrees, 15 degrees per hour, just sitting there, not going anywhere. So the first thing to do would be, before you make the trip, let it sit there for 10 hours and see what happens.
Dude, you think we're not going to do that as a control? But the point is it has to happen as it's crisscrossing. So after you zero everything out, you're going to get 50 degrees of attitudinal displacement for the overall frame of the body, regardless of your alleged claim of 15 degrees per hour. And it's only drifting in one direction, and that's why you crisscross it. And then you go back and forth. So it's going to zero out your alleged 15 degrees, and it's either going to be 50 degrees displaced east to west, and then north to south. So I think we can only do 1,500 miles continuous. It's going to be less. And that other one should read what it should read. And if they don't read what it should read, then that means that that cross that was made on the surface of the Earth isn't curving commensurate with the alleged curve of the Earth, and therefore the globe you believe in is a no-no. That simple, right?
Not quite that simple. I would expect it to rotate at 15 degrees per hour, staying stationary, and then as you go east, it would be that 50 degrees total plus the 15 degrees per hour.
Yes,
if you go west,
right.
then
So
it's
after
50
you zero
degrees
it
minus
out,
15
right.
degrees
So
per hour.
after you zero that out, you're left with 50 degrees raw displacement, correct?
No, the raw displacement would have to include the 15 degrees per hour.
Holy crap. So after you zero that out,
then with zeroing it out is changing the raw data into something non-raw data.
okay, that's fair. But you got to understand that's why you're crisscrossing and going back and forth.
Right. That's what I was saying. My expectation would be it would be 50 degrees change as you go 1,500 miles per hour, 50 degrees plus 15 degrees per hour one direction and minus 15 degrees per hour the other direction. That would be my expectation.
Right, which then equals what? 0, right?
0.
Right. So zeroed out, right?
So zeroed out. If you go one direction, record the numbers, then go the other direction, then add them up, then Yeah.
Right. So then what you're left with is 50, right?
Right.
And if that 50 ain't there, then neither is the globe.
Right.
Hey,
Well, neither is rotation. Yeah. No, you're right.
And and possibly neither is rotation either, homie. You're correct.
Right, because we would say rotation contributes 15 degrees per hour, and then the movement would be 50 degrees for 3,500 miles.
So according to Grok, this atom gyroscope, most major schools like Stanford, UC, LA, things like that, are in possession of one. Maybe you should check the school you're at, Matthew, and see if you can get your hands on one.
I'm pretty sure we don't have that kind of a gyroscope. We have a smaller physics department. So I don't know. I could ask them.
What experiment are y'all going to do with said device?
No, it's not an experiment, brother, bro. It's the longest continuous measurement of the surface of the Earth in the history of mankind.
Got it.
So we're going to take it across 3,500 miles, east to west, west to east, on the United States highway system, and then south to north, north to south. We're going to take a multi-varying array of gyros, of all kinds, right? Some free, some not, some light-based, some not. We're going to stream it. We're going to record it. We're going to record the entire outside of the vehicle the entire time. We're going to upload all the data. And at the end, it's either going to be when it goes west. I think it's 1,000. I think it's 25 degrees north to south. I can't remember. And then 50 degrees east to west, west to east. And if it doesn't come back 50 and whatever the other number is, let's just use 20 for a placeholder. If it doesn't come back with those degrees, north to south, south to north, east to west, west to east, then the Earth ain't no globe, period.
I guess also, so you want to do this in a car? Is that right?
Yep.
I get
So
around.
then you'd
I'll
have
take it
to.
later.
Oh, right. So that would take like 50, 60 hours of driving. So I guess it should show 2 full globe spins, I would think.
And we're also going to do it in other methods that won't be disclosed until after it's been accomplished, just to surprise people, especially the Glovers. So, for example, there might be one on a plane that they don't know is on the plane, so they can't call the FAA and say, "Oh, there's a flat Earth proof device on the plane. We gotta, that plane can't fly." Yeah, too smart for you, Glovers. We know how you play. You like to play dirty, kind of like you did when you tried to attack Brian Mullen's career because he was an engineer that was attempting to prove the proposition one way or the other, and you just couldn't have that, so you had to attack his career and his livelihood, threaten his family's food on their table. Yeah, we know how you play, Glovers. We ain't playing with you guys.
Yeah, I was thinking a TFE type series of this event would be pretty cool, but then you would have those vermin just doxing and attacking every bit of the way.
Yeah, and also, just so you guys may or may not know, just because we tell you that we are having this conducted in a certain manner, and you think that it's just in a particular vehicle, that you could just do something to sabotage the path or the vehicle itself. I mean, we may or may not have, vehicles around it that are paid security. that may or may not, not like it too bad if you try to mess with our car. I mean, so, you want to gamble.
Well, here would be the even better thing is that if we did it on a semi-trailer, then it would be a
Nope.
federal felony to interfere with the movement of the vehicle.
I don't care about that because now we have to deal with trucking rules and laws and stops at certain places where we may be held up. So no.
Yeah,
And again, I could have just said what I just said to throw you off the scent. So how would you know?
So there's a class of commercial vehicle that's more or less colloquially referred to as expediting. You can get what they call a Class C CDL, and you don't even have to have that to drive it. So you have the protections of the transportation laws, but there are no hours of service that stop it, and they're exempt from motor carrier inspections, things of that nature, unless there is an accident. Then there's so, in other words, my point is even if that's just to throw the Globies off their path, they won't know what set of laws the vehicle is traveling under, and so it could end very badly with them if they try.
Yeah, and that's also not parting that there may be two and maybe even three redundant trips occurring simultaneously.
No, there absolutely would be. So even if they got one, sort of thing that they like to do.
Yeah, there's also going to be no co-ed anything on the trip either, because we're not having two of the people that are the drivers get romantically involved and decide to take a little detour. None of that shenanigans.
Let's say you do this experiment and you get the results and you present them. What are some of the things that they're going to say to try to debunk it, or try to say you lied about this, or there's an edit here, or blah blah blah? Try to think of those ahead of time.
The only option would be some kind of loose chain of custody type argument where it's like the data it can't be trusted. Okay, so that's fine, but we'll have redundance, right? So where it's like 3 times completed, and we're even going to hire an impartial group to do one of them. So in other words, they're going to be professionals paid to get professional results, right? So the utmost scrutiny. Not only that, but we're going to open source it to a Glober camp because here's why. Some of the Globers have a vested interest in seeing this done because there are many flat earthers who supposedly have locked themselves into a logical corner that this test, if it came out with the appropriate location, would disprove their claims. So there are already many prominent flat earthers out there. And by prominent, I just mean their names out there. People know who they are, know what their claims are, and they would be absolutely debunked by this test. So the Globers have a vested interest to get the test done accurately. So that would just be to cover that thing where the data itself is corrupt, right?
Well, shouldn't this also put an end to the rising flat earthers, Earth rising?
No. No, it wouldn't have any bearing on rising Earth.
What rising Earth
Are there
flat earthers? Who are they?
Yeah, exactly.
I was going to ask that too. I'm glad you asked. I have no idea what that even means.
Oh, isn't that Scottish dude with the it's all tattooed up with the? I don't remember his name.
Dell.
Dell, doesn't he say Earth is rising at 9.8 meters per second squared, whatever it is?
Well, I asked him directly because somebody told me that he did, so I saw him like at Earth Awakenings or Earth Asleepings, I should say, a year or so ago. And so I asked him directly, and I could never get him to actually confirm that. So I don't know if he's just alleged to have said that or if he actually did.
Well, I lump all those. Go ahead.
This had an origin story with, he says, poles don't exist, there's only a push. That things are only pushed, that they're not pulled. And he demonstrates this by, like, even with something we call a pole, we're just wrapping around it and pushing it. That there is no actual pulse. And then that, over time, period of probably a couple of years, morphed into the Earth isn't pulling, it's pushing. I don't think he says it's accelerating up per se, but he does say the Earth is pushing up. Pushing into things, it's nothing's being pulled down into it. That was the latest I heard. It was like, but I stopped watching him probably a year ago. So there might be updated lore. I don't know.
But how would he explain a magnet attracting another magnet?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they're being pushed together from externally. I mean, there is some. I don't know about the magnetism, but I know electrically that it's not the charge is external to the wire. It's not in the wire. I mean, people analogize it to be, but the electrical energy is outside the wire, pushing the two wires together. So if you have a negative and positive wire, a negative and positive wire, they'll be pushed together by the electric field, but that's external to the wire. It's not in the wire. But we call it a pole, right? But it's actually the electric field pushing it together. As far as magnetism goes, I don't know. There's something directly analogous that might be a pole. I don't know. I haven't thought about it deeply enough. I guess you could say the magnetic field is trading. If you're, who's the guy? Baldy. Who's the bald dude? Theodore. There's freaking Ken Wheeler.
Oh yeah, Ken Wheeler. Yep.
That there's a magnetic vortex pushing, sucking it all together or something.
I mean, he also could say that the magnetic field is altering a density of some kind, and there's some other energy filling that void. That's what pushes the object. So I mean, you could make up a million ideas.
Yeah, it's a dielectric disequilibrium. Whatever that is. Look, nothing used to make me cringe when frickin' Witsit would call the dielectric disequilibrium that whole frickin' word salad nonsense. I love Witsit, but come on, man. That. Maybe I just don't understand it. Maybe I'm just dumb or something. I don't know. I never really understood their argument what gravity was some weird electromagnetic thing. Does anybody else understand it? Maybe you can fill me.
Well, I think that comes from that video where they take the balloon and they hook it up to some sort of static generator, and then the balloon goes down. So they figure that conclusively proves that gravity's sort of electrostatic thing.
Yeah, but I mean, those are the presence of, if you have electrostatics being manipulated, those are the presence of real forces, right? So how do you exclude them from your test?
Hey, why do you need anything other than your presupposition?
So I think where that comes from, incoherent electrostatic acceleration. I put that video, I think, where most of that information comes from. If anybody's interested, it's like 15 minutes long.
You know, it's the real struggle between the concept of gravity being causal versus Einsteinian versus Newtonian is that in the Newtonian paradigm, mass attracts mass by virtue of mass alone. So whatever mass is, it's exerting some effect on another mass that causes it to move towards it, right? So if you have two masses that are not in motion and you put them in a free space, devoid of any other forces, so they're static, they're not in motion, and then you press go, they move towards each other. In an Einsteinian paradigm, you put two masses that are static, all forces being equal, right? And you press go, they do not move. You follow that? One of them has a cause of first motion. One of them, the objects have to be in motion to be affected. So if there's no motion, Einsteinian gravity can't cause motion. One of the reasons why they need everything in the universe to already be in motion for their paradigm to work. And they really tell on themselves when they do that stupid bed sheet test or display or demonstration or whatever, where they take a heavy ball, they put it on a taut bed sheet that makes the bed sheet create an inclined plane, and then they put little balls in that inclined plane and spin them around the heavy ball, acting as if the heavy ball is sucking them into it. Like that's what people see, but what's really happening there is they're already appealing to down. So whatever's causing things to go down on an inclined plane, it's what's at play there. It has nothing to do with anything else. So if there wasn't already a cause of the first motion in that demonstration, their demonstration wouldn't do anything. The same as their space-timey, wimey, warpy-dorpy thing wouldn't cause anything to move in the first instance. So in that way, Einsteinian and Newtonian are not compatible because they don't operate on the same cause. Interestingly enough, gravity schmavity, because regardless of whatever Glober wants to cope with about claiming gravity is relevant to the discussion, I mean, you can have either conception of gravity and the Earth still be flat. So their love affair with gravity doesn't disprove that the Earth's flat or proves that the Earth is a globe. The only thing that could do that is actually demonstrable surface curvature. You know, it's not my fault that their entire worldview relies on a single tangible fact that can be proven or disproven, and that is whether the Earth is actually curved or not. All of their fantasy about cosmogony, which means where the universe came from, and cosmology, what the universe is doing, like it's all stacked upon the assumption that the Earth is a globe in the first instance, and that can be tested and seen whether it's actually curved or not. So that, look, it's not my fault their entire religion is built on a bag of sand that you can just check and find out there's no sand in there.
So how could that? How come the ring laser gyro? We're using that in your 3,500 mile test, but how come that wouldn't be? How come that doesn't work?
Oh, there will be one. There'll be multiple different gyros, multiple optical gyros and multiple physical gyros. But a ring laser gyro is a gyro in name only, really. They're just accelerometers, basically.
Yeah, I was asking Grok about that, and it said that it's just as viable to have the ring laser gyro sitting there, and the motion of the cosmos around a stationary Earth would cause this 15 degree per hour. You couldn't tell the difference according to AI.
Well, that's because AI is a scripted language model, which basically auto-completes the expectation of the next sentence that should come from a large body data set, which includes mostly Glober zealots typing away at the keyboard sometime in the past. So why I said that those types of accelerometers aren't true gyros is because so they are gyros in a sense that they measure frame turning through accelerometers, but the measuring device itself is not rotating. And I mean by that is it's not gauging its orientation in free space by rotation of the device. It's using something else to measure the rotation of the device. Whereas like a true gyro, at least the way I'm explaining it, is something that is spinning itself, and the frame's orientation around it is how you get your measurement.
Speaking of, Ken noticed that I haven't received a visit from Harold or John. I told him that I'm afraid they're just a little deal. It's no deal. Okay, I had no choice. I can go back to present someone.
Well, you got a hot mic there, brother.
Yeah, I was reading this pretty cool thing the other day how pretty large gyroscopes were used in the early 1900s inside of trains, which would have allowed them to almost operate like a bicycle with just one track. And gyroscope would keep them balanced when they're going around corners. I put some pictures in the side chat.
Yeah. You know, AI, the problem with doing this test, as you were describing a little bit ago, is at the end of it, you can come up with 100% conclusive evidence, but still the Globey will say, but I know it's a ball because I believe that it's a ball.
Well, the rational Globey would have to, it's if they're honest, they're just going to have to accept it, otherwise it's just going to eat at them, I would think. Nobody wants to, you want to know the truth, even if how much you hate it. But yeah, there's going to be a few percent that will not accept anything.
Yeah, I think the Globies are fine and content knowing that it's a belief. And I think they're fine. I think they're 100% content with that.
I think the Globe believers who show up in these chat rooms, it's eating at them. They know there's something off, and that's why they're here day after day after day. They'll defend the Globe to the death, but they know something's wrong. That's why they're here.
It takes time. Like, it took me a while. I wasn't convinced right away. I was trying to debunk Flat Earth, and then I found out I couldn't debunk it.
Well, there's an entire difference between those who are seriously inquiring to the topic and most of your globetards. They, because like you say, there are some people who come and seriously consider it, and for whatever reason they're not convinced, or they're say, well, there's something to this, but then whatever, they stop. But then there's quite a bit of difference between those who keep coming in here year after year after year and month after month after month. Like our friend Matthew, who was in here earlier, that I think AI was the one who caught up in, or maybe it was T-Dub who caught him up in that, there's no measurement of curvature, but I still believe the globe.
Do you think it would be different if there was actually nobody out there claiming that it's not a belief, for them at least, that they have knowledge of it, direct experience of the Earth being a ball? Do you think it would be different then for these other ones?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because they do, they hinge on that. No. Yes, it's a belief for me, but there's this other guy. He said, right? Like, he saw it. He knows it's not a belief for him. Like, if there was nobody out there that claiming to have knowledge of it, and it was simply a matter of belief for anyone, right? That was the choice: believe it or not believe it. Nobody had any other choice, right? How do you think they'd go about it? Would they rest solely on that? You think, like?
They'd probably all be flat earthers. That's the main reason why they are globers, because of that. They go with the crowd. They go with their shitty education system. I mean, we would all be rich if they teached us how to, use a checkbook and how to, start a business in school. They don't teach you that stuff. They don't want you to become rich. They don't want you to be successful.
They kind of inadvertently do, but like they give you the tools. They just don't exactly teach you how they can be used to achieve that status. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, they teach you how to leave the education system and just go get welfare. And then go make fun of people that try to take welfare away from other people and make them get jobs. Go make fun of them. They're evil. The earth is round. Shut up, idiot. All these smart people over here, they know what they're doing, so just shut up and go to work.
I mean, how believable would the moon landing have been without the claimed imagery, the video footage, pictures?
Well, I think
Go, sorry.
if there had been no Star Trek episodes, no Space Odyssey 2001, none of that was that all that stuff came in before the moon in the couple years prior to the moon landing. I think without any of that type of seed planting, I don't think as many people would have fallen for it at all. But they were just prepped with this fantasy of the Star Trek nonsense and Space Odyssey.
At a certain point now that it's all fake. Like the moon landing footage and all the data we have, it's so fake. So it would be believable if they just said, okay, you're right, it was fake, we didn't really go, but we're going to really try to go now, and here's the things that are in our way, and here's the technology that we need to develop to go and do it. That would reset everything. But they're just like, no, we went, but we destroyed the technology, so it's really hard to build that back up again. And they think they know we're stupid, and they're just spitting in our face.
I think they have a threshold. As long as 80 or 90 or 95% of the people believe we went, they could care less what the rest of us think. They have a specific number that need to believe it. That's what.
You got a good point. That it's very low right now. Mostly everyone believes it. But like, for example, the whole Israel thing that's going on with our country, it's starting to change, to the other direction. The pendulum is swinging the other way now. So they're buying up TikTok and buying up all this media and getting influencers out there because these young people are starting to not support. So we would have to do the same thing with Flat Earth.
Yeah, if you've gotten on X in the last week or so, they have like tripled the Israel propaganda. Like and everybody's complaining about it. They're like, what the hell is this? What, you guys changed the algorithm last night? Because it's nothing but, pro Israel stuff.
Wait, is there a problem with that, sir?
Of course not. Of course not. Wasn't there my friend was telling me, I haven't checked into it yet, but of police actually showing up at some guy's house in the United States for posting anti-Israel stuff online? Because I know they were doing it in like Europe. But
I'm not talking about anti-Israel stuff. I'm talking about essentially America first. Like, why don't we support ourselves first, and then if we have the time and the money and the American people vote to, let's say, help out Israel, then do that next. But do something about our home first. But it just seems that we're doing Israel first. Like we helped them build a border before we built a border here. Like, isn't that kind of funny to y'all? I mean, that's kind of stupid to me.
I'm not America first, dude. I'm America only.
That's right. Based.
What are we, chop liver over here?
I think like Australia's like a failed country, isn't it?
It's a work in progress, man. Like, just give it a break.
Not me being an asshole.
Hey, no, don't take that shit. Don't take that shit. Dude, they're overachieving, okay? They started as a prison colony.
Right. And we invented the TAB machine and cured Helicobacter pylori.
Look, seriously, they started as a prison colony and had to deal with some seriously degenerate Aborigines. I hate to tell you. Aborigines are some serious degenerates. If you look at their culture prior to white people getting there, they're pretty savage. I hate to tell you, on par with like Aztecs and shit.
Yeah,
I touch a nerve. Sorry.
Yeah, I have no idea what the Aztecs do, but I'm guessing it's pretty savage and barbaric.
Yeah, like I mean, every culture has a method of torture, but some of their torture methods are pretty savage. I mean, the Apaches would like tie people to the ground over an anthill, you know.
Like bury people and left their heads sticking out of the ground next to an anthill.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks.
Well, breaking on the wheel isn't too great either. So I mean, you know, things are tough all over, as they say.
Japan, back in the day, would take posts and put them up in bamboo fields, cut the bamboo in angles, sharp angles, and then tie the person onto the posts, and then let the bamboo grow through them.
Oh, yeah. I've heard of that. Yeah, it's pretty horrifying. Nowadays, apparently using the wrong pronoun is some form of torture.
It is ma'am.
Excuse me, sir.
So, chat, what do we think about daylight savings?
I'm more
Does
interested
that work on a
in
platter?
daylight spendings.
Can't have daylight savings on a flat Earth, CB. You know that.
I know, that's why I reverted back to the globe today, because I remembered daylight savings.
The other dude saying you can't have a 24-hour day, 7-day week on a flat Earth. Why does that even exist?
Didn't that happen recently? Like, that was like a couple days ago.
Yeah, Caleb is trans.
Yeah.
That was the guy's name. If you go into Flat Earth questions, his question is still in there saying that same dumb shit.
Yeah, he was my fan, Creation Cub. That's why Indio had to get rid of him.
Wait, was he trying to slide in your DMs?
I think so.
He's looking for makeup tips.
Oh my goodness. Well, your DMs are only big enough for 2 of us.
Do I not ban you? How am I going to get in there if you're in there?
Hey, yo.
We're glad you returned for the Science Creation Club. Even though you've been giving me a hard time about my childhood memories and trying to corrupt them and taint them, I'm still going to choose to forgive you and
Are you talking about the
continue
skate
on.
thing?
Yes. How dare you?
Dude, I was like 8 years old, and there was a song by Lil Jon. I can't sing in here for obvious reasons, but it's so popular. I'm surprised you haven't heard it before.
You need to spend more time in the country. That's my prescription for you.
Yeah, I'm a city boy through and through.
Yeah, how were you born in the Midwest, dude?
How was I born in the Midwest? Is that what you asked?
Yeah. Like,
I know, right? Everyone thinks I'm like.
Ohio's not really the Midwest, though. I don't even know what Ohio is.
I
Ohio's
don't know
like a
why they
strange.
call it the West. I don't know why they call it that. I guess it's just the vibes. But hey, whatever. Yeah, people don't think I'm from. They think I'm from here.
Oh, I just saw Rayleigh asked if he was hot miking, so I assumed then he was muting, and now he's still hot miking. You are hot miking still, Rayleigh. I guess I'll have to mute him again. Sounds like a weird sound, like he's watching Twilight Zone reruns. Ohio's the Midwest. The Great Lakes. Anything involved with the Great Lakes, I think you get, like, just kind of thrown in there.
Oh, is that what it is?
I don't know. I think so. Sure.
That kind of makes sense. I guess. It's definitely better than Michigan, that's for sure. I mean, come on now.
Please. Michigan is so far superior to Ohio. It's not even funny.
Yeah, right.
We have two peninsulas. Two. You don't even have one peninsula.
You can have your peninsula, right?
That's
Don't
our
you guys
Went to good in Ohio.
Don't you guys have like rusty water or something?
Oh, please, no.
Shut
No,
up. You
our
got
water's
Cleveland.
amazing.
Just be quiet, dude. You have Cleveland. Quiet.
Dude, we don't talk about Cleveland, all right? No one cares about Cleveland.
Look, the only good thing in Ohio is the Football Hall of Fame. Everything else is ass.
Even that is not all that great.
We got the Basketball Hall of Fame here, so it's actually a pretty fun place to go.
Ohio, all you need to do is hit up Cincinnati. That's it. Over the Rhine, you're good. Get up out of there.
What's the best part of Cincinnati?
Oh yeah, over the Rhine for sure. We call it OTR. It used to be really bad, but now it's really good.
What is it? A food place?
No, it's like you have basically the river, and then
nightclubs.
The stadium. Well, no, I mean, there's like the stadiums and everything right on the river, and then they call it CBD, which is Cincinnati Business District, and then right above that is Over the Rhine. So it's kind of like the downtown area, but it's like the hip spot. Pretty cool.
When I was a kid, I was
It
a
is
Cincinnati
nice.
Bengals fan because they had the coolest helmets.
Facts, they still do. Wait, and Dandelion, how do you know that?
When we came back from Tennessee last year, we stayed at a hotel over the border. Then we went into Cincinnati and walked around the downtown. We ate at a place. Gosh, I'm trying to remember what that place was called. It was really good. And we walked to this park, which was right next to some kind of music place. Gosh, if I looked at a map, I'd be able to tell you what it was.
Yeah, that was Washington Park.
Yeah, I bet so.
And it's music hall. Yep, I know exactly where that is. It's gorgeous. That's like the heart of. To me, that's where it's at. I love OTR. It's my jam. Although my bougie ass lived in all the suburbs, like the nice white suburbs and stuff. But like, I spent a lot of time down there. Anyway, enough about that.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if I can see what that restaurant was. It was really nice.
Was it Jeff Ruby's?
That doesn't sound familiar. Looking at my pictures. Cincinnati over the ride. Even says that on my picture.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, and it has a map. And it shows that we are at what? I don't know. We're on Vine Street.
On Vine.
The Eagle. It's called the Eagle.
Oh.
It was good.
Really? Okay. All right.
What, you don't like it?
You're a cheap date, huh?
I had all six of my children and my mom, and I did pay for it. I treated them all. It was pretty expensive, actually.
People like that.
Because we were celebrating birthday and my daughter's graduation.
No, people like that spot. It's just so damn hilly. You can't really see the flat Earth. You have to like go up really high to see the flatness. Anyway. Anyway. I got a message from Uncle QE.
What did he tell you?
I don't know if I can say it, to be honest.
Oh, well, don't say it then. If you're not sure, then the answer's no.
I guess I was the only one, huh?
Yeah, I guess you're the only one who still likes. Yeah, I thought he already left us.
No, he was coming for me, bro.
Oh, it was an angry message. Okay, well, he still loves you enough to send you a mean message, so I guess he does do that.
Wait, just remember that when I send you a mean message. Okay, it's just all out of love, all right?
Gosh, okay. I'll try. I don't know if you've ever sent me a mean message. I don't know, have you? I don't think
See,
so.
Chad? I'm really a nice guy, Chad. Clipcord, make sure you clip that. Thank you. Anyway, well, flat Earth news. What is some of the
release the Epstein files?
What?
I said it needs to release the Epstein files.
You have the Epstein files on me or something? Pause.
No, QE has the files.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Neil. W. Neil.
Don DeMarco.
Let's do the segment. We can do a segment. What is the craziest thing you've heard a Glober say this week?
Well, I mean, come on. I've already mentioned it 2 times tonight, but obviously it stuck in my head. It was Josh being proud of being a Kool-Aid drinker.
That was pretty crazy.
Yeah, that is wild. That is crazy.
Josh, Satellite, NASA, Amazon, dude, whatever his name is, Josh Ingersoll.
I thought that was the
Somebody
British
else
one.
has to have one. Oh no, the British one is even crazier. Yeah, if I had to rank them in craziness, yeah, British Josh, definitely crazier.
I'm starting to think that I don't like British people.
I'm right there with you. I mean, why did we fight in the revolution? I mean, to get away from those crazy, uptight people. None of them are in here, right?
I don't think they are. I don't know what the time zone is, but they're probably sleeping or something, or I
That's
don't
right.
know, eat beans on toast or whatever the hell they're doing. I don't know what they do. No, I'm slightly joking. Jedi's the only British person I like, and I have this weird suspicion that Scottish people, like, or what you call them, Scottish people, Scots. I have
You can call them
no
that. Why
love
not?
for that. Those guys do not like me, bro. Like almost everyone I've met on here, like they're not fans. Maybe except for Crypto. What is Crypto? Scottish or whatever? Or is he British?
Oh my gosh, you better never let him hear you say that. He is definitely not Scottish.
Okay, well,
He's
okay, then I'm
totally
not.
British. He's so British.
Yeah, W Crypto as well. But yeah, man, me and the Scots do not get along, man. Remind me to never go there.
What about Bambi? Didn't you get along with her?
Hell no. Well, I think she hated my guts, dude.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry I
I don't
missed
know.
that.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true, but I remember because I was starting to do the soundboard back in the day, and she fucking hated that shit, bro.
Oh, yeah. If she didn't like the
Didn't like
soundboard, then I can see how you two wouldn't get along. Yeah.
Kind of transferred over, you know. Anyway, let me think of what I've heard a crazy Glober say.
Go on.
Yeah, just think of the craziest. Or somebody's got one. Is it teed up?
Yeah. So witnessing things not go around the sun is witnessing things go around the sun.
Bro, what?
Jim.
Wow. Yeah, that's just stupid. I actually say that a lot. That because people say, "Oh, so and so something goes around the sun." I'm like, dude, you've never seen anything go around the sun. What do you mean? Like, how do you even witness that?
By not witnessing it.
Yeah. I actually don't think that really actually happens. It's the more you start to see, the more I am like baffled that I actually believed in the globe. It's not like we had any other choice, but I'm surprised that it works on so many people. Like just seeing the sun move alone. That's just interesting on its own.
I mean, just 100 years ago, they were teaching flat Earth in school.
Yeah, heard.
So
Yeah, I have heard that. Like some of y'all's grandmas, you know.
these 100-year-old people, they were learning about flat Earth.
Yeah, isn't that right, Dandelion? You're like close to 100, right?
Oh wow.
Why don't you put that in writing? Then we can practice me not being mean to you when you send me a mean DM.
Just kidding. I like them older anyway. Also kidding. Anyway, what else have you guys heard a Glober say?
I haven't heard anything new. It's always just the usual. Like, it's flat by explaining why the moon's round. Same old shit.
Trying to think. I've kind of been off this week. I've been focusing on work and some outside of work activities. But I do have a clip on my YouTube of some guy that said, this was a while ago. It wasn't like this week or anything. But this dude was like, you have to use special tools to measure the curvature. You know, you flat earthers think you can just look at the earth and you're not able to come to that conclusion because you need tools, you know, special tools. And Indio asked him, okay, what tools? And the guy was like, you know, like microscopes. I was trying to like give him a chance. The chat was trying to give him a chance to say like, okay, that was a mistake. I meant telescopes or whatever. And he like doubled, triple, quadrupled down and he's like saying, no, I did say microscopes. We were just naming random tools and scientific instruments. I'm like, no, we weren't. I had to go back and make the clip of him like directly saying the tools you need to measure curvature is a microscope. Incredible.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Were you in here yesterday whenever Mogi was in here for like 5 hours?
Nah, I was busy yesterday.
We were talking about measuring the height of a skyscraper or something, and he was saying he was going to throw a barometer off the roof. And we were just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why don't you just throw a tape measure down?
Yeah, that was a wild conversation when he said that. That was ridiculous.
Oh, what the hell? That's the funniest thing. Throw a barometer off the building. What the hell? Oh my god, these guys. Dude, someone's gotta get a clip of that. We need to save that. Oh my god.
Pretty sure it was on YouTube. I mean, those YouTube icons were at the top, so I'm sure it was recording.
Bro said, throw a barometer off. There's no way. That sounds like in a vacuum, you would think that guy is obviously joking, but I know how ballers are. He definitely meant it very seriously when he said it, for sure. You know what I've noticed also? They don't like talking about the curved water. You know, it's a basic principle, a requirement of their worldview. They hate talking about it. That's literally why the water hill meme came to be what it is today. I bring up the water hill thing, right? I'll be like, oh, so you think there's a hill of water? And they're like, no, that's stupid. And I'm like, okay, so, well, what is it that boats go over again? Because you're saying the boat just disappearing over the horizon. So what's that? It's like, well, it's curving water. Yeah, so there's your hill of water. So, but I really don't like talking about it. 20 Cup says he remembers the microscope thing. Was it Talon? I don't think so. But I can get the clip. Let me put the clip in the chat for you guys. Oh, really? He's not server muted? You're good. Hey. What are my clips? Oh, I have another clip here that says there was a girl that came in here and said she measured a lake with a pendulum.
You what?
Yeah. Here, let me just see if they will work. I don't know if they'll work on the bot, but I'll try. Slash play. I might have to just play it from my phone then. For some reason, I don't think it works for the clips, but I can just play it here. 1 second. All right, let's take a listen.
Miles, you're telling me a pendulum is the tool I would use to
Yep, you can do it that way. Yeah.
I'm at a lake, right? I'm at a lake and it's 10 miles wide. I want to know how much curvature drop over distance is between me and the other side of the lake. I have a pendulum. Miles, you're telling me a pendulum is the tool I would use to
Yep, you can do it that way. Yeah.
Can't do it that way.
Like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me, bro. And the confidence that she was saying it with, of course, yeah. Okay, well, how? Like, can you even walk us through that? Set up a pendulum to measure how big a lake is? Come on.
Did she end up walking you through that process? Because that's I can't grasp it.
No, dude, of course she just squirmed and tap danced around as usual. I only have that short clip there. But yeah. Let's see. All right, this is the one with the guy saying you need tools. Just get that going for you.
some of us don't have access to tools and resources that do these observations with our own eyes, as you guys seem to require.
It's that I less than threeses Jesus or whatever the hell that guy.
Yeah. I think his name's Josh as well. No, it's not Josh, is it? No, it's no, you're right. Yeah, I3G. Yeah.
Yeah, that freaking weirdo. Okay, so you heard him say, you guys think you can measure the earth, but you need special tools, blah, 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 for a million times. So then he follows up with this.
And is to tools and resources that are necessary to do these observations with our own eyes, as you guys seem to require.
No.
So at some level, we have to.
What tools? Can you give us an example of one of these tools?
Microscopes.
Microscopes. So we're going to determine the Earth is flat around from a microscope.
Like two tools.
Oh.
What the hell did you just say?
Oh, Lewis has a listening pass. I don't know why. I thought we've talked to Lewis before, but maybe I'm wrong. Did you want to speak, Lewis? Yeah, the Crazy Glober, another one I remembered. It was about a week or a little more ago. I was talking to Indio and AV, and it was Lars Anderson. He's been in here before. And he said that he'd converted his friend away from the flat earth, and they pushed him on why, and he said it was through Google Maps. That was what converted him back to the globe. But this guy it was actually kind of surprising, because then when Indio showed him the evidence that Google Maps, uses flat maps, doesn't use a globe, he admitted that he was wrong. It was weird. They hardly ever do that. So that was unusual, Glober, admitting their mistake. I mean, they do it sometimes, but it's pretty rare. How did you get those things to play, Creation Bear? What did you end up typing in there?
I just played it from my phone.
Oh, you didn't do it in the thing.
I don't know
You didn't
why
do it
it doesn't
with
work.
the Oh yeah, it looked like Aethergrass put a plus sign play. Did you see where he did that?
I can try that. 20 cups. I think there's always been an issue with the YouTube clips for some reason. Let me try it.
Oh, maybe it's because it's the clip. Yeah, is that what you think?
Yeah, it's not like a YouTube link. Well, it is, but it's kind of different for some reason. The way it plays. I'll try. Yeah, it doesn't work.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, it sounded good the way you played it. We could hear it.
No. I don't know why that sound effect makes me laugh so much. But I see Nut is still here.
Oh.
Oh, dude, that's funny.
Nut's still out there in his rowboat. He's rowing that boat gently down the stream.
So the time.
He did it for us. Yes, in Finnish.
All
Is
right,
that the
nice.
Finnish version? Keep going. He only knows the beginning.
I don't know the words. I haven't heard the song in years.
That was good, though. That was a good start.
But
Yeah,
I have another song for you.
Are we really going to like it? Are we going to regret
a
this?
trip with our favorite piece of shit. Let me through the sky. We're gonna die.
I think when we do our Flat Earth meetup with Nut, like we could do row your boat as a round, like you usually do. You have 3 parts, 3 groups, and then one could do it in English, one in Finnish, and then we'd have to have a third language, whatever we wanted. That would be fun.
The sun and the moon on flat earth, they go around far away from each other, right? Around the flat thing, right?
The sun and the moon move across the sky. That is correct.
So they go circle, right? Uh-huh. How about the solar eclipse? Is it fake or what?
Solar eclipse?
Uh-huh.
I mean, I don't know of anyone who would say that it's fake. I mean, we observe it. It definitely happens. Yeah. Don't need a globe for it.
Ah, okay.
I mean, this is a common thing that happens regarding the flat earth and questioning the globe model as people think of things that don't actually require a globe to happen, but they think that they do. And often they do that to get away from the lack of measured curvature. I mean, do I have to go back and represent your evidence that you presented to us when you first came in here of your long distance observation?
I wanted to ask a question because I don't know about.
Yeah, I hear you.
Uh-huh, that's right.
Yeah, you can ask as many questions as you want.
Oh, there we go.
What?
Let me. Why would the government and NASA lie and spend billions on things and then just say that it's a ball and not a flat? What do they get from that?
Great question. Yeah, well, maybe the billions that they're raking in, they don't really need them for the thing that they're doing, since they're not actually doing the thing that they say they're doing, right? So there could be a little bit of grift involved there, do you think?
I have heard that they say that in the Bible it says that Earth is flat. That's what they're gonna trying to cover or something, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think that's what they're talking about at the NASA board meetings, but you can have your own theories if you want. I mean,
this theory comes from the internet. Yeah.
Yeah, the internet.
What was quite interesting.
You think the government's honest in everything they're telling us about other subjects?
Of course not. I don't trust them slimy bastards, but
So we probably think that the government's lying a little more than you do. So we both agree they're lying, though.
that's right. Yep. So.
Yeah, I mean, usually one reason, a group that was trying to maintain control over other people might lie is to keep that power, consolidate it further, and keep the populace in control. I mean, preventing free access to information is one way that governments have always kept control, or putting out just the information they want people to know and not putting out the real information. There's so many reasons people might lie.
That's
I mean,
right.
yeah. So yeah, once you figure out that there conclusively are, there's a portion, let's say, of the people involved in the globe lie are consciously lying. A larger portion of them are just passing on what they've been told, right? Like most of, I would say, the education system actually thinks they're giving out accurate information when they have a globe in their classroom and they talk about it.
Yeah, it's so funny that in schools you learn something what somebody wants you to learn. Like everything has changed in the world, like, and it's still changing, but the school system is still the same, right?
Yeah, so most of the education entities, the media entities pushing the globe, they're just passing on the story that they've been told. And even NASA employees, it's not necessary for all of them to see the big picture because of the compartmentalization of that organization. Same with the government in general. There's obviously levels of classified information, need to know basis type thing. So there's, it doesn't, at this point, with all the propaganda that's been pushed over the last 50 plus years regarding the globe, most of the people are just passing on that propaganda, recycling it. There are people who are consciously lying about it, but I don't know what percentage that would be, but my guess is it would be a pretty small percentage of people who are consciously lying about it. Because the people I know who understand the globe is false, they just go around talking about it, or they just understand it. They don't have any motivation to keep lying about it once they understand that it's a lie. So be a small number of people who would have that motivation.
The only people that can lie about the globe are flat earthers. You're a flat earther and you say the earth is a globe, then you're lying. It's the only way you could be lying. Being wrong.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. You said it much better than me. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I give you credit because you made me realize the only person that actually could be lying are flat earth. Like, who else could be lying? You'd have to know the earth is flat and then say the earth is a globe. Like, who actually knows that other than flat earthers and maybe a select few, in the upper echelons of society?
Yeah, the people who we call globe believers or globe zealots, I mean, most of them are not consciously lying. I don't know. I mean, some of them might be, but there's no way to really tell.
Matthew Arnold.
Yeah.
I think Matthew Lawrence knows the Earth is flat, and I think he's lying.
One of the theories I also heard that if there is an ice wall around the flat Earth, that there would be another place like this place where we are. It's like it's same place that we have in here. They have humans in there and animals and stuff. Another Earth, right? That's one of the things they maybe try to hide or something. Also.
Oh, yeah. I mean, people usually, it's funny nobody brought that up. Yeah, you asked the question. Yeah, a lot of people talk about, hidden lands and all that kind of thing. It's a very popular idea.
We can't be the only civilization in here, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, why do you say that? Why do you say we can't be?
What the fuck is a civilization?
I don't know, but I just don't I believe that there is somebody else than us. Maybe is it from outer space, or is it aliens, or fucking whatever it is, robots or whatever.
Demons?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe they're part of our civilization.
Huh?
Yeah, maybe they're part of our civilization. Demons. I mean, you were talking about it earlier, right?
I think, yeah.
I don't think there's any other place to go. You're not going to, go over some ice wall and then find some other people over there. This is it. Sorry. We ain't got no neighbors.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
I think we might have supernatural neighbors, but not in the natural world. Unless you want to count the animals.
Yeah. I don't think we ever get the answer on that. Like, maybe not.
Hopefully in the next life you'll get the answer, but you probably wouldn't care anyway.
Yeah. But what happens when you die? Where do you go? Like,
Do you think you're going to figure it out in Discord in 2025? Dude, you've been asking that question for as long as there's been people dying.
what do you believe in after death, afterlife, something?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay.
It'd be foolish not to.
Huh?
It would be foolish not to.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think. I mean, I'm not going to get into the transcendental argument that we already deal with entities which exist, which are not physical in the physical world, that we deal with all the time. It can't be explained by empirical science. Like, where does logic come from? Where does truth come from? When Caesar crossed the Rubicon, that's going to be true forever. It happened. Right? So, that thing, a true statement, where does it exist? Doesn't exist in the physical world. You can't look at it with a microscope.
Yeah.
How else can you explain these things unless there's some foundation which exists and we're within it?
You know what makes me think that possibly there could be other lands is so if we can view all the planets making their orbits in the sky, and they'll take 1 year, 5 years.
Hold on. You don't view orbits. No one's ever seen an orbit in the history of mankind.
Well, I don't mean orbit as in going around a globe, just like making its.
Well, I'm just saying that no one's ever seen. Well, no one's ever seen an orbit. I just like to point that out. It makes Globies go crazy because they swear to God that we've observed orbits because it's such a foregone conclusion to them. But I'll ask them, like, okay, show me a video of a full orbit of anything ever, and they can't do it because no one's ever actually observed that.
Fair
no,
enough.
you can watch the moons of Jupiter, right? But they disappear half the time. So, like, you're not exactly observing an orbit. You're inferring an orbit from happened observations. Assuming happened observation, because they disappear before they're going in the other direction anyway. So
what would be a better choice of words? Watching the planet's circuits above us?
I guess patterns, maybe.
Okay. So observing the circuits or patterns of
in the past they called them the wanderings of the planets. That can be redundant. But the name planet means wandering star. That's the original definition.
Right. So if we have the ones we can observe, and they're like 1 to 8 year cycles, but then we have Halley's Comet, which is like a 75-year cycle. There's another one, the Swift-Tuttle, which is like a 133-year cycle. So if it's making some kind of orbit or circuit that takes 133 years to complete, it makes me think it's just going incredibly far horizontally across whatever we're living on and coming back. Because if I think we have 8 year for Venus or something, one of those, it takes like 8 years to do its circuit. And if something's taking 75 years to do its circuit, it just makes me believe that it's just more land it's got to cover to get back to us.
I mean, I don't necessarily believe those things are terra firma that you can plant a flag in.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't think there's a robot on Mars, and I don't think there's a robot on the moon, or shit flying around Saturn, or, something going through the fucking Oort cloud. I don't think they're talking to a little freaking metal fucking can that they launched 50 years ago with an 8-watt transmitter that's freaking, fucking 150 million miles away. No, I do not think they're doing that. No, I think it's more than 1 billion now. How far is the Voyager now? Anyway, now imagine that like there was no regular pattern of the stars or the moon or the sun or the planets. How fucked we'd be. We wouldn't even have invented a thing called time.
The Voyager is 140 AUs away from Earth, supposedly, and it's still using 8-track technology. Heading
What
away from
8-track
Earth.
tape do you think? What 8-track tape do you think they're playing? Janis Joplin?
Probably, yeah.
What year did they send it out?
77.
Allegedly. Yeah, I mean,
And
some
it's been
people like, huh? Go ahead.
And apparently, it's been using a plutonium-powered battery this whole time, and it's supposed to die between now and 2030. Is this the same one
Thinking
that has
as
the
a
gold record on it?
yeah. I think it has an 8-watt transmitter. So do your 140 AU, so multiply by 93 million, punch it into a free space loss calculator for electromagnetic radiation, and then look at the signal strength. And good luck picking up that signal. But they can, according to them, they pick it up all the time. It's like point. It's like 10 to negative 20 power watts. So like you running a comb through your hair makes more power than that thing by a freaking 10 orders of magnitude. So it's 13 billion miles. Please face off. Feet distance in kilometers. I don't even know if they'll be able to put it in here. Let's see. $13 billion. 20 million. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Gigahertz. That should be fun. 2.
No, voi vittu.
So with a 1,000 dB gain antenna, which is basically unobtainium, it would be the free space path loss would be negative 743 decibels. Because it's a logarithmic scale, that would be like negative 3. No, it's coming out to 0 watts. Doesn't go down to that many decimal places. Yeah, I can't even find a calculator that calculates to that many decimal places what the wattage would be by the time it got to Earth. How many watts of power you'd receive. That's how low it is. Just ridiculous. It's stupid. So stupid.
What do you think is like the most legit reason to think the Earth is a globe?
Okay, it's 10 to the negative 78 watts. So it's 78 decimal places. That's how much receive power on Earth would be at the antenna. Assuming you had 1,000 dB gain antenna, which would be retarded.
Oh, hello, Jack. Are you trying to speak to us? Applehead? Oh, guess not.
That was a good question, Creation. I don't know. I don't know what the most legit reason for it being a globe would be.
Oh, well, my favorite, the only one that I think is an honest answer, I give them an A+ whenever they say it, is I just like it that way. I just like it better, and I want it to be that way. That's the only real legitimate reason they have.
That's the most honest answer.
Yeah.
It's my preferred pronoun. Is my preferred Earth is globe.
Well,
yeah.
One thing that I think is how. Actually, this is going to start to sound really stupid now. I don't want to say it, but how like fruits are kind of like globe shaped, like the pumpkin. You see, I named the title of the show today is "The Earth Shaped Like a Pumpkin." Like pumpkins, apples, freaking grapes. Like these things have that shape. That sounds really stupid, but it's like I don't know if that's a good reason to think the Earth is also shaped like that. But I have heard Globers say like most things are spheres, and I always say that they're not because most things are very irregular and weird shaped, like a tree or your body, your hair, or whatever. But Is that stupid? That sounds pretty stupid, right? Like apples.
I agree with you. That does sound stupid. Yeah.
But I have heard Glover say stuff like that. Like lots of things are shaped like spheres, like an apple or whatever. So
I mean, just
Yeah,
the moon's round.
they'll say Plato said the Earth or the sphere was the perfect shape. That's what I've heard.
yeah, right. That's kind of ties right into it as well. Again, I don't think that's like a good reason to think the Earth is a globe, but it's like, all right, bro, I get you.
Isn't
So what?
DeGrease Tyson saying that it's pear shaped now?
A little chubby, a little chubbier.
Yeah.
A little chubbier. A little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear shaped. Yeah.
Yeah. Bingo.
Did you say DeGrease Tyson?
DeGrease Tyson. Yeah.
That's funny.
Hold on, I got a meme for that.
Make it up.
Drop it in the chat.
Wait, guess y'all are too young to understand what this is from. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Biden.
Degrassi. Oh, nice. Oh, okay. Nice.
Where's T-Dub, man? Olivia Newton-John's the best thing to come out of Australia. See, you said Australia was slipping, man. But have you checked out Olivia Newton-John?
Is that girl?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, you would like her, Creation Cub. At least back in the day. Yeah, I don't even know if she's
Oh, I
still
got a
alive.
video, man. I got an aerobic video for you.
Physical. He would like her physical aerobic video, right? Let's get physical.
Oh,
Yeah, he'd be into that. Yeah, that's her.
Honestly, I heard most of the Australian women are really annoying.
Oh, yeah. That's what you said about Stacy.
Oh, except for Stacy.
Yeah, don't let her catch you saying that.
Can we give an assault to Salt Lake Stacy?
Insult. I see what you did there. I don't know. She might like hearing that. Like, all the other girls are annoying, except for you.
Oh yeah, there's nothing we like better than when you say all women are horrible. You're an exception. Yep, that really makes us feel great. Yeah, it's wonderful.
It's like, then, my sole focus is on you and you only.
That was sarcastic. I guess I had to announce that.
Stop the cap. Yeah, I did not. Listen. I haven't watched that video since I was 10 years old, so it went over my head how sexual it actually is. So I just watched it. How the hell did she get away with making that video?
Wait, let me watch it real fast.
She really got her legs over her head in part of that. What the fuck? What the? Yo. Daniel, when's the last time you seen this video?
A very long time ago. We never had MTV. My parents were opposed to it. I don't know if I ever saw it, actually. I heard the song on the radio. I'll watch it now.
This is a shot from the video. I don't think you need to watch it, dude. It's like, holy shit.
Dude, friggin' oh my god, dude.
Dude, I wonder if AI can make like a Tupac version of that song.
I'm gonna have to delete this, bro. But oh my goodness.
What are you deleting? The screenshot?
Look
Oh,
at the second.
what the fuck, bro?
Bro, this is fucking 2 minutes and 30 seconds in. What the
Yo!
Yo, bro.
How did she get away with that?
Dude.
Dude, when was this released?
It's a long song too. I don't know how she sang about that for 4 minutes straight.
Because it's just freaking teenagers fapping to it the entire time. 1982.
Golly.
Yeah, I was right. It was 10.
She's mad fit though. I'll give her that.
She looked better than Xanadu.
Huh?
Xanadu, it's a movie she made, dude. It's really weird, but it's hard to even describe how weird this movie is.
It's a great movie. They're roller
I love
skating
it.
through the whole thing.
Yeah.
Weren't they roller skating the whole time? A lot of it.
Yeah,
Maybe not the whole
who was
time.
in that? Fred, was it Fred Astaire or Bing Crosby? It's Fred Astaire. Fred Astaire's in that, isn't he?
I think so, yeah, because they do da 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 da. I can't remember what that
Gene
song's
Kelly.
called.
It's Gene Kelly. That's
Yeah.
right. Dude, I love that movie. Do you know how much time I've seen that movie? And not just because Olivia Newton-John's in it. I like the song. I'm actually going to watch that today.
Yeah, it's great. I had the
Oh,
8-track soundtrack. That was the only 8-track I had, was the soundtrack to Xanadu. It was great.
Is that what's on Voyager? See, we figured it out. It's Xanadu that's on Voyager.
Yeah, if you had to listen to something over and over again, yeah, that's not the worst thing.
Dude, I want to play some bit in the stream, man. We'll get copyright struck. I think AI is trying to give us a message to get back on topic.
He did tell us we had to talk about Flat Earth before he left.
Oh, I see what he did. I see what he did. He's just making Olivia Newton-John's splayed legs like, far enough away so they don't show on the stream.
He's so well behaved.
He's a model citizen.
He is. You should give him some kind of citizenship award.
That's only for humans. He's an artificial intelligence, cyborg. Like he can't have citizenship.
That's true. If he's only programmed to make all the right choices when it comes to Flat Earth, then yeah, is he really being a good Flat Earth citizen? I don't know.
Well, his human side might vote against his robotic side's interests.
That happens to me all the time.
I'm starting thinking I have to demote myself to mod and make AI admin.
No, just do both. And then demote Dandelion again.
No,
That's
I'm
what
gonna
Creation
promote her
Club
so
would
she
do.
can ban you.
I wouldn't make an emotional decision when it comes to Creation Cup. I have my eyes wide open.
Well, that's because you didn't read your last DM.
I know he was supposed to be mean to me. I don't know. I just did it over voice instead. I guess. Too bad. Yeah. So I guess, huh?
Oh no, go ahead. Never mind.
I was just gonna pick on Mansky, see if he was still awake, but
I bet you won't
We have
do it.
someone. We have someone in VC check, and I'm gonna move him over here.
okay, sounds good.
It's your job to interrogate him, though, so he doesn't run away.
Okay.
Shit, that might not be a good plan.
I know. I've been kind of busting their balls lately. I'll try to behave. I'll try to do better.
You're the well. CB does the door shit. I mean, come on, CB. You can be the concierge.
Oh yeah, sometimes CB has to save Globers from me. He's done it before. He's nicer to them than me half the time, for sure.
Put that. Here, Rick and Indio, you hear that? She said I'm nice.
Nicer than me, yeah.
So
That's what I
Plex is
said.
Plex is the person that was. Okay, slow down. It's business time. Plex was a person, so I'm gonna unmute Plex. Sup, Plex?
Hello. Hey.
You're unmuted.
What are you guys all up to today?
Oh, about 5:11. What are you up to?
I've just woken up. It's 9 a.m. here. It's a bit late, I guess. Just had a coffee, feeling nice.
But are you really awake?
Oh shit!
Probably not. Probably not.
Do you think the Earth is moving?
I don't know.
Good
question. Like, it doesn't feel like it's moving. If that's what.
When you watch a sunset, do you think you're falling backwards?
Yeah, absolutely. No.
Well, I mean, that's you have to be right in the globe, right? The Earth is a ball that's spinning, then you got to be falling backwards when you watch a sunset.
Yeah, well, is that globe theory is probably a lie
or a mistake.
And I like to ask, if you know, if the powers that be know that it is a lie, then why spread that lie? That's sort of what I'm interested in.
I mean, we'd have to be mind readers to know that. And say we do, maybe we'd want to participate in it.
We can speculate, like, you know.
Yeah, it would be speculation.
NASA takes millions of dollars of taxpayer money every year, and that.
Yeah, that ain't it though. That's a bad reason. That's a bad argument because the government prints money. They don't fucking need money. That's the last thing they need.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. That's a good point. Also, then I like to speculate. Like, so why pull the wool over everyone's eyes at the same time for something as simple as, you know, the basis, foundation for our existence on this planet?
Good question.
Well, I mean, what is the fundamental? What you have to think about? What is the claim in its nature? Claim is you're here. Okay, you're in a particular environment. This is your environment. This is where you are. They're telling you like where you are. And if you believe that, it restricts what you like what you think your capabilities are just automatically by believing it.
Yeah. I know. I feel like it is a
Now, why would they want to do like if they're lying? Why would they want to do that? You know, it could be for a reason that we can't even imagine what it would be. Because, like, if we knew the reason, then we would just say it. Like, maybe we can't conceive of the reason, and that's the point of the lie, so that no one can actually peek into what the truth of it is.
Well, I feel like globe-centric theory is very demoralizing in nature, because it's like this whole, you know, huge infinite universe. We are like a random speck of dust, and there's nothing special about us. And it just sort of it promotes atheism, right? And
worse, solipsism, like that nothing matters, nihilism. That nothing
yeah, exactly,
matters.
exactly.
Right. I mean, because you can be an atheist and care, like, but if you're a nihilist, nothing matters. You don't care about anything.
Well, I feel that atheism and nihilism are like kind of the same ilk. Not exactly the same, but they go hand in hand. And so I feel like I'm not saying like, religion is the way either, because, you know, religion's got its issues as well. But I feel like it's demoralizing.
Human beings have issues, Roddy. Like, in case you haven't figured it out, human beings have issues. Like, it doesn't matter what we're doing. There's going to be some problem somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. But it does feel like it's demoralization. It's there to make people miserable. And when people are miserable, but like nihilistically miserable, they are not threats, generally speaking, to governments. They're just threats to themselves more than anything. And that's an easy to control population. So I think that's sort of, but that's a long way from where we just started with the So you could say.
But there's another reason. I mean, we could speculate. It is almost speculation Sunday. It is almost speculation Sunday. So on Sunday we speculate openly. So, well, my one reason to me is to replace God with man, right? It's just an absolute. Yeah, there was a Big Bang evolution. We're just animals. It's a materialist universe. The highest moral authority is obviously the government, because there is no God to give you a moral authority. So the moral authority is the government, and do what we say. We know everything, right? Man can solve. I mean, think of the pandemic, right? People relied on those people and thought, hey, it's man that's going to perform the miracle and save everybody from dying. A group of men in white freaking coats with pocket protectors, working hard in a lab somewhere, crunching the numbers. They're gonna save everybody. Because they were telling you, everybody's going to die. Oh, my God. Right? And you're like, oh, who's going to save us? Oh, the fucking technocrats, the fucking people in the lab coats. They're going to save us. Right? You can't tell me that isn't what was actually the ideology of a lot of people, that they thought man was going to save them. Now, what actually saved them was man created the problem in the first place, and that, like, due to hype, they were never actually in danger, but they created the perception of danger, and within that framework of perception, they thought that man was going to save them. But it's more like a psychological test of like, hey, if we're actually in a situation where it's critical to human existence, of like humanity's existence, who are they going to turn to? Are they going to turn to the divine, or are they going to turn to some fucking dude in a lab coat? Well, obviously, they're going to turn to some dude in a lab coat. Because we figured out the Earth's a globe, right? Because the Earth's a globe, we're freaking highfalutin super intellectual. They use science to figure out the secrets of the universe.
Yeah.
If the Earth's not a globe, then those people aren't that fucking smart, right? Right? And fucking maybe they don't have the answers. Think about it. It was demonstrated, to the masses that the Earth is not a globe, and the so-called scientists have been wrong for 400 fucking years. That would destroy the Western world, at least.
Well, so I wanted
Africa
to speculate about if that were to happen. Like, let's say in, I don't know, like, this is very optimistic, in 10 years' time, like, at least half of the population is, like, convinced that globe theory is bullshit. Then, how would that affect the world? And would people just carry on for the sake of it? Or would there be... Well, I mean, there's already a lot of political strife across the entire world at the moment, it seems. But
there'd be a return to nature. I think people will return to, like, away from the abstract mental gymnastics that people play on every day, and probably return, stop playing video games and play actual games with human beings.
Well, I don't know if you can thwart video games so easily, because it's like they're just. So
I just think that people would go back to the natural world more. Like they would, because the way the natural world is portrayed in the common, I guess you'd call it zeitgeist, is that it's some super complicated, mysterious thing that only special people with special instruments can figure out what the truth is. And I can't learn an equation full of esoteric symbols, also called mathematical equations. So I'll just retreat into my fantasy land, because nature is some mysterious thing to me. I can never know the truth of nature because it's too mysterious. Because you always can run away to quantum mechanics. Things are in two places at once, and nature does. What did Neil deGrasse Tyson say? The universe has no obligation to make sense. Shit like that. Well, if it ain't going to make sense to me, then I'm not going to pay attention to it, right?
Well,
if nature can be made sense of it to a normie, to a layman, then maybe they're going to pay more attention to it.
I feel if the world, if majority of people on the world say started, sorry, my mic's cutting out. If the majority of people in the world started believing, then I think you'd get a lot more impromptu investigations of Antarctica, which would be quite fun.
I don't even know what the majority of the world thinks now.
Yeah,
I know what the West. I know what the West thinks, right? So the Western world, I know what they think. Probably Russia, they think the same thing. Chinese, I don't think Chinese is ubiquitous as people think about things like that. Chinese were flat earthers pretty much into the 20th century, and they do have a tradition of that. Indian, there's kind of a little backwards. I wouldn't say backwards. I guess we would call them backwards because they don't believe all the. There's a significant segment of the population doesn't buy the so-called scientific rhetoric. So it's hard to say. Africa, I'm sure there'll be hit or miss. You know what I mean? Some places they all think the Earth is a globe. Other places they think it's all flat. Who knows? I know what they think in the West. I don't know what they would think worldwide. Brazilian, I've heard, has a large flat Earth population. They did some sort of survey maybe half a decade ago that showed 11% of the population were flat earthers or something.
That's cool.
Yeah, so it's hard to say what the world thinks. I think the closer you are into the modern media narrative, the more likely you are to probably believe that, versus if you're freaking growing up in freaking the Congo, right, with no contact with the freaking outside world, you probably just think the Earth is flat.
Well, it'd be interesting to see.
Let me just say one more thing.
Congo. Go on.
Just to give you the context of why I'm saying that is because they've surveyed children, and children between 4 and 6 that they surveyed think the Earth is flat until told different by an adult. So I think it's the normal, natural inclination until told otherwise.
Yeah, no, I think it is also. I think that's also why that was our first, it was the first big take. It wasn't the first big take, but it was before the globe theory. Was that it was flat for quite a while. But I don't know, is it a bit off topic to ask you, like, simulation theory? I think it probably is. Like, could that be true? Connected?
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Sorry?
He wants to know if anybody thinks simulation theory could be true. That is the question Plex has asked.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I don't think it's true. I mean, there's just a paper published about it that it can't possibly be true.
Oh, I mean, I was just saying, like, is that too off topic for this chat? I guess it might be.
Well, if it is a simulation, it's a flat Earth simulation. That's
Yeah, maybe.
It's a simulation of a flat Earth. It's not a simulation of a globe. So I just posted a link. Hold on a second. Hold on. Yeah. So as long as you agree to read the rules, I can give you the VC verified role, so you can come back in the chat. Otherwise, if you come back, you'll be auto muted. If you don't have a role, you're auto muted when you come in this chat. You gotta have.
Are there other chats that aren't live stream that are just like more casual?
Oh, someone gave you VC verified. Yeah, the chill chat. Yeah, no one's in there right now, but occasionally, like Augie has 10, 20 people in there sometimes.
Yeah, that's nice. I might pop in there at some point.
We're also not always in
People
here.
used to be in there. I don't know. They haven't been in there so much. You should get it going there again, Plex. What were you saying, Indio?
Yeah, I was going to just tell them that we're also in. We also like we have we go in other servers. We have guest channels in other servers. In the politics server, you don't see anybody in here. We might be in the politics server. We have a guest room, 24/7 Flat Earth guest room. We have a 24/7 Flat Earth guest room in what's called the English Hub. So it's people that are learning English, right? So it's English learners. It's about 300,000.
That's where I saw all of this. I was really quite impressed.
Oh, okay, cool.
I was just going on there to just chat random people, and I saw it was Flat Earth. I was like, that sounds like fun. So
yeah, we have our fans and we have our detractors. Obviously, when we go in places like that. But
I'm
if you look in the live stream, well, hold on one second. Just to answer your previous question, I hate letting shit get the simulation. I posted a link to a study that, like they say, it debunks the idea of a simulation. It's not that simple as a debunk. But the argument is basically that any computer simulation has to run algorithmically, in that there's particular parts of physics and nature that do not run algorithmically and can't possibly be running within a computer program.
Well, that's just how physics and programming work in our world. What if the simulation is a reality we can't comprehend? I guess that's.
I mean, yeah.
That it's all possible.
Well, it can't be a computer. Right? What they say is it can't be a computer simulation in the way that we use.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I don't know about that, but like simulation theory is just like this is a fictitious creation of some being we can't possibly comprehend. But yeah, at the same time, people can think it's just like, humans made this simulation, blah blah blah. But yeah, no, I hear you. I don't know if that's debunking it. It's debunking maybe one facet of the possibility. I don't believe that this is a simulation, but I'm open. I'm open to all sorts of ideas, basically. So I think it's interesting anyway. And I think
I think it's an interesting mental exercise.
I mean, when you say flat Earth, like you personally, do you believe like there's an ice wall and a firmament? Do you believe it's infinite plane?
Not me.
Believe what do you believe in that sense?
Me personally,
Yeah.
I don't think the universe is a bounded entity inside of something. Meaning it's not an object inside of like some greater space. Right. So just the way I said, hey, what's the universe inside of? That question would make no sense. Because the universe is supposed to be everything. It's not inside of anything because that thing would also be the universe.
So, but anyway, my question
But what
sort
I'm
of is,
saying
like,
what
is
I'm
there a
saying
boundary?
No, it's impossible to tell.
Okay.
It's impossible to prove. It's impossible to tell. This was actually proven by Zeno with Zeno's paradox that this type of question can actually be answered logically, geometrically, or any other way.
Really? If the Earth is flat and you get in a long distance airplane and you just flew in a direction without turning, surely.
Yeah, and what Zeno would say is go halfway there each time, see how long it takes to get there. Go halfway to where you think the boundary is, do a halfway increment, then go half of that. And each time you get halfway closer, and do that as many times as you can, and you'll never get there. That means that things like discrete boundaries can't be logically, mathematically, or geometrically proven to even exist at all.
Okay, so
just because we, in our perception, right, I pick up a ball and it seems like there's a boundary to the ball in my fingers. Okay, there's no actual boundary. It's just how we express it mathematically, and mathematically, it's just a known problem in mathematics. There's the so-called boundary condition. Because you have mathematical infinities and shit and logical contradictions.
Okay, so do you think that, like, if you look at Google Maps, for instance, like everything you see there is everything?
Google Maps is a cylinder. Yeah, Google Maps is a cylinder.
Well, I'm just trying to say, like, are there other continents? Can you?
Yeah.
If you keep going in one direction, will you loop around, even though it's not?
You can't. Yeah. The problem is going in one direction.
Oh, okay. So it's like,
you need a reference, right? You need some spatial reference that you can reference from all points on your journey, and we don't have that, right? Eventually, whatever you started with as your spatial reference when you travel 2,000 miles, you're not going to be able to see or detect it anymore. So your orientation relative to that reference, you're not going to know.
So you think like you always wind up coming back the way that you came if you just kept going?
We know from what people do when they're lost, like in the desert, in the ice, in the snow, in the woods. They typically think they're walking in a straight line and walk in a circle.
Yeah. But like,
and no one knows exactly why this happens, but it's just like a human issue. Like, hey, I'm going to walk in a straight line to that town, and I just went in a fucking circle.
I mean, like, how do airplanes get from point A to point B without getting lost?
They have waypoints, they have transponders, they have international flight corridors, domestically and internationally.
So if you were to put all of that infrastructure in a straight line towards one direction, surely eventually you'd come across something other than the continents we're aware of.
Okay, so it's going to be the same problem. So east and west on the globe is a circle, right? It's not the compass rose, it's actually a circle. So you're going in the circle. North and south is also a circle. Though no one's ever taken that circle. They have taken the east-west circle.
So what do you think of Hyperborea?
Going in straight line relative to what? That's what I mean. A spatial reference point. So you need an origin of coordinates, right? Some point, and then a straight line relative to that. So what point are we using? Or 2 points, or 10 points, or whatever, to go in a straight line and know we're going in a straight line? So what we typically do when we navigate, right? We use either one of three methods. We use the celestial sphere, we use the magnetic compass, or we use the sun. Now, these three methods don't match each other. Their cardinal directions don't match, contrary to popular belief. These cardinal directions don't match each other. They match each other in certain locations. Typically, what you would call the northern hemisphere, that's where they match the most. But in other places, they're way off. So magnetic compasses experience something called magnetic declination, in which the compass needle appears to be pointing north, but it's actually, appears to be pointing north toward the magnetic pole.
You're getting a little bit too technical for me. I'm just trying to ask you, like, are you aware of the Hyperborea argument and like theory that there are many?
I'm aware of the Hyperborea. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So listen.
Are you saying that it's infeasible without going into the technical jargon? I don't need to, like, I'm just trusting.
Well, I mean, it's not technical jargon. It's like when you say straight, it seems simple, but it's a geometric claim, right? You're saying some geometry. A straight line is geometry, right?
Okay, but you're kind of digressing from the point I'm trying to explore here. Like, I hear what you're saying. I might not understand it, but I'm just trying
I think you do.
I'm trying to just get the basis of what you think. Like, if there's a possibility for more continents and more exploration.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't really know. I mean,
but
I don't.
It sounded like what you were arguing was saying that it's impossible.
It's impossible to go in a straight line. That's what I think.
So
for very far.
Okay.
You can go for a period, but not for a long time.
Well, like if the map of Hyperborea was like semi-correct, it wouldn't be that far. It would just be like an 8-hour flight after Antarctica or whatever. You know, and then
Hyperborea that was supposed to be in the north.
Sorry?
Hyperborea is supposed to be in the north.
Oh, okay. I don't know the word for the model that has lots of different continents outside of our observable.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the I mean the short term is pond theory, but a lot of this is based upon well, let me tell you what it's based upon. It's based upon so there was a newspaper article published in Hawaii, like in the 40s, that was a map that was discovered in Japan by a Zen monk that was printed in something like that was made in like the 1500s. And this map showed the continents and outside the continents other land masses. This is typically called pond theory or outer freaking continent theory or some shit like that.
All right, sorry for mixing it up with Hyperborea then.
No, it's fine. Yeah, Hyperborea is like because on old maps, so like the old Mercator map, so would have at the North Pole were 4 islands, and in the center was supposed to be something called like Mount Meru, right? And there was like 4 rivers that led into where the North Pole was, and this was on a lot of maps at his time period, but the first Mercator map featured that, but the ones afterwards it just disappeared.
Okay, so the Hyperborea, you've got that mountain. Is there anything like important about that mountain?
It's supposed to be a magnetic mountain.
Also, I've heard a theory where there's like a hole, a huge hole that just goes.
That those 4 rivers flow into a hole. Yeah.
And
so basically, bottomless void.
A bottomless void.
I know.
Okay.
I guess I don't like it. It depends on what culture you're dealing with, because the Russians have a story of Hyperborea, the Irish have a story, the English have a story, the continental Europeans have a story. But there's a bunch of different mythos about it.
Okay. So it's kind of hard to verify which one is more likely, or if any of them make any sense.
Yeah, I think the Russian lore is kind of like this. Hyperborea is almost like this, like it's like almost like a Shangri-La type city, where everyone's living in harmony, holding hands, kind of like a weird Garden of Eden. But it can't be found because it's perpetually locked in
Like
fog. But
Sovngarde.
it does refer to the 4 rivers. That there's 4 rivers in the center. But I don't think they have a hole in that lore. I think the Irish Hyperborea lore is the one that has a hole in the center. If I remember right. I haven't read way into this. I'm just the shit I picked up over time.
All right. Well, thank you for your take on that.
There's other people with more versed in this. I mean, if you type Hyperborea in the search, you might find more on it. Here, I'll do it as a matter of fact, because now I'm curious.
All right.
There's a lot of things with old maps that don't appear on modern maps, but they appear on, old maps that were like, Yeah, I can't find anything in here. Oh, not for me. Hold on a second.
What search engine do you use?
No, I'm just using our see if anybody talked about it in this Discord. I'm using our side chat. So see if there's anything. Seven cities of gold. Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to go to the spot where there's some
Helio.
kumbaya. Net would go there with me.
Helio Skeptic, who does the live stream here, he actually made a video about it. It's on his regular channel. So here's the Hyperborea map. So I'll post it real quick. This is what it looks like. We're almost in Speculation Sunday, I guess so.
I think every day should.
I'd hear some weird shit about. Yeah, we do Speculation Sunday where usually we don't deal with speculation separate, but people want to speculate, so we made a day for it.
All right.
We usually just try to stick to what we can prove.
It's Sunday where Plex is.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Oh yeah, it is.
You're allowed to speculate, we're not.
Yeah, there it is. It's
just
yeah, you speculate. Yeah, we'll shoot it down. It'll be fun.
Yeah, that sounds like my life. So I'm wondering, there's lots of people in this chat.
Just to be fair, we try to just deal with just to be fair. Yeah, they're just listening. Yeah. Do you want to chime in? You want 30 people
We're very
to talk
tired. We're tired in the USA. We're very tired. I know you just had your coffee, but we're very tired over here in the USA.
What time is it?
Drink some coffee? It's 10.
Is it like approaching
Eastern time. It's 10 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh, okay. At like exactly 12 hours.
So you're in
That's
Indiana
still
Ocean.
awake.
It's 8 p.m. in the Rocky Mountains.
Nice. Rocky Mountain High.
Oh, where's the link to the live stream? Is it anywhere on this Discord?
Yeah, it's in. I'll post it, but it's in the social media links channel.
Okay,
That's all the way up top.
Yeah,
It's all the
I
way
see
up
it.
top. Okay, cool.
I was at the top
We
of
also
that.
have it's the top of the channels.
The YouTube.
Yes, if you go on social media links, the YouTube is. There's 2 of them. We got a bunch of them. That was posted in the main text. It makes it just easier.
I'm surprised
Sorry,
YouTube lets you do a live stream.
We've been doing it for like 8 years now.